Chapter 855. At the top of the towering snow mountain range, Yang Kai sat cross-legged quietly as the snow fell down and buried him. Yang Kai remained indifferent, his aura converging to the extreme. Even if a Saint Realm Master passed by, they would not necessarily be able to discover any flaws. At the foot of the mountain, a green streak of light was rapidly approaching. A moment later, the green streak stopped at the top of the mountain and a figure appeared. It was none other than Tribulation, the wizard of Netherworld sect. Wizard Tribulation carried Lu Gui in his hand. At this moment, this young man from War Spirit Temple seemed to have accepted his fate and was listless. Where is he? Wizard Tribulation glanced around but did not find any trace of Yang Kai, asking coldly. Lu Gui quickly said, Here, this is the location he showed me. Why can't I see him? While speaking, he also hurriedly searched. Why did you take so long? Suddenly, a voice called out from right in front of the two. Lu Gui was startled, but after recognizing the voice, he called out happily. Holy Master, Master! Wizard Tribulation looked forward and saw a pair of sparkling eyes shining from a pile of snow not far away. A person stood up from the pile of snow and circulated his yuan qi, melting the snow. Wizard Tribulation's expression couldn't help becoming solemn as he grinned meaningfully, throwing Lu Gui to the ground and cupping his fists. Holy Master, Master, it's been a few years since we last met, but you're still as elegant as ever. As he spoke, his pair of ghastly eyes swept over Yang Kai, seemingly wanting to see how much he had grown. After realizing that he was now a third-order transcendent, the green light in his eyes pulsed even faster. Sect Master Wizard as well? Yang Kai gently nodded. Wizard Tribulation quickly said, Heh, it took me a lot of time to avoid those people and come out alone. I hope Holy Master doesn't blame me. As long as Faction Master Wizard can come. Yang Kai's expression was indifferent. He glanced at Lu Gui and said, Thank you for your hard work. Lu Gui hurriedly waved his hand. It's no trouble at all. It's my honor to serve Master Holy Leader. Furthermore, it was Sect Wizard who brought me all the way here. He. As he spoke, he had a hesitant expression on his face, as if he wanted to say something but was hesitating. Yang Kai casually tossed him a jade bottle and said, This is your reward this time. I may need your help in the future. Go back and cultivate well. Lu Gui took it and was overjoyed. Thank you, Master! Last time, he had brought Yun Xian and 1 XINU of Bold Independent Union to see Yang Kai and received a bottle of spirit pills as a reward. Relying on that bottle of spirit pills, his strength had greatly improved. Today, Yang Kai had rewarded him with another bottle, so Lu Gui was naturally happy. Gripping the jade bottle tightly, Lu Gui cautiously asked, Master, if there's nothing else for me to do here, Disciple will take his leave first. If I stay away for too long, those people will become suspicious. Go! Yang Kai waved his hand. Lu Gui rushed back like a wisp of smoke. While Yang Kai and Lu Gui were talking, Wizard Tribulation just stood quietly and listened, not showing any intention to interrupt. His strange eyes flashed with a strange light, as if he was contemplating something. It wasn't until Lu Gui left that Wizard Tribulation asked in a hoarse voice, How did you get in touch with that disciple from War Spirit Temple? Yang Kai smiled and said, When you attacked 9 Heaven's Holy Land, I placed a chess piece in War Spirit Temple. I didn't expect it to be of some use this time. And take back what you've done to him. Keep him alive, maybe he'll be useful in the future. Wizard Tribulation laughed and said in admiration, Holy Master's eyes are truly sharp. You were able to see through all of this. It seems that your divine sense cultivation is stronger than mine. If not for this, Wizard Tribulation would have been able to detect Yang Kai's existence when he arrived at the summit. A third-order transcendent cultivator had a stronger divine sense than a Saint Realm cultivator like himself. What kind of concept was this? Wu Jie's heart was deeply shaken. As he spoke, his finger moved and a moment later, a terrifying ghost face floated back from the direction Lu Gui left and disappeared into Wizard Tribulation's body. Sect Master Wizard, why are you here? Yang Kai's expression became solemn as he got down to business. In Grand Boulder City, when Yang Kai released his divine sense and sensed Lu Gui's existence, he really couldn't believe it. Since Lu Gui was here, it meant that the people from War Spirit Temple were here, which meant that the people from Netherworld Sect and Shattering Mystical Palace were also here. These three forces were the three enemies of Nine Heaven's Holy Land. These people were hundreds of thousands of kilometers away from here, yet they had taken the trouble to come to this endless snow mountain range. Although Yang Kai had some guesses, he still needed to find Wizard Tribulation to confirm them. "You're not chasing after me, are you?" Yang Kai squinted at Wizard Tribulation and asked with a grin. Wizard Tribulation pondered for a moment before replying. "You could say that, but we're not here for you. We're here to find someone." "Who are you looking for?" Yang Kai stared at Wizard Tribulation with scorching eyes. Under his gaze, even someone as strong as Wizard Tribulation felt a faint sense of oppression. Frowning, Tribulation muttered, "This person should have some kind of relationship with Master Holy Master, and looking at your nervous expression, it seems you've already guessed our purpose for coming here. Does that mean Holy Master really knows the secret of the coffin-carrying man? Does he also know where the coffin-carrying man is hiding?" Yang Kai's eyes narrowed as he sighed, thinking to himself that they really were here for the coffin-carrying man. When he first met with Wizard Tribulation, he had vaguely mentioned this matter, saying that a cultivator from War Spirit Temple named Yao Di had once witnessed him being captured by the coffin-carrying man in Raging Flame City. It was because of this connection to the coffin-carrying man that Shattering Mystical Palace and War Spirit Temple were pursuing Yang Kai. However, at that time, Yang Kai didn't care much about it, thinking that these two forces were nothing to fear. But now, more than 2 years later, they had actually inquired about this endless snow mountain range and directly came here. "Whether I know or not has nothing to do with you, just tell me what you know. How did you find this place?" Yang Kai frowned and asked. Wizard Tribulation chuckled meaningfully and didn't waste any time explaining. "Finding this place was very simple. Holy Master's origins are very mysterious, even causing Zhang Ao of Shattering Mystical Palace and Chao Guan of War Spirit Temple to lose face, so these two naturally inquired about your origins. Only then did they learn that Holy Master was from Soaring Heaven Sect. What was even more interesting was that you weren't from Soaring Heaven Sect, but instead came from a remote place. Before joining Soaring Heaven Sect, you also went to the nearby Bright Thunder Spirit Religion to serve as an honored guest. And, from what the disciples of Bright Thunder Spirit Religion told me, when you first appeared in this area, it was from the Snow Mountain Range. That appearance was the first time you appeared after being captured by the coffin-carrying man, so people couldn't help but think of a few things. You're quite meticulous." Yang Kai coldly snorted. When he was captured by the coffin-carrying man and then appeared in the Snow Mountain Range, it was indeed possible for some people to obtain some useful information, leading them to believe that the coffin-carrying man was hiding in this endless Snow Mountain Range. And in fact, this was indeed the case. Wizard Tribulation's expression became solemn. Zhang Ao and Chao Guan both hate you to the bone and covet the hidden forces behind the coffin-carrying man, so naturally they spared no effort to obtain this information. On top of that, it wasn't difficult for them to obtain this information, they only had to casually ask around to obtain it. However, Wizard Tribulation's tone suddenly changed. Although they have already inquired about this and feel that the coffin-carrying man is hiding in this Snow Mountain Range, this Snow Mountain Range is so vast that trying to find a single person here is tantamount to looking for a needle in a haystack. Zhang Ao and Chao Guan were not willing to bring anyone here. Then why did they come here? Yang Kai frowned. Wizard Tribulation paused for a moment before smiling bitterly. "I won't hide it from Holy Master. 2 or 3 years ago, the three of us chased after you for a few months, but after losing track of you, the three of us returned to our respective sects. Zhang Ao and Chao Guan were worried that once Nine Heaven's Holy Land regained its Yuan Qi, they would seek revenge, so they wanted to find a backer that could compete with Nine Heaven's Holy Land or relocate their entire sect. However, it wasn't long before a mysterious guy found Zhang Ao and asked him to inquire about you. This time, we entered the snow mountain range because of this guy. Mysterious guy? Yang Kai was stunned. How mysterious? Unfathomable. Wizard Tribulation's expression became dignified. This person was wrapped in a black robe, making it impossible to tell whether he was a man or a woman. His cultivation was also unfathomable, and there was another person following him who seemed to be his subordinate. This subordinate was at least a peak first-order saint. Yang Kai's expression couldn't help but change. If a subordinate was a first-order saint, then just how strong was this mysterious person himself? This time, this matter was led by this person. My Netherworld sect was unable to remain neutral, so we had no choice but to participate. Don't you know what this mysterious person's background is? Wizard Tribulation slowly shook his head. He only promised us that after this matter, 9 Heaven's Holy Land would no longer pose any threat to us. That's why Zhang Ao and Chao Guan worked so hard, not only inviting their friends and family, but also spending a lot of money to invite the nearby ancient Moon Cave Heaven and Luoxing sect to come. Yang Kai nodded. The snow mountain range was so large that it naturally required manpower. Although ancient Moon Cave Heaven and Luoxing sect didn't have any top masters, they could still use the cultivator to find someone. The reason why Ren Jing and Mao Da went to Grand Boulder City to find Du Wan to refine the dispelling poison pill was probably to guard against the coffin-carrying man's rotting body. Although this wizard doesn't know who that guy is, but I think that there are very few people in this world who have reached his level of cultivation, and, whether it's that mysterious guy or his subordinates, they all have an aura that makes people uncomfortable. What aura? Wizard Tribulation pondered for a moment, then said in a low voice. Demonic Qi. Yang Kai paled. You mean that person is from? Wizard Tribulation slowly shook his head. I don't know, but I feel that their auras are similar. This time, I think it's best if you don't interfere. This isn't something this wizard can help with. To be honest, staying there made me feel like my life was hanging by a thread. I know what to do. Yang Kai nodded lightly. Chapter 856. After meeting with Wizard Tribulation, Yang Kai confirmed his guess. These people really came to the endless snow mountain range for the coffin-carrying man. The snow mountain range was vast and boundless, but with thousands of cultivators searching, it wouldn't be long before they found the hiding place of the coffin-carrying man. Yang Kai was restless. His alchemy skills were still a bit lacking. Otherwise, he could have found the coffin-carrying man right now and entered the mysterious small world inside the blood coffin artifact. What he was more concerned about was the powerful mysterious person that Wizard Tribulation mentioned. This was a huge variable. From the wizard's words, it wasn't difficult for Yang Kai to infer that this mysterious person was a top third-order Saint Master. There weren't many people in the world who had reached this level of strength. Who could it be? Yang Kai was puzzled. Holy Master, Master? Wizard Tribulation saw that Yang Kai had been lost in thought for a long time and couldn't help but call out softly. Yang Kai came back to his senses and was about to speak when suddenly his expression became cold, and he stared at Wizard Tribulation meaningfully before letting out a strange laugh. What's wrong? Wizard Tribulation frowned. He didn't know why Yang Kai's attitude had suddenly changed and why he was looking at him strangely. Wizard Tribulation, I remember you said that the purpose of your Netherworld sect is to accept money and eliminate disasters for others, right? Yes, Wizard has always used this as the foundation of the sect. Wizard Tribulation nodded seriously. That's why we've been able to provide enough materials to 9 Heaven's Holy Land over the years to develop the sect. Then, how much did you accept from others? Yang Kai's expression became fierce as he shouted. You even dare to betray me, your courage isn't small. Wizard Tribulation was startled and couldn't help but take a few steps back, asking suspiciously. What do you mean? Yang Kai stared at him deeply, his spiritual energy bursting out and rushing into Wizard Tribulation's mind. The latter's expression changed drastically. When he noticed that Yang Kai did not have any killing intent, he relaxed. After a while, Yang Kai withdrew his divine sense and nodded lightly. It seems you don't know anything, you mean? Tribulation, the wizard, finally realized what was going on. He looked around with a pair of eyes like ghost fire. After a while, he laughed strangely, and there was deep fear in his eyes. He quietly moved closer to Yang Kai. "Come out! What's the point of hiding?" Yang Kai suddenly shouted. "Amazing! You can even see through this. You are indeed worthy of being chosen by my master. What do you think? Holy Master?" Accompanied by a burst of ridicule, many shadows suddenly appeared around them, surrounding Yang Kai and the wizard Tribulation. Hearing this voice, Yang Kai's eyes narrowed as he stared towards the source of the voice, his eyes soon settling on a handsome middle-aged man, calling out in disbelief. "UMO?" The person who spoke was not a stranger, but a master Yang Kai knew. The Demon Land, Sand City's First Order Saint Demon Race Master, UMO. Next to UMO, there was a man in a black cloak, his entire body shrouded in darkness. His aura was flat, like that of an ordinary person who had never cultivated, but this person gave Yang Kai a great deal of pressure. On the other hand, Yang Kai didn't even spare a glance at the other masters who appeared. "Boy, I haven't seen you for a few years, you've grown quite a bit." UMO smiled calmly, a look of absolute confidence in Yang Kai's face. Yang Kai glanced over at him before turning his eyes to the mysterious black-robed man, smiling wryly. "Since UMO is here, Master Xueli must have also graced us with her presence, right?" The mysterious figure in black clothes chuckled when she heard this, and it was melodious and pleasing to the ear like a silver bell. All the nearby experts revealed dazed expressions when they heard this voice, and they seemed to have never imagined that this mysterious figure with extraordinary strength would actually be a woman. The hood covering this woman's head was lifted, revealing a gorgeous face, one that was incredibly beautiful. When Zhang Yao of Shattering Mystical Palace, Chao Guan of War Spirit Temple, and the others saw this face, all of them showed dazed expressions, as if all of their attention had been drawn to this woman's appearance. Speaking of which, although Xueli's appearance was extraordinary, it wasn't top-notch, but with her strength and status, it was natural for her to have an amazing temperament. "Humph!" UMO coldly snorted. Zhang Yao and the others awoke from their stupor and quickly averted their eyes, feeling uneasy. "Little brat, you really made this queen look for you," Xueli sneered softly. "It's been 3 years since you escaped from Sand City, and this queen has never spent so much effort on anyone." "Then I'm really honored." Yang Kai chuckled, extremely calm and unafraid. "Master Xueli?" Wizard Tribulation muttered to himself. Just now, when Yang Kai called this mysterious woman, he couldn't help thinking of something. A moment later, his body shook as he exclaimed, "Demon General Xueli?" It wasn't until this moment that he finally figured out the origins of this mysterious woman. In an instant, Tribulation's green aura became somewhat chaotic as a chill rose from the depths of his heart. In the Demon Land, below the Demon Commander, there were 4 Demon Generals, each of them a top master, and Demon General Xueli was one of them. Wizard Tribulation could never have imagined that this mysterious woman would actually infiltrate the human domain, and even instigate and control Zhang Yao and the others to work for her. And her goal was obviously Yang Kai. What was it about this young master, holy master, that she cared so much about? When the name Demon General Xueli reached the ears of Zhang Yao and the others, their eyes widened as they stared towards Xueli, seemingly wanting to confirm whether this was the case or not. Xueli didn't pay any attention to them as her beautiful eyes stared towards Yang Kai, a greedy light flashing across her eyes. "Master Xueli daring to come here, aren't you afraid of being besieged by the human race masters? You're not very welcome here." Yang Kai grinned meaningfully. In his heart, Yang Kai felt extremely depressed. When he heard Wizard Tribulation talk about this mysterious woman, he couldn't help wondering who she was. He thought it might be Demon General Go Che. Although he had never met Go Che, this Demon General had repeatedly tried to kill him. It wasn't surprising that he would send someone to hunt him down. Even Demon General Mengu was a possibility. After all, when Yang Kai was very weak, he had used the demon sealing chain to kill a wisp of his soul clone, so Mengu should have remembered his aura. The only thing Yang Kai hadn't expected was that this mysterious woman would actually be Xue Li. Yang Kai didn't think there was much hatred between them. Although he had escaped from Sand City that year, he hadn't done anything to harm her interests or dignity, so there was no need for her to pursue him for 3 years, right? On top of that, she had come all the way here in person. Hearing Yang Kai's words, Xue Li chuckled. If I was afraid, this queen wouldn't have come. Although there are many masters in your human race, who would stand up for you. Master Xue Li is truly bold. Yang Kai coldly snorted. However, you've surprised me a little. Your growth and strength is only natural. How did you discover this queen had brought people here? With your current cultivation, you shouldn't have been able to detect it. Hearing this, Wizard Tribulation also looked towards Yang Kai curiously. Everything had happened so suddenly that he didn't know someone was following him. If it weren't for Yang Kai's sudden change in attitude, he would have remained in the dark. Lu Gui is dead. Yang Kai's expression became cold. He was a chess piece I placed between you. As soon as he died, I naturally noticed. So that's how it is. Xue Li nodded lightly, thinking to herself that it was the immortal Ascension Boundary young man she had just killed that exposed their existence. Holy Master, this is difficult. Wizard Tribulation stood together with Yang Kai, glancing around fearfully as he whispered. It is indeed difficult. Yang Kai also frowned. If I had known Xue Li was here, I wouldn't have called you over, it's my problem. He thought there was only Zhang Ao here, but he hadn't expected there to be a third-order saint here as well. Wizard Tribulation wanted to hide from her perception and come to meet him, so he would definitely reveal a lot of flaws. Wizard Tribulation, you disappoint me. It turns out you were already colluding with this little brat. Zhang Ao suddenly shouted. No wonder you didn't have any motivation 2 years ago. It looks like Brother Wizard's Netherworld sect doesn't want to have a foothold in this world. Chao Guan also said sarcastically. Are you threatening this wizard? Wizard Tribulation looked at the two of them coldly. So what if we are? Zhang Ao coldly snorted. It's not too late to turn back now. Out of consideration for our many years of friendship, as long as you capture this little brat, we won't embarrass you. Yang Kai glanced over at Wizard Tribulation, seemingly on guard, but the latter simply laughed. Are you sure you're not mistaken? It's fine if you didn't know this person's true identity, but now that you know she's Demon General Xue Li, you still want to work for her? Have you lost your minds? In any case, since things have gotten to this point, we have no way out. If worst comes to worst, we'll just migrate to the Demon Land. Zhang Ao shouted, a look of desperation on his face as he suddenly turned to Xue Li and flattered. I just don't know if Master is willing to accept us. I'm willing. I still have some vacant land near Sand City, a vast territory with a radius of several tens of thousands of kilometers. As long as you're willing, it'll be yours. This queen loves to watch you humans fight among yourselves. Xue Li giggled. Several tens of thousands of kilometers. Zhang Ao and Chao Guan were both tempted, greed flashing across their eyes. Several tens of thousands of kilometers of territory, what kind of concept was that? If they could control it, it would be of great help to the development of their sect. Seeing their expressions, Yang Kai couldn't help laughing. These two idiots didn't know the terrain around Sand City, nor did they know that the territory Xue Li was talking about was obviously the Desert Sea. If Zhang Ao, Chao Guan, and the others were really left there, it wouldn't be long before they died, leaving behind only a few masters. It was ridiculous that these two still had such a happy look on their faces. They were really stupid. Chapter 857. Xue Li, who was sitting here personally, secretly felt that Yang Kai wouldn't be able to escape even if he had wings, so she wasn't in a hurry to act. Instead, she put on a look of satisfaction as she watched these human race masters confront each other. Umo also stood beside her, seemingly relaxed, but in fact, his divine sense was locked onto Yang Kai. Once Yang Kai tried to escape, he would immediately take action. This kind of deliberate targeting made Wizard Tribulation, who was standing next to Yang Kai, feel extremely uncomfortable, as if a sword was being held against his neck. Holy Master, this time, this wizard can help you. Although I won't work for that woman, if I continue to stay here, this wizard may die here. You're on your own now. If there is a real crisis, this wizard will immediately leave. Tribulation said softly. Good, you don't need to worry about me. Yang Kai gently nodded, his attitude towards Wizard Tribulation changing slightly. He didn't expect this Wizard Tribulation to help him. As long as he wasn't like Zhang Ao and the others, he would be fine. If he wanted to leave, he would have to tear space and escape under the nose of a master like Xueli. Yang Kai just didn't know if he could successfully escape. With the current strength of Wizard Tribulation, tearing space once would leave him like an oil lamp without oil, and it was accompanied by a huge risk. If he failed, he would die without a burial. On the other hand, Yang Kai had comprehended the true essence of tearing space, so his situation was much better than Wizard Tribulation's. Master, do you want to act now? Umo seemed to be a little impatient and asked Xueli softly. Don't worry. I still want to have a good chat with him. Xueli chuckled and shouted at Yang Kai. Boy, if you know what's good for you, don't resist and obediently return to Sand City with this queen. I won't harm your life. As he spoke, his expression darkened. But if you dare to resist, then you will have to suffer a little. Breaking your arms and legs is the lightest punishment. I might even cripple your cultivation. Master, don't be long-winded with him. This brat is as slippery as a loach. Once he finds an opportunity, it will be very difficult to seize it again. Zhang Ao impatiently shouted. That's right, Master. Last time we chased after him for several months but were unable to catch up. That little brat is the new Holy Master of Nine Heavens' Holy Land and has mastered the Nine Heavens' divine skills. Once we catch him, we can force him to hand over the cultivation method of the Nine Heavens' divine skills and their inheritance. Chao Guan also tried his best to encourage, fearing that a long night would lead to many dreams. The last time they attacked Nine Heavens' Holy Land was because they didn't seize the opportunity, allowing Yang Kai to escape with his life. Learning from their mistakes, they had all learned their lesson. Shut up! What right do you have to speak to Master? Umo glared at Zhang Ao coldly and snapped. Zhang Ao didn't say anything, his heart filled with resentment. His cultivation was higher than Umo's, but at this moment he could only swallow this insult. Naturally, he was unwilling to accept it. Do you think this queen came here for the Nine Heavens' divine skills and inheritance? Xueli glanced over at them sarcastically. What is that? Zhang Ao and Chao Guan were both stunned. If it wasn't for these things, then why had this woman come all the way from the demon land? Yang Kai's brow also furrowed as he asked. Master Xueli, have I done anything to offend you? Although we didn't get along very well in Sand City, I have helped you create a lot of benefits, so why is Master so insistent on forcing me to do this? This was what he couldn't understand the most. If there weren't enough benefits, it was impossible for someone like Xueli to leave the demon land so easily. What was it about him that attracted her so much? Do you want to know the reason? Xueli smiled gently. Yang Kai's expression became solemn as he nodded gently. Very well, in any case, I've found you and will need your help later, so there's no harm in letting you understand. Xueli suddenly became easy to talk to. Listening to the meaning of her words, it seemed she was going to answer Yang Kai's questions. Everyone couldn't help raising their heads and listening attentively. Unexpectedly, Xueli waved her hand and a surge of yuan-chi rushed out, directly isolating the others, leaving only herself, Yang Kai, and Umo. Yang Kai's expression changed slightly as he glanced around but couldn't see anything, only a blue light curtain covering the sky above his head. Even Wizard Tribulation, who had been standing next to him, had disappeared. This woman, her means are really unfathomable. Yang Kai couldn't help feeling a bit of dread. Xueli's beautiful eyes flashed with excitement as she flicked her finger and sent a ray of light towards Yang Kai without the slightest murderous intent. Yang Kai frowned but didn't try to dodge, allowing the ray of light to brush past Yang Kai's arm. *chi*, a light sound rang out. Yang Kai felt a tingling sensation on his arm as a mixture of crimson and golden blood gushed out from his wound, but the flesh on his arm wriggled and in a flash the wound healed. Sure enough, Shui Li's eyes flashed a fanatical light as she stared at Yang Kai's wound and muttered. Umo stood next to her, his brow furrowed, looking somewhat confused. Are you curious as to why I, a demon general, would target you like this? Shui Li asked. Yang Kai nodded. Ha ha! Shui Li giggled tenderly. That's because you and I have the same power flowing through our blood. Saying so, Shui Li suddenly stretched out her finger and cut her jade white arm, causing a wound to appear and blood to flow from it. Master! Umo exclaimed, but in the next moment he froze in place. Because the blood flowing from Shui Li's arm also had a faint golden glow to it, but compared to Yang Kai's, it was much weaker. Her wound was also slowly healing under the influence of some kind of mysterious power, but the speed at which it was healing was much slower than Yang Kai's. The two simply couldn't be compared. Demon God Golden Blood? Yang Kai exclaimed in shock. You really know? Shui Li was so excited that her pretty face twisted slightly. How do you have Demon God Golden Blood? Yang Kai looked at Shui Li in disbelief. I'd like to ask you the same thing. Shui Li took a step forward and a mountain-toppling pressure descended from the sky, pressing down on Yang Kai so hard that he almost couldn't breathe. Demon God Golden Blood? Umo's expression fluctuated. The legendary great demon god's blood? How could this little brat have it? Isn't that golden glow the color of his yang attribute Yuan Qi? Could he be a member of my demon race? Saying so, Umo stared at Yang Kai in disbelief, his expression changing slightly. He's human. Shui Li slowly shook her head. As for where he obtained this demon god golden blood, we'll have to ask him. The color of this demon god golden blood is similar to that of his yang attribute true qi, so even I was fooled at first. If I hadn't seen his last battle in the death arena, this queen wouldn't have been so sure. So, Master suddenly didn't want to kill him at that time because of this? Umo suddenly realized. When they were in Sand City, Shui Li didn't want to let Yang Kai continue to live, but after watching his last battle in the death arena, Shui Li suddenly changed her attitude and ordered Umo to capture Yang Kai alive. Umo had never understood why Shui Li's attitude suddenly changed, and only now did he understand. Master has demon god golden blood in her body. Doesn't that mean she is the great demon god's successor? Umo asked excitedly, his expression becoming more and more respectful as he stared towards Shui Li. The great demon god was the object of worship of the entire demon race. Even if he had passed away countless years ago, his majesty and influence had not diminished in the slightest. Every generation of demon commander wanted to recreate the glory of the great demon god, but no one had ever been able to do so. There was also a legend circulating in the demon race that although the great demon god had fallen, his inheritance still existed. Unfortunately, no one had been able to find it. Now that Shui Li had demon god golden blood, she was undoubtedly the great demon god's successor. This was why Umo was so excited. In time, Master Shui Li would most likely become a demon commander, a supreme achievement. Shui Li slowly shook her head. This queen is not the great demon god's successor. I only inadvertently obtained some demon god golden blood many years ago. It was all thanks to this demon god golden blood that this queen was able to achieve her current achievements. Suddenly gritting her teeth, Umo continued. But this little brat, the demon god golden blood in his body seems to be even more abundant than this queen's. Clearly he knows some of the great demon god's secrets. He may even know where the great demon god's inheritance is hidden. Umo's eyes lit up as he stared towards Yang Kai with a burning gaze. If what Master Shui Li said was true, then finding the great demon god's inheritance through this little brat may not be impossible to recreate the glory of the demon race. Thinking of this, Umo's blood boiled with excitement. Little brat, now that things have reached this point, shouldn't you tell me clearly? Shui Li looked at Yang Kai with a smile. In front of this queen, don't even think about playing any tricks. Since I've found you today, I won't let you escape again. What does Master want to know? Yang Kai still didn't show the slightest panic and asked indifferently. Where did you obtain this demon god golden blood? And if I don't tell you? Yang Kai sneered. Shui Li froze for a moment before gently nodding. Then you'll have to suffer a bit. Even if I cripple you, I can still ask you about it. In addition, I'll tell you one more thing. Demon God Golden Blood is extremely mysterious. If you don't cooperate, I'll kill you and extract all the blood in your body to refine it. I'm afraid you don't have that ability. Yang Kai coldly snorted. Now he understood. Shui Li had come for the coffin-carrying man's blood while Zhang Ao and Chao Guan had come for him. Both of them were related to him, so Shui Li had decided to use Zhang Ao and Chao Guan. However, Shui Li probably never imagined that the coffin-carrying man was the key to solving this problem. Arrogant. Umo angrily shouted, his expression becoming violent. Last time I let you escape, but this time you won't be able to escape. Saying so, demonic chi surged from Umo's body and his figure transformed into a black fog that shot towards Yang Kai. Inside this black fog, a variety of lifelike images of ferocious beasts could be seen, giving off a menacing aura. Yang Kai's face changed dramatically as he summoned out his saint-grade high-rank artifact. Waving it, he sent out a series of silver waves that blocked the black fog for a moment. In the next moment, the silver waves swept out like a tidal wave and broke through Shui Li's navy blue light curtain. Like a rock spreading its wings, Kai Yang soared into the sky. Chapter 858. In an ordinary battle, Yang Kai wasn't willing to rely on artifacts, but the enemy in front of him was Demon General Shui Li, so he immediately took out his saint-grade top-rank silver leaf artifact. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to break through Shui Li's divine sense blockade. The silver light flashed, and the divine sense that had locked onto Yang Kai was forced back. While Shui Li was still in a daze, Yang Kai had already flown 1,000 meters into the air. What a powerful artifact! Shui Li also felt the terrifying power contained in this artifact and frowned, her expression becoming disgruntled. Umo had already turned into a stream of light and chased after Yang Kai, his demonic chi surging as he used a profound martial skill to block Yang Kai's path, grinning as he shouted, "Do you think you can escape?" Yang Kai turned a deaf ear to his words and simply waved his hand in front of him, making a chopping motion. In the next moment, a pitch-black crack suddenly appeared in the void. Umo's expression froze as he stared blankly at the endless abyss in front of him, trying to probe it with his divine sense, but like a stone sinking into the sea, there was no response at all. That pitch-black abyss was like an invisible beast that could even devour his spiritual force. "Umo, come back!" Shui Li hurriedly called out. Although she didn't know what kind of method Yang Kai had used, the aura coming from the dark crack made her heart palpitate uneasily. In her senses, the space around her seemed to have become somewhat fragmented. At the same time as she shouted, Shui Li waved her hand and sent out a jet of black demonic chi towards Yang Kai. Half of Yang Kai's body had already entered the void crack, but before he could escape, Shui Li's attack hit his shoulder, and the sound of bones dislocating rang out. A violent burst of energy erupted, causing the void crack to show signs of instability, and the turbulent flow of the void to surge forward like a trapped beast. Not daring to neglect, Yang Kai plunged into the void crack, but before he left, he shot a resentful and wary glare towards Shui Li. The cracks in the void quickly closed, and the entire world suddenly calmed down. At the peak of the snowy mountain, Zhang Ao, Chao Guan, and the others looked up with pale faces, dumbfounded. Umo also landed with a pale face, frowning as he asked, "Master, what kind of method is this?" "I don't know." Shui Li slowly shook her head, but after a brief scan, her expression became gloomy as she said, "He's already 100 kilometers away." "What?" Umo was shocked. A moment ago this human brat had been right in front of him, but in the next moment he had appeared 100 kilometers away. How had he done this? Even with Master Shui Li's cultivation, she shouldn't be able to move so far in such a short time. Could it be that there was a void corridor in the void? Staring carefully, Umo couldn't find any clues. "Where are the people who were with that little brat just now?" Shui Li looked around and found that Wu Jia was nowhere to be seen. "He escaped." Zhang Ao hurriedly replied. Waste! Shueli grit her teeth and cursed. A group of people had surrounded this place, yet both of them had managed to escape. It wasn't surprising that Yang Kai was able to escape, the method he used was simply too profound. Even Shueli was only able to slightly interfere with him, unable to intercept him, so how could a mere first-order saint escape? Master, should we chase after him? Umo asked softly. Of course, even if I have to chase him to the ends of the world, I'll catch him. This time he won't be able to escape. Shirley snorted, her tender body flickering as she transformed into a streak of light and flew off. Umo hurriedly followed. Zhang Ao and Chao Guan looked at each other, the latter asking, Brother Zhang, what should we do? Follow her, what else can we do? Zhang Ao smiled bitterly. He hadn't expected that the mysterious person who had encouraged him to come to this endless snow mountain range would be Demon General Shirley. But now that things had gotten to this point, he could only follow this dark path. Otherwise, if news of him colluding with the Demon General were to spread, his shattering mystical palace and Chao Guan's war spirit temple would definitely be condemned, unable to establish themselves in this world. Now, he could only hope that Master Shirley would keep her word and give him and Chao Guan the several tens of thousands of kilometers of territory to manage. The group of Saint Realm and Transcendent Realm Masters all used their movement skills and chased after Shirley. 100 kilometers away, the space around them suddenly twisted, and in the next moment, a crack appeared and Yang Kai leapt out, his face as pale as paper. The might of the Demon General is truly worthy of her reputation. Coughing a few times, Yang Kai ground his teeth in anger. He had thought that with his ability to tear space, he would be able to easily escape, but it seemed he had underestimated Shirley's tyrannical strength. Shirley really didn't understand the divine technique of tearing space, but for a master at her cultivation level, she could easily destroy Yang Kai's plan to escape. However, it was fortunate that he could tear space, otherwise, even if Yang Kai used all of his means, he would never have been able to escape from such a master. Releasing his divine sense and probing his surroundings, Yang Kai's complexion changed greatly. Shirley was rapidly closing in on him, and was now only 50 kilometers away. It would only take her a few dozen breaths to catch up. Gritting his teeth, Yang Kai once again tore space and escaped into the void. Shirley, who was hurrying over, suddenly came to a halt, her terrifying divine sense silently spreading out in all directions as a gloomy expression appeared on her face. A moment later, Umo caught up and seeing Shirley standing in place, he asked curiously, Master, did you catch up? Shirley slowly shook her head. His aura has disappeared. I don't know what kind of method he used, but it seems he was able to open up a void corridor and instantly teleport himself 100 kilometers away. Is there such a method in this world? Umo was shocked. There are many methods from ancient times that we don't understand, and all of them are beyond our comprehension, Shirley said before waving her hand. Don't talk, I need to find his location. Humph, do you think you can escape like this? You're looking down on this queen too much. Umo immediately fell silent and stood next to Shirley, waiting quietly. In the endless darkness of the void, Yang Kai gasped for breath and sat down cross-legged, a helpless look upon his face. Shirley's pursuit speed was too fast, and he had consumed too much of his strength to tear space. At most, he could only use this method once more before he was completely exhausted. On top of that, even if he escaped a few 100 kilometers away, it would be useless as it wouldn't take long for Shirley to catch up. As such, Yang Kai didn't plan to leave. Hiding in the void, even if Shirley's methods were powerful, she wouldn't be able to catch him. Taking out some pills and swallowing them, Yang Kai began adjusting his breathing. Time passed slowly and Yang Kai gradually recovered the strength he had consumed. The injuries he suffered from Shirley's attack weren't serious, and with the help of the demon god Golden Blood, he had basically healed. Just as Yang Kai was feeling bored, he suddenly heard some unusual movements. His expression changing, Yang Kai listened quietly. A moment later, Yang Kai got up with a strange look on his face and flew towards a certain direction in the void. As he approached, the movements became more and more obvious, as if someone was struggling and gasping for breath, as if they were on the verge of death. After a while, Yang Kai finally arrived at the place where the movements were coming from. Looking around, Yang Kai was stunned and exclaimed, "Sect Master Wizard?" In front of him, in the void, Wizard Tribulation, who was wrapped in a green aura, was struggling to get rid of the turbulence, but the more he struggled, the slower his movements became. The void turbulence was like a swamp, constantly pulling at his body, trying to swallow him. The Wizard Tribulation was in a sorry state, and his strength was in chaos. The green aura that had been wrapped around his body seemed to have dimmed a lot, as if he was a lamp that had run out of oil. Yang Kai didn't expect that he would encounter the Wizard Tribulation in the void. The Wizard Tribulation also didn't expect that when he was on the verge of death, Yang Kai's voice would reach his ears. Looking up, he found Yang Kai standing not far away. The void turbulence that made him panic flowed under Yang Kai's feet, but the latter seemed to be walking on flat ground and wasn't affected in the slightest. Overjoyed, he begged, "Holy Master, Master, save me!" Yang Kai laughed and waved his hand. A mysterious power burst out, and the void turbulence that was entangling and pulling the Wizard Tribulation suddenly became obedient and regular, as if it was smoothed out by Yang Kai. The Wizard Tribulation took the opportunity to jump out and hurriedly rushed to Yang Kai's side. His face was pale, and he laughed dryly. "Thank you, Master, for saving my life. You came just in time." "You're welcome. Sect Master Wizard also used that method to escape." Yang Kai suddenly realized some problems. The Wizard Tribulation appeared here, so he must have torn the space. But now that he thought about it, when he left the top of the snow-capped mountain, he didn't see any trace of the Wizard Tribulation. He must have run away before he took action. "Yes." The Wizard Tribulation nodded quickly. "But I didn't expect to be unlucky. I couldn't leave here and almost died here." "Well, it's really dangerous here." Yang Kai nodded. The Wizard Tribulation looked at Yang Kai thoughtfully. "But from what I see, Master, you seem to have understood the true meaning of this place. A little stronger than you," Yang Kai admitted without hesitation. The Wizard Tribulation's face darkened, and he didn't say anything. Speaking of which, he was the one who had taught Yang Kai the method of tearing space, but he had never expected that the other party would actually surpass him, far surpassing him. Anyway, he was saved by Yang Kai just now. The Wizard Tribulation felt lucky. "Shirley is chasing me, so I can't leave for the time being." "Don't be in a hurry to leave. Recover here for a while." Yang Kai looked him up and down and said, "If you go out, you'll be caught by that woman." "Recover here?" The Wizard Tribulation couldn't help but be shocked, and his eyes bulged out. "Is there a problem?" "No problem. I'll be fine with your protection." "Then I won't be polite with you, Wizard." The Wizard Tribulation was also a smart person. He didn't waste any more time. He took out the pills and crystals, sat down cross-legged, and began to cultivate. Yang Kai didn't disturb him. He just silently observed the endless void. He really didn't expect that when two people tore the space and entered here at the same time, they would meet. He thought this was an independent space, but now it seemed that no matter who tore the space, this overused void was universal. That was why he met the Wizard Tribulation. It seemed that there were still some hidden mysteries that he hadn't seen. Chapter 859. Atop the endless snow mountain range, Xueli stood there with a gloomy expression on her face. Umo stood nearby, vigilantly watching the surroundings. Zhang Ao and Chao Guan, as well as their friends and family, all stopped below and looked up. "Brother Zhang, that woman has been standing here for quite some time now, but hasn't moved at all. Did that little brat escape?" Chao Guan asked softly, a trace of uneasiness filling his heart. Zhang Ao's expression was also quite ugly, constantly releasing his divine sense as he nodded. "I don't know, but I can't detect that little brat's aura. That woman's methods are much more powerful than mine. Perhaps she has discovered some kind of clue. That little brat's growth is too terrifying. The last time I was chasing him, I was barely able to keep up, but this time I can't even track his whereabouts. On top of that, His cultivation has actually reached the third-order transcendent realm. Zhang Ao took a deep breath and said, That's why keeping him alive is a disaster. This time, no matter what, we must kill him, lest he really grows up to seek revenge on us in the future. Brother Zhang is right. I hope that woman isn't just a facade. The two of them spoke very softly, naturally not worried about Shueli hearing them, otherwise, they wouldn't have dared to discuss a demon general like this. After waiting for a while, Shueli suddenly opened her pair of beautiful eyes, revealing a puzzled and suspicious look. Her cultivation was transcendent, so although she didn't understand what method Yang Kai had used to teleport 100 kilometers in an instant and completely conceal his aura, she was still able to rely on her keen perception to find some traces of Yang Kai. However, what made her feel strange was that Yang Kai didn't seem to be in this world, but rather in another space. That space was strange and unpredictable, and even she didn't dare probe it too closely as her divine sense was unable to reach it. This kind of feeling was like looking at Yang Kai from afar, only to see a blurry figure, boundless and indiscernible. Sneering, Shueli sneered, You think this king can't do anything to you just because you're hiding? Saying so, her beautiful hair began to flutter as strands of pitch-black hair fell from her head. Rich and surging demonic chi attached to these strands of hair, causing them to wriggle about and transform into terrifying fang vipers that fiercely pounced forward. Seeing her move, Zhang Ao, Chao Guan, and the others were startled and turned to look. A strange scene appeared in front of their eyes. The space in front of Shueli seemed to have turned into a calm lake. The fanged snakes jumped into it and disappeared along with the ripples. No one knew where they had disappeared to. Even Shueli's face showed a thoughtful look. Her divine ability had a tracking effect, but of course, the premise was that she could grasp some of Yang Kai's whereabouts. Normally, even in the face of powerful enemies, she was reluctant to use it. After all, every time she used it, she would lose a lot of hair. Although Shueli was a demon general, she was still a woman. There was no way to regrow her hair. If she used it too many times, she might even become bald. How could Shueli accept that kind of appearance? But this time, in order to force Yang Kai out of his hiding place, Shueli had no choice but to go all out. But even after using this divine technique, Shueli still couldn't accurately determine Yang Kai's position. Fortunately, her demonic chi and divine sense were attached to her hair, so the attacks would automatically find Yang Kai and attack him, so she didn't need to worry about them. Gritting her teeth, Shueli sneered and swore in her heart that once Yang Kai was forced out, she would make him suffer. Floating in the void, Wizard Tribulation was still recovering. He didn't have a huge amount of resources like Yang Kai, so it would take some time for him to recover. Yang Kai observed this strange space, which was like an endless abyss, to see if there was anything special about it. At this moment, an uneasy feeling suddenly rose up in his heart, causing all the pores on his body to close and his hair to stand on end, as if some kind of danger was quietly approaching him. Yang Kai's complexion changed as he scanned his surroundings with rapt attention. Swish! 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 A wave of sharp sounds of the sky being torn apart resounded out, and there seemed to be over 100 savage and terrifying venomous snakes slithering about in the distant sky as they pounced towards him. From these snake-like attacks, Yang Kai was able to detect Shueli's aura. Each one of these poisonous snakes contained a terrifying amount of power, and with over 100 of them attacking together, Kai Yang couldn't help but feel like he was about to die. Wizard Tribulation also opened his eyes and asked anxiously, "What's going on?" But as soon as he finished speaking, he couldn't help shivering. "Sect Master Wizard, it's time to go!" Yang Kai's face became ugly. He really didn't understand why Shueli would attack this void. The means of a third-order saint were truly unpredictable. However, it seemed that Shueli herself hadn't come, probably unable to come, so Yang Kai couldn't help relaxing. Waving his hand, he tore open a crack in the void and rushed out. "Wait for me!" Wizard Tribulation screamed and immediately followed. As soon as he left the chaotic void, Yang Kai cursed, "Smelly whore!" At that moment, Shueli's divine sense firmly locked onto him again, like a maggot in his bones that was impossible to escape. 100 kilometers away, Shui Li let out a piercing laugh, her pretty face somewhat distorted as she turned her beautiful eyes towards Yang Kai and ground her teeth. This queen thought you wouldn't show up for the rest of your life. Her tender body flickered and she disappeared. Umo quickly followed. Zhang Ao, Chao Guan, and the others all glanced at each other helplessly before also using their movement skills to chase after them. In this chase, they felt as if they were puppets on strings. They had no right to choose and could only chase after Yang Kai's ass and eat his dust. Did that woman chase after us again? Wizard Tribulation saw Yang Kai's expression turn ugly and quickly asked. Yang Kai glanced at him faintly before nodding lightly. We're dead! Wizard Tribulation smiled bitterly. Sect Master Wizard, it's not too late to back out now. Yang Kai frowned at him. Back out what? Wizard Tribulation was stunned. Draw a clear line with me and serve that woman like Zhang Ao and Chao Guan. Holy Master, please don't joke around. Although this wizard is a sinister villain, he knows that serving that woman is tantamount to asking a tiger for its skin. Zhang Ao and Chao Guan are destined to be abandoned by her. If I join her, wouldn't that be suicide? Oh? Sect Master Wizard is quite far-sighted. Yang Kai was surprised. A few years ago, this wizard said that I have no other strong points, but I know how to adapt to circumstances. Wizard Tribulation smiled. Good. Now you have two choices. Wizard Tribulation was shocked and hurriedly clenched his fist. Please advise me, Master. Separate from me and run for your life. Shirley's target now is me, so she probably won't care about you. Before she catches me, you can run away as much as you want. Wizard Tribulation frowned and didn't make a choice immediately. Instead, he asked, What's the second choice? Stay with me. I'll follow you. Wizard Tribulation didn't even think about it, and immediately answered. Yang Kai stared at him blankly. Wu Jie grinned meaningfully and said, Sir Holy Master seems to be a little annoyed, but he doesn't seem to be panicking at all, so he probably has a way to escape. Although I have a slim chance of survival if I escape alone, if you are caught, I won't be able to escape either. Shui Li won't kill me, but Zhang Ao and Chao Guan won't kill me either, so it's safer to follow you. Besides, Wizard, you just saved my life. If I leave you now, what will happen to me? Yang Kai stared at him deeply and grinned. Wizard, you are very smart. Holy Master, you flatter me. Then let's go. Yang Kai said and waved his hand to tear open a space crack. Then he and Wizard Tribulation escaped into it. Descending into the chaotic space, Yang Kai felt that Shui Li's previous attack had followed his aura again. He wasn't alarmed or fearful. After determining the direction, he left the void, calm and unhurried. In a flash, they arrived at the top of a snowy mountain. Without stopping, Yang Kai tore the space again. After using the void tour 3 times in a row, in just 10 breaths of time, Yang Kai had brought Wu Jie 1,000 kilometers away. Wizard Tribulation couldn't help but be surprised. He found that every time they came out of the void, the surrounding environment would become colder. It seemed that the two were constantly going deeper into the snowy mountain. After thinking for a while, Wizard Tribulation was shocked. Holy Master, can you identify the direction in the void? SOSO. Yang Kai replied while taking out a pill and swallowing it to restore the spiritual energy he had consumed. Wizard Tribulation's face became strange. He found that the more he knew this Holy Master, the more he couldn't see through him. This method of tearing the space was taught to him 2 or 3 years ago. In such a short time, not only did he see the essence of this divine technique, but he could also identify the direction in it. Wizard Tribulation couldn't imagine how Yang Kai did it. In order to understand this divine technique, it took him more than 10 years to barely touch the threshold. Even if he understood something, he didn't dare to use it at will. Counting the time he used it just now, Wizard Tribulation had only used it 3 times in his life. Where are we going? Wu Jie calmed his thoughts, no longer letting his imagination run wild, quickly asking. You'll know in a while. Yang Kai narrowed his eyes and released his divine sense, looking for the right direction in the snow. At the same time, Shweli, who was nearly 1,000 miles away, was also rushing in this direction. Demonic, she was tumbling around her body, and her delicate body was wrapped in a rainbow. Her speed was ridiculously fast, constantly closing the distance between her and Yang Kai. She was determined to get the demon god golden blood in Yang Kai's body. As long as she could get the demon god golden blood, Shweli was confident that she could even challenge the current demon commander. If her luck was good, she might even be able to learn some secrets about the great demon god from Yang Kai. How could Shweli let go of such a rare opportunity? For this matter, she didn't hesitate to venture into the human domain and only brought Umo here. She hadn't even returned to Sand City for several years. In her investigation, Yang Kai was constantly moving deeper into the snow mountain range, seemingly moving forward with a goal in mind, which made Shweli more and more excited. She didn't know why, but Shweli felt that the place Yang Kai was going now might be related to the great demon god. Chapter 860. In the endless snow mountains, Yang Kai and the Wizard Tribulation were running for their lives, and Shirley was following behind them like a shadow. The distance between them was getting closer and closer. The Wizard Tribulation was sweating all over. Although Shirley's aura was far away, it frightened him like a snake. Suddenly, Yang Kai's footsteps came to a halt, and he released his divine sense to scan his surroundings before turning his head towards a certain direction and calling out happily, "Here!" While speaking, his body shook and he was already 100 feet away. The Wizard Tribulation did not dare to delay and followed closely behind Yang Kai. After a while, a very hidden cave that was almost hidden by snow was dug out by Yang Kai. Yang Kai's face was full of smiles, and he went in. Seeing that he seemed to be quite familiar with this place, the Wizard Tribulation could not help but show a thoughtful look. He did not ask much and also rushed into the cave. In the cave, the cold was so cold that it could almost freeze people's souls. As soon as he entered this place, the Wizard Tribulation had to condense his power to resist the cold from all around. While looking around, he followed Yang Kai forward. After a long time, Yang Kai stopped and looked in front of him. Following his gaze, the Wizard Tribulation's eyes widened in an instant. He took a few steps back and exclaimed in horror, "The coffin-carrying man?" In front of him was the bottom of the cave, and at this moment, there was a man with pustules all over his body. It seemed that his whole body had been rotten. He was leaning against the wall of the cave, motionless. The Wizard Tribulation had never seen the coffin-carrying man, but he still recognized him at a glance. Because he was carrying a blood-red coffin on his back. It was very gloomy. However, what made the Wizard Tribulation strange was that the coffin-carrying man seemed to be frozen. He was wrapped in a large thick layer of ice, and his body was full of strong death chi, without any vitality. "The one Zhang Ao and Chao Guan are looking for is him." Kai Yang chuckled. "Yes, from the looks of it, you are indeed related to the coffin-carrying man." The Wizard Tribulation's expression changed. He faintly felt that he was about to witness a secret that had troubled the world for countless years. He couldn't help but feel a little excited. "Yes, there is," Yang Kai admitted without hesitation. He didn't pay any more attention to Wizard Tribulation. Instead, he squatted down and whispered into Coffin Man's ear. "Senior, Senior!" Coffin Man did not respond. The Wizard Tribulation couldn't help but frown and watch quietly. Although he could sense that the coffin-carrying man was indeed a person who had died long ago, Yang Kai must have his own plans since he called him like that. After calling out for a long time, Coffin-carrying man suddenly had an unusual reaction. The death aura that shrouded his body became much more active. The ice layer that sealed him also made cracking sounds, as if it was about to break out of the ice. The Wizard Tribulation narrowed his eyes and paid close attention. Kacha, the ice layer cracked like a spider's and the uncomfortable death aura became even denser. With a crisp sound, the ice layer suddenly burst into powder and the coffin-carrying man, who should have been dead for countless years, slowly opened his eyes. The Wizard Tribulation was shocked and couldn't help taking a few steps back. This was because he could sense that when the coffin-carrying man opened his eyes, an aura that was much more powerful than his suddenly leaked out. The aura of a second-order saint. In other words, this coffin-carrying man was actually a second-order saint. At the very least, he had reached this realm when he was alive. His eyes were dim, like a pair of dead fish eyes, giving off a terrifying aura. "Senior, I want to go in." Yang Kai stared at the coffin-carrying man, not knowing if he could understand, but at this time, Yang Kai could only give it a try. Fortunately, the coffin-carrying man seemed to understand his words and his dim eyes brightened for a moment, clearly conveying a sense of joy and excitement. In the next moment, his burly body stood up. A rich death aura mixed with the rotting aura of his body exuded a potent toxin, filling the entire ice crystal cave with a foul atmosphere. Even the powerful wizard Tribulation couldn't help feeling a little dizzy, and quickly held his breath. A red light suddenly bloomed from the blood-red coffin behind the coffin-carrying man, and the closed coffin slowly cracked open. Yang Kai grinned and said, "Many thanks, Senior." Saying so, without any explanation, he grabbed the vigilant wizard Tribulation and jumped into the blood-red coffin. At the same time, Xueli, who was rushing over, saw this and her beautiful eyes lit up as she exclaimed, "Demonic Chi? The aura of the great demon god?" Xueli's speed increased slightly, as if she couldn't wait to reach the place where the aura that excited her was coming from. Demon God Citadel. The leader of the ancient demon clan, Li Rong, stood quietly on top of the citadel, gazing up at the chaotic sky, a strange look on her pretty face, as if she was waiting for something. Suddenly, the sound of light footsteps came from behind her, and Li Rong didn't need to turn around to know that it was Han Fei. Sure enough, a moment later, Han Fei, dressed in a simple yet elegant dress, stood beside her and stared up at the sky with her. One was graceful, the other pure and unblemished. A gentle breeze blew through the two's long hair and robes, creating the most beautiful scene in this mysterious small world. Many of the ancient demon clan's disciples passed by below, and inadvertently saw this picturesque scene, some of them even forgetting to leave. But when they remembered the methods of Master Li Rong and Master Han Fei, all of them shrank their necks and hurried away, not daring to take another look. "Ha!" Han Fei suddenly sighed softly and asked, "Master, do you remember how long it has been?" Li Rong shook her head. "There are no suns, moons, or stars here, so I can't grasp the passage of time, but it should be at least 5 or 6 years. Maybe even longer." Han Fei nodded lightly. "When will we be able to see the outside world again?" Li Rong sighed faintly. "That depends on that guy's growth. And everything depends on how long it will take for him to grow. When he left this place, he was only an immortal ascension boundary 7th or 8th stage cultivator, but his alchemy skills seem to be at the spirit grade. If he wants to refine a saint grade mid-rank pill, it will take him at least 10 years. Does Master Li Rong really think so highly of him? With his attainments in alchemy, it shouldn't be difficult for him to improve his alchemy skill, but if he wants to refine a saint pill, he must have a matching cultivation. Not only must he meet these requirements in alchemy, but his cultivation must also not fall behind. Is 10 years enough? Han Fei tilted her head and looked at Li Rong, stretching out her jade hand and brushing her hair behind her ear. If 10 years isn't enough, then we'll wait 20 years, 30 years. One day our clan will be able to leave this place. Li Rong smiled lightly, a look of yearning filling her pretty face. The ancient demon clan had been sealed here for far too long, and they had been waiting for far too long. Generation after generation, they had all grown old and died, but they had never been able to see any hope of leaving. Now, in their generation, a glimmer of hope had finally appeared, and that person possessed the demon eye of annihilation. Li Rong and Han Fei both believed that this was the arrangement of great demon God, arranging for this person to come and rescue them from this mysterious small world. We can wait, but on his path to growth, there is no one to protect him, so we can't say if there will be some kind of accident," Han Fei said with some concern. Li Rong's heart clenched, not daring to think about it any further. This was also what she was most worried about. With Yang Kai's aptitude, As long as there were no accidents, he would definitely be able to grow to the level they required, so she was worried that he would encounter some kind of accident outside. The ancient demon clan was sealed in this mysterious small world, so even if they wanted to help him, they couldn't. Even if he doesn't meet our requirements, if he has time, he should come and see us and report his safety. Li Rong said in a complaining tone. If Yang Kai wanted to enter this place, it would be very simple. As long as he found Coffin's slave, he could enter at will, and if he wanted to leave, Li Rong and the others would help him. As such, Li Rong couldn't understand why Yang Kai hadn't sent back any news after so long. Han Fei's expression became gloomy. Hua Mo said, he may not come back. What do you think? Li Rong turned to look at her. I think he'll come back. Han Fei replied without hesitation. When he left, he quietly left us so many crystal stones, so he doesn't seem like a cold-blooded and ruthless person. If he didn't plan to come back, he wouldn't have left so many things behind. He left us these crystal stones obviously because he wanted us to develop well during this time so that when he is able to take us out one day, we can help him. Li Rong pursed her lips and smiled. I think so too. Hua Mo. I don't know much about him, so it's inevitable he'll be suspicious. Han Fei nodded lightly, suddenly becoming a little excited. But thanks to the crystal stones and pills he left behind, my clansman's cultivation has grown rapidly these past few years. 2 more great commanders have even reached the Saint Realm. Even Hua Mo and I are on the verge of breaking through. And we really must thank him for this. Li Rong also wore a happy expression. Before Yang Kai left, he had left behind a large number of crystal stones and refined pills, things the ancient demon clan urgently needed. After being sealed here for countless years, they had long since run out of crystal stones and were unable to refine pills. In the past, when they collected some spirit grasses and spirit medicines, they could only take them directly, but now they had pills they could use, the effects of which were much better. Have the 2 newly promoted great commanders stabilized their realms? Li Rong asked with concern. They've stabilized their realms. Hua Mo has been by their side teaching them the mysteries of the Saint Realm, so their comprehension has been quite quick. That's good, let's go back, Master, the wind here is strong. And Li Rong glanced up at the sky again before following Han Fei back. At this moment, a crackling sound suddenly came from the sky, and the 2 beautiful women couldn't help but stop and look up. In an instant, their beautiful eyes trembled violently, and their pretty faces were overflowing with pleasant surprise. High up in the sky, a bright red light suddenly appeared, like a bolt from the blue, and fell a few dozen kilometers away from Demon God's citadel. Faintly, Li Rong and Han Fei even saw a familiar figure descend from this red light. Chapter 861. Exchanging a glance, Li Rong and Han Fei turned into 2 streams of light and shot off into the distance. At the same time, Hua Mo, who had been teaching the 2 newly promoted Saint Realm great commanders in Demon God's citadel, also stood up and released his divine sense. After scanning the surroundings, the expression on his old face became extremely excited as he shouted, "You too, come with this old master!" Saying so, he hurriedly rushed out. The 2 new great commanders nodded lightly and followed closely behind Hua Mo. The entire Demon God's citadel was in turmoil. The members of the ancient demon clan were all standing in different positions, all of them casting their gazes towards the direction of the disturbance. Seeing several of their great commanders move out, they couldn't help discussing amongst themselves. Every time Coffin's slave senior captured someone, such a scene would occur, so when they saw this scene, they immediately realized that an outsider had entered this mysterious small world. The great commanders were obviously going to deal with this matter. But how powerful was this intruder to actually alarm all 5 of their great commanders? The members of the ancient demon clan were all filled with suspicion, but a young girl named Guan excitedly clenched her fists and muttered, "He's back! That person is back! We're saved!" The relationship between Yang Kai and Great Demon God was something only Guan knew about, so she was certain that the one who had entered this mysterious small world this time was Yang Kai. Besides him, Coffin's slave senior shouldn't have let anyone else enter this place. A few dozen kilometers away, Yang Kai and Wizard Tribulation landed on the red light. After standing firm, Yang Kai immediately noticed that several powerful auras were rapidly approaching. Smiling lightly, Yang Kai thought that Li Rong and the others might have been waiting impatiently, so they couldn't wait to attack. However, what made Yang Kai feel slightly strange was that there were actually 5 Saint Realm Masters, and whether it was Li Rong or Han Fei, all of them seemed to have significantly improved their strength. These powerful auras could not be hidden from the Wizard Tribulation's perception. After confirming the cultivation level of these people, his face changed. Holy Master, where is this place? Small sealed world. Yang Kai answered casually before beckoning the wizard. Come with me. The Wizard Tribulation's expression changed, but he didn't ask any more questions. He just followed Yang Kai step by step. This place was actually a mysterious small world, something he had never expected. He clearly remembered being pulled into the blood coffin by Yang Kai. Could it be that the mystery of the blood coffin behind the coffin-carrying man, which had puzzled the world for countless years, was actually a mysterious small world? What's more, the aura in this small sealed world also caught his attention. It seemed that there were many people from the demon race here, causing the surrounding world energy to be stained with traces of demonic qi. The demonic qi of the 5 experts who were charging towards them was even more obvious. What is this new Holy Master of 9 Heavens Holy Land doing? Have I stepped into some kind of dangerous place? The Wizard Tribulation couldn't help feeling uneasy. A moment later, 2 beautiful figures descended from the sky and landed in front of Yang Kai. Master! Li Rong hurriedly called out, a strange light flashing across her beautiful eyes, seemingly not having expected Yang Kai to really come here. Just a moment ago, she had been complaining to Han Fei that Yang Kai didn't come over often to check on her, but now he had appeared in front of her. Han Fei greets Master! Han Fei was as cold as ever, greeting Yang Kai while her pair of beautiful eyes scrutinized the Wizard Tribulation. Under her gaze, the Wizard Tribulation couldn't help feeling a little nervous, the green aura wrapping around his body swaying back and forth like a snake. Without anyone noticing, he moved closer to Yang Kai, seemingly looking for a sense of security. While they were talking, Huan Mo also arrived with the 2 new great commanders. As soon as he saw Yang Kai, he couldn't help but cry. Master, you've finally returned. This old master knew you wouldn't abandon my clan. Yang Kai chuckled. Commander Huan Mo is too polite. Since I promised to take you out, naturally I won't go back on my word. And didn't I come here this time? Han Fei glanced over at Huan Mo and snorted, thinking to herself, who was it that kept saying Master probably won't come back? Oh, you've gained 2 more saints? Yang Kai looked at the 2 people behind Huan Mo, and although he felt they were somewhat familiar, he didn't know their names. Greetings, Master. The 2 quickly cupped their fists. Li Rong pursed her lips and smiled. Thanks to the materials Master left behind for us, these 2 were able to have their current achievements. And, this is Great Commander Inya and this is Great Commander Shueji. After some introductions, Yang Kai barely remembered the names of these 2. Han Fei's beautiful eyes flashed a strange light as she stared at Yang Kai and whispered, Master's growth is so fast, how did you reach the 3rd Order Transcendent Realm now? Have you been gone for many years? Hearing her say this, Li Rong and Huan Mo suddenly remembered to check Yang Kai's cultivation and were both surprised. Not that long, about 5 or 6 years. Yang Kai calculated slightly and replied, Good, I don't have time to chat with you right now, I'll tell you as we walk. Seeing the dignified look on his face, Li Rong and the others also wore solemn expressions, faintly realizing that something was wrong. While walking towards Demon God Citadel, Li Rong glanced over at Wizard Tribulation before whispering to Yang Kai. Master, who is this? Yang Kai casually replied. A friend outside, you can ask him about the specific situation later. I came here this time to perform alchemy. Alchemy? Li Rong exclaimed. Could it be, some people are looking for Coffin Slave Senior while others are trying to kill me, so I need to get you out of here as soon as possible, otherwise things will become very troublesome. Who dares do such a thing? Li Rong's aura suddenly changed, becoming extremely gloomy. A demon general named Shueli. Yang Kai frowned. She seems to have accidentally obtained some demon god golden blood a long time ago, and has been eyeing my blood ever since. A demon general? Han Fei raised her brow. Then I'd like to see what kind of strength the current demon general of the demon race has. There will be an opportunity. Yang Kai stared at her and chuckled. As the group moved forward side by side, Wizard Tribulation, whether intentionally or unintentionally, stayed behind and silently observed the terrain and the cultivation of the 5 people in front of him, becoming more and more shocked the more he observed them. Yang Kai didn't know where he was, but the 5 people he was facing were all saints. The most powerful of them, the beautiful woman, should only be a second-order saint. Although she was only a second-order saint, the pressure Yang Kai felt from her anger just now was not inferior to the pressure Shui Li had given him. Wizard Tribulation even suspected that this woman was no worse than Shui Li. The other 4 were all first-order saints, and the second beautiful woman and the old man should have reached the limit of the first order. Whether it was the aura or the strength of their bodies, they were far more condensed than his own. If he really fought with any of them, Wizard Tribulation estimated that he would have no choice but to flee. The remaining 2 should have only broken through recently, which was confirmed by Yang Kai's conversation with them just now. However, Wu Jie couldn't help but feel a sense of inferiority towards these 2 Saint Realm Masters who had just broken through not long ago. He didn't know why, but Wu Jie felt a sense of pressure from them. Who are these people? Why are they so strange? On top of that, the way they addressed Yang Kai also made Wizard Tribulation curious. Although his heart was full of doubts, Wizard Tribulation understood that silence was golden and followed behind the group without saying a word. A short time later, the group returned to Demon God Citadel. From afar, Yang Kai saw many members of the ancient demon clan standing in front of the citadel, looking towards him. Among the crowd, a young girl waved excitedly and shouted, "Yang Kai! Yang Kai!" Looking towards the source of the voice, Kai Yang smiled and also raised his hand in greeting. This young girl named Guaner was the one who had been responsible for taking care of him after he was captured. She was also Li Rong's personal maidservant. "This little girl is too presumptuous." Li Rong ground her teeth and cursed, turning to Yang Kai and saying, "Master, there's no need to pay attention to her. I'll go back and teach her a lesson so she knows the difference between status." Yang Kai smiled bitterly. "There's no need for that, and you should be more casual. Don't call me master, it makes me feel very uncomfortable." "Then what should we call you?" Li Rong was surprised. "What did you call me at the beginning?" The 3 old great commanders looked at each other and tried to recall, all of them blushing. When Yang Kai was captured, the 3 of them had called him human brat, despicable human brat, smelly brat, etc. How could they dare call him that now? After entering Demon God Citadel, Guaner ran over and bowed to the 3 great commanders before excitedly following behind Yang Kai, chattering nonstop. It was as if she hadn't spoken since Yang Kai had left. Li Rong also smiled and shook her head, but seeing that Yang Kai didn't show any displeasure, she didn't reprimand Guaner. After chatting for a while, she suddenly turned to Wizard Tribulation and asked, "Who is this guy who doesn't look like a human or a ghost? Why did you bring him here?" Wizard Tribulation's face went black. Yang Kai shook his head and didn't answer her question, instead turning to Li Rong and saying, "I need to use that underground chamber. I'll be out in 2 or 3 days at most. As for the situation outside, you can ask Wizard Tribulation, he'll give you an answer." "Good." Li Rong and the others wore solemn expressions and nodded quickly. "Hey, Holy Master, Master!" Wizard Tribulation hurriedly stepped forward and pulled Yang Kai aside, looking very uncomfortable as he whispered, "Wizard, this one won't be in danger here, right?" Yang Kai was surprised and laughed. "No, you can rest assured. But why do I feel like these people are from the demon race?" Wizard Tribulation asked with a puzzled expression. "They are from the demon race, and not just any demon race people." Yang Kai laughed and patted Wizard Tribulation on the shoulder. "That's all, there's not much time left, I'll be going now, you can help yourself." Saying so, Yang Kai left. Wizard Tribulation shook his head helplessly. Li Rong and the others stood in place and didn't follow Yang Kai. Thinking of what Yang Kai had just said, they were all looking forward to it. 2 or 3 days, in just 2 or 3 days, the cage that had imprisoned the ancient demon clan for countless years would be broken. Their clansmen would once again set foot on the land they had longed for, and they would be able to see the sun, the moon, the stars, and the splendor of life outside. Chapter 862. The several great commanders of the ancient demon clan eagerly stared in the direction Yang Kai left, unable to calm down for a long time. "Master Li, it's time we let our clansmen know this exciting news," Guamo said in a deep voice. "And?" Li Rong gently nodded. "It's time." Saying so, her beautiful eyes turned towards Wizard Tribulation and smiled gently. "I heard Master say your name is Wizard Tribulation, right?" "Yes." Wizard Tribulation's expression was a little uneasy. Not long ago, he and Yang Kai had been chased by a demon general from the demon race and had been forced to flee into this mysterious small world. Now, 5 Saint Realm Masters from the demon race were standing in front of him. Wizard Tribulation couldn't help feeling like he had just escaped the tiger's den only to enter the wolf's den. Fortunately, these people didn't have any malicious intentions towards him, and their relationship with Yang Kai seemed to be quite deep. "Since you are Master's friends, you are not an outsider. Please come with me, we need to ask about the situation outside." Li Rong gently nodded and led the way into the fort. "Please," Han Fei said indifferently. Wizard Tribulation forced a smile and followed behind Li Rong. It just so happened that he also had many questions he wanted to ask these masters from the demon race. Inside the fort's underground secret room, Yang Kai sat cross-legged, not in a hurry to immediately begin refining the Saint Pill. Instead, he held his breath and calmed himself down. This secret room was the one he had used to cultivate the demon god transformation, so after arriving here, he was quite familiar with it. Yang Kai's current alchemy level should be the limit of a Saint-grade low-rank alchemist, only 1 step away from mid-rank. However, that didn't mean he couldn't refine a Saint-grade mid-rank pill. With the help of the Spirit Array and Myriad Drug Liquid, refining a Saint-grade mid-rank pill shouldn't be difficult. Emptying his mind and body, without any desires or thoughts, scenes of his own experiences flashed through his mind. These scenes were all related to alchemy. The experience and knowledge he had obtained from the true alchemic way, as well as the hardships he had experienced and the achievements he had made while studying alchemy, these scattered memories were purposefully recalled by Yang Kai and gradually connected together. It was as if he had become an outsider, watching his other self gradually grow on the path of alchemy. From the lowest mortal grade pill to earth grade, heaven grade, mysterious grade, spirit grade, saint grade, his other self was rapidly and steadily growing in alchemy in a very short period of time. One pill after another was refined, each of which seemed to be a new life, full of vitality. He had finally grown to the point where he could easily refine saint-grade low-grade pills. Yang Kai opened his eyes and an indescribable sense of self-confidence spread throughout his body. He was very sure that in his current state, refining that saint-grade mid-rank pill would be a success. The various spirit-grade and saint-grade spirit grasses and herbs Yang Kai had spent many years collecting were taken out and arranged in front of him. Releasing his divine sense, Yang Kai rushed into his small pill furnace and began carving a spirit array inside it that would increase his success rate. Picking up one of the herbs, Yang Kai released a burst of golden light and condensed his yuan qi into his hand. Like a small burning sun, it burned away the impurities in the herbs and condensed a medicinal liquid. Not long after, the medicinal liquid was condensed. It was a verdant green, like a teardrop, exuding a threatening aura. The yuan qi wrapped this drop of medicinal liquid and suspended it beside the pill furnace. Yang Kai then picked up another herb and did the same. After a while, the spirit array inside the pill furnace was completed. One herb after another was condensed, and everything proceeded in an orderly manner. In front of Yang Kai's eyes, there was only the world of alchemy and the herbs in front of him, temporarily forgetting the role of the saint pill he was refining. There was no pressure on his body or mind, all of his actions were natural and smooth. Inside the secret underground room, a medicinal fragrance filled the air. Inside a palace inside Demon God Citadel, the 5 great commanders of the ancient demon clan wore dignified expressions. After learning the details of what had happened from Wizard Tribulation, they understood why Yang Kai had so urgently rushed over to refine the saint pill that would help them escape. Time waited for no one, and he had been forced to do so. Shueli should have found the coffin-carrying man by now. If this wizard's guess is correct, she should be fighting the coffin-carrying man right now, Wizard Tribulation said while observing the expressions of the 5 great commanders. That demon general named Shueli is a 3rd order saint, right? Li Rong's brow furrowed deeply as she asked. And she's one of the top masters in the world. The 4 great demon general of the demon race all had such a cultivation. Masterly, Coffin Slave Sr. should have only been a 2nd order saint before he passed away, and his body has long since decayed. Against that demon general, I'm afraid he won't be able to last long, Han Fei said angrily, wishing she could rush out and help Coffin Slave Sr. right now. Coffin Slave Sr. shouldn't be that woman's opponent, but as long as she still wants to inquire about the whereabouts of the great demon god, she won't kill him, so there's no need to worry for the time being. We only need to wait 2 or 3 days before we can act. Li Rong said softly, suddenly remembering something. But according to Master, that woman accidentally obtained some demon god golden blood a long time ago and refined it into her body. I hope she doesn't use the demon god's divine technique. If that's the case, we'll be in trouble. Demon god's divine technique? Wizard Tribulation's eyes narrowed, his expression fluctuating as he hesitantly asked. What you're talking about, wouldn't it be the legendary great demon god, right? Indeed, the great demon god. Huaimo nodded. Wizard Tribulation's mouth twitched, but he didn't dare ask anything more. This matter was related to the great demon god, so it wasn't something he could inquire about at will. The more he knew, the more difficult it would be to escape. Just as these people were talking, a chaotic aura suddenly appeared outside, accompanied by a series of cracking sounds as the entire mysterious small world seemed to shake. Li Rong's pretty face went cold as she got up from her chair, and in the next moment, she had already arrived outside and was staring up at the sky. The rest of the group also hurried out. It's already begun, Li Rong said faintly. It should be the battle between that demon general and Coffin Slave Sr. that has affected us. Daring to attack Coffin Slave Sr., I'll teach her a lesson when we get out. Han Fei coldly snorted. Wizard Tribulation suddenly remembered that he and Yang Kai had entered this place through the blood coffin behind the coffin-carrying man, and couldn't help asking worriedly. If that Coffin Slave Sr. is defeated and the blood coffin behind him is destroyed, what will happen to this place? Li Rong glanced at him and smiled. This mysterious small world was created by the great demon god using the great divine technique and sealed inside that blood coffin. If that blood coffin is destroyed, this mysterious small world will shatter, and those of us who live here will be banished to the endless void, unable to find a way out. Wizard Tribulation's face went pale as he muttered, I hope that Coffin Slave Sr. can hold on a little longer. Among the people present, although the ancient demon clan great commanders were somewhat worried, they weren't anxious. Instead, the one who was most anxious was Wizard Tribulation. The great commanders obviously had some confidence in Coffin Slave Sr., and were even more convinced that Shueli would not rashly destroy that blood coffin. That is, if she still wanted to inquire about the secrets of the great demon god. The changes in the mysterious small world caused panic among the ancient demon clan's clansmen, so Huaimo, Yinya, and Shueji had no choice but to calm them down. Under Li Rong's orders, they also spread the news that Yang Kai was refining a saint pill. The ancient demon clan suddenly boiled up, all of them raising their heads in anticipation. 1 day passed, 2 days passed. As time passed, the mysterious small world became more and more unstable. After 2 days, the turbulent mysterious small world suddenly calmed down. Perceiving this change, the expressions of Li Rong and the other great commanders dimmed. They knew that for this situation to occur, either Coffin Slave Sr. had repelled the demon general, or Coffin Slave Sr. had been defeated by the demon general. The latter was more likely. After all, Coffin Slave Sr.'s opponent was a peak 3rd order saint. Coffin's slave senior had guarded this mysterious small world for countless years, and although no one from the ancient demon clan had ever seen him before, nor did they know what he looked like, all of them respected him from the bottom of their hearts. It was because of him that every 10 years, he would go out to find someone who could rescue their clansmen from the outside world, eventually finding Yang Kai and allowing Li Rong and the others to see hope today. But now, while the ancient demon clan was on the verge of escaping, Coffin's slave senior had encountered a powerful enemy. Li Rong and the others were more anxious than anyone else, and couldn't wait to leave this place and see how Coffin's slave senior was doing. However, if Yang Kai didn't refine the same pill, they wouldn't be able to escape, so even if they were anxious, there was nothing they could do. At that moment, the world energy in the mysterious small world once again became chaotic and began to gather in a certain direction. Everyone's expression shook as they sensed this and were pleasantly surprised. They noticed that the place where the world energy was gathering was the secret underground room Yang Kai was using to perform alchemy. Faintly, there seemed to be a fresh pill fragrance drifting over from that direction. Looking over, everyone couldn't help feeling slightly nervous. A moment later, the world energy calmed down and after a short time, a figure appeared. Everyone only saw a flash of light before Yang Kai appeared in front of them. "Master!" Li Rong hesitantly called out, her voice trembling slightly. Yang Kai grinned and spread his hand. "I didn't disappoint, the refinement was successful." In his hand, there was an earthy yellow pill the size of a longan fruit that was emitting a dense light. Several pairs of eyes stared at this same pill, tears flashing at the corners of Hua Mo's eyes. "But how to use this thing will be up to you." Yang Kai frowned and solemnly handed the saint pill to Li Rong. There was only one saint pill, but the ancient demon clan had thousands of clansmen, so Yang Kai really didn't know how to distribute the medicinal efficacies of this saint pill. "Han Fei and I will take care of this matter." Li Rong gripped the saint pill tightly, exchanging a glance with Han Fei before flying off towards the highest point of Demon God Citadel. "We'll also go gather our clansmen," Hua Mo said before quickly leaving with Yinya and Shui Ji. Yang Kai looked up and saw Li Rong seemed to be arranging something at the highest point of Demon God Citadel, a subtle energy fluctuation pulsing from it. Under the summons of Hua Mo, Yinya, and Shui Ji, the ancient demon clan's clansmen were also gathering there. Chapter 863. High up in Demon God Citadel, Li Rong and Han Fei were busy making arrangements, while Hua Mo, Yinya, and Shui Ji were also arranging for their clansmen to gather. Yang Kai observed the situation while restoring his strength. Wizard Tribulation, who was standing next to him, had a complicated look on his face as he hesitated to speak. "Sect Wizard, if Sect Master Wizard has any questions, feel free to ask." Yang Kai chuckled. Wizard Tribulation pondered for a moment before cupping his fists and asking, "Then this wizard will be bold. Dare I ask, Holy Master, what is your relationship with the people from the demon race here? If I say that they are my subordinates, would Sect Wizard believe me?" Yang Kai squinted at Wizard Tribulation with a playful smile on his face. Wizard Tribulation stared at Yang Kai with a dignified expression for a moment before nodding. "This wizard believes." He had been here for 2 days and could infer the truth of the matter from the way the Saint Realm Masters addressed Yang Kai. Now that Yang Kai admitted it himself, how could Wizard Tribulation not believe him? How could Holy Master have such a group of subordinates? They are from the demon race. So what if they are from the demon race? Yang Kai chuckled. Since ancient times, humans and demons have been at odds with each other. Wizard Tribulation was stunned and said matter-of-factly, "Those who can help me are useful to me. Who cares if they are from the demon race or not? Speaking of which, we are all living beings of this world. Is there a need to draw such a clear distinction?" Wizard Tribulation stared at Yang Kai in a daze, unable to wrap his head around the situation for a while. He was not like Yang Kai, who came to Tongxian Realm later. The native creatures of Tongxian Realm had a sense of rejection and mistrust towards outsiders. Wizard Tribulation was the same. He secretly felt that joining the demon race was destined to be a bad ending. Yang Kai's extremely magnanimous appearance made him somewhat unable to accept such a situation. After thinking for a moment, Yang Kai quickly said, "But Sir Holy Master, have you ever considered that if news of what happened here were to spread, you may never be able to establish yourself in the human race's territory? Even Nine Heavens Holy Land and your sect, Soaring Heaven sect, will be implicated." Yang Kai shook his head. "I don't care what the world thinks. I don't need to listen to others. If anyone wants to find trouble with me, just do so." Wizard Tribulation's mouth twitching, somewhat speechless. "Master's Holy Master is really not an ordinary person. And two's hands races people's is. They see even fives to the race are masters. They are S's realm masters. Race two's realm is, they is quite A's. To S they, and realms, S to be, and realm S, and demon realm S, and to be, twos to S to be to their to S's to S to them S. No one from the demon race had ever become a subordinate of a human. Rather than humiliate a member of the demon race like this, he would rather let them die. However, Wizard Tribulation saw that Li Rong and the others were not only very respectful to Yang Kai, but they were also willing to submit to him. "Because I am the successor of Great Demon God." Yang Kai grinned. Wizard Tribulation's expression changed as he let out a dry laugh. "Holy Master, please don't joke around." Yang Kai did not explain and simply asked, "What does Sect Master Wizard plan to do in the future?" "Plan?" Wizard Tribulation frowned. "I don't have any plans for the time being. Let's get through this crisis first. However, Holy Master can rest assured that I won't tell anyone what I've seen these past few days." Yang Kai nodded lightly. "I know Sect Master Wizard's character. You don't need to promise me anything." Wizard Tribulation no longer said anything, and together with Yang Kai stared towards the top of Demon God's citadel. On the other side, Li Rong and Han Fei seemed to have finished their preparations. Holding the same pill that Yang Kai had just refined in her hand, she slowly closed her beautiful eyes. In the next moment, rich demonic chi gushed out from her and Han Fei's bodies. A brilliant light bloomed at the feet of the two of them, faintly forming a mysterious spirit array. With a flash of light, the Saint pill in Li Rong's hand suddenly burst open, turning into a dense fog that fell from the sky and enveloped the gathered ancient demon clan clansmen. These clansmen did not dare to neglect and quickly circulated their secret arts to absorb the medicinal efficacies of the Saint pill into their bodies, each of them showing a look of joy on their faces. Kacha, the sound of flesh and bones cracking rang out. Yang Kai was surprised to find that these ancient demon clan clansmen seemed to have undergone some subtle and strange changes at this moment. The shackles that had been placed on their bodies seemed to have been shattered. All of them regained their freedom. This scene lasted for a full hour before the exploding fog gradually disappeared and was completely absorbed by the ancient demon clan clansmen. Li Rong and Han Fei opened their beautiful eyes and looked down with smiles on their faces. "Master Li, everything is ready." Huai Mo stood below and called out. "Has everything been packed?" Li Rong asked. "Everything that needs to be brought has been brought." "Good." Li Rong gently nodded, her pretty face filled with excitement as she declared, "Today, my clan will leave this place. Clansmen, remember this place with your own eyes. This is the place where my clan has lived for thousands of years. You will never return." Every ancient demon clan clansman turned their heads and looked around, their expressions complex. Since they were born, their only wish was to leave this place and go to the outside world, but now that this moment had arrived, they couldn't help feeling inexplicably sad. After all, this was the place where they were born and raised. "Great commanders, please come up." Li Rong beckoned. Huaimo, Inya, and Shueji quickly flew over to Li Rong's side, the five of them exchanging a glance before nodding in unison. In the next moment, a force strong enough to tear open space appeared, tearing apart the chaotic sky. Their method was different from Yang Kai's tearing of space. They were simply using a special method to open an exit from this mysterious small world to the outside world. The last time Yang Kai left, Li Rong and the others had also used this method to send him away. "I'll go out and take a look first. You protect our clansmen and follow me," Li Rong said before immediately rushing towards the crack. After her figure disappeared, Han Fei and the others arranged for their clansmen to pass through the entrance in an orderly manner and leave this mysterious small world. Atop the endless snow mountain range, Xue Li stared down with a dignified expression, while Yu Mo's expression was also quite ugly. Not far away, Zhang Ao, Chao Guan, and the others all had lingering fears. Down below, several snow mountains had been razed to the ground. This was the result of a fierce battle between a second-order saint and a third-order saint. Poisonous and rotting gas filled a large area, so no one dared to go down to investigate. The pure white snow mountain range had become a poisonous swamp. Those with slightly weaker strength who smelled this poisonous and rotting gas would die on the spot, turning into puddles of pus. Several shattering mystical palace disciples who had gone down to investigate had suffered such a fate. That damn coffin-carrying man, as a fellow member of the demon race, actually daring to attack this queen, he deserves more than death. Xue Li's pretty face twisted as she cursed angrily. A few days ago, she had followed Yang Kai's aura here and found traces of the coffin-carrying man in a cave. But before she could investigate, the coffin-carrying man suddenly attacked her. Facing an undead who had reached the second-order saint realm, Xue Li couldn't help complaining. After 2 days of bitter fighting, Yang Kai was finally able to shatter Yang Kai's body, but even so, after his body was pulverized, the poisonous and corrosive qi that had been accumulating in his body for countless years began to spread outwards, forcing Xue Li to temporarily avoid him, using her own means to disperse the poisonous qi below while biding her time. The blood coffin that was being protected by the coffin-carrying man was of particular interest to her. From this blood coffin, Xue Li smelled an exciting aura, the aura of the great demon god. She was almost certain that this blood coffin had something to do with the legendary great demon god. Zhang Ao, Chao Guan, and the others watched helplessly from the sidelines. They had come here for the coffin-carrying man, but now the fruit of victory had been snatched by Xue Li. Facing this demon general, they had no temper at all. They could only wait and see, the bitterness in their hearts surging like a gold thread. The poisonous and rotting gas that had shrouded the area below gradually thinned, and after a while, it was possible to go down and investigate the situation. At that moment, a ray of red light suddenly bloomed and an aura that made Xue Li feel uneasy spread out. Her beautiful face turned pale as she stared at the source of the red light. She saw a figure flash out of the red light. He stood in the air and waved his hand to disperse the remaining poisonous gas and decaying gas. He glanced around and his expression suddenly became cold and stern. She discovered the scattered pieces of flesh that belonged to the coffin-carrying man. A second-order saint? Xue Li stared at the beautiful woman who had suddenly appeared in surprise, a look of confusion filling her beautiful eyes. She clearly felt that this woman who had suddenly appeared contained an extremely rich demonic qi, clearly belonging to the demon race. How could such a woman suddenly appear here? The other party seemed to have noticed her existence, and from a short distance away, her cold eyes stared towards her, not showing any fear, even a hint of hatred and provocation. Xue Li smiled silently, her strength a minor realm higher than the other party, so naturally she had nothing to fear. Asterisk schwa schwa schwa. Asterisk one figure after another flashed out of the red light, each of them belonging to the demon race. After appearing, these people from the demon race gathered around the woman who had first appeared and began searching for a place to settle down. After finding a place to settle down, these people began looking around curiously and excitedly, their faces filled with excitement. Feeling the cold around them, these people picked up the snow on the ground and let out a burst of exclamations. It was as if they had never seen anything like this before. It was late at night, and the clear and cold moonlight poured down in torrents. The crescent moon and the faintly discernible stars attracted their attention. All of them raised their heads to look and pointed at the blue dome of heaven as they discussed. Xue Li and the others were all stunned, all of them frowning deeply, unable to understand where so many people from the demon race had come from. The people from the ancient demon race, who had been sealed away for countless years, suddenly felt as if they had been reborn, their bodies trembling as they found it difficult to suppress their excitement, many of them even crying tears of horror as they threw their heads back and howled towards the sky. The scene was extremely lively. Xue Li's group had become mere spectators, not receiving any attention. It wasn't until Yang Kai and Wizard GF followed Han Fei out of the mysterious small world that Xue Li's pair of beautiful eyes turned towards him, her gaze filled with greed. Chapter 864. Atop the Snow Mountain Range, nearly 1,000 members of the ancient demon race walked out of the mysterious small world and scattered across a large area. Not far away, led by Xue Li, Umo, Zhang Ao, Chao Guan, and the others were all on high alert, all of them curious as to where this group of people had come from. Suddenly, the world energy around them became chaotic, and the members of the ancient demon race who walked out of the mysterious small world all seemed to have different sizes of suction forces coming from their bodies, as they madly swallowed the surrounding world energy. In an instant, all of the world energy within a 12-kilometer radius was absorbed. World energy from even farther away quickly rushed over and was constantly being absorbed by the ancient demon race members. The clouds in the sky suddenly changed as a terrifying pressure descended from above. Everyone's expression changed drastically. The members of the ancient demon race all showed looks of pleasant surprise as they opened their hearts and minds to welcome this baptism of world energy. Wizard Tribulation watched with a strange expression for a while before calling out in alarm. A breakthrough? This scene, this movement, was clearly a sign of a breakthrough, and it wasn't just 1 or 2 people who were breaking through, but more than half of the 1,000 members of the ancient demon race who were on the verge of breaking through. As for the rest, their strength seemed to have increased significantly in an instant. Yang Kai's expression also fluctuated as he suddenly recalled that when he first came to Tongxian realm from his own world, his strength had also improved in an instant. After the invisible shackles sealed on his body were broken, he would receive the nourishment of this world, and his realm and cultivation would naturally improve by a large margin. The situation the ancient demon clan members were facing at this moment was similar to his own. Looking around, Yang Kai was surprised to find that among the members of the ancient demon race who were on the verge of breaking through, Han Fei and Hua Emo were the ones who were making the most noise. These 2 great commanders were first-order saints and had already reached the limit of their cultivation, so if they were to break through at this moment, they would become second-order saints. The breakthroughs of Saint Realm Masters were no joke. The 2 of them seemed to be aware of this. They immediately used their movement techniques and fled far away, so as to avoid the power of heaven and earth generated when they broke through and affected the other clansmen. Yang Kai glanced over at Li Rong nervously, and quickly discovered that this beautiful woman's face was glowing and her beautiful eyes were shining brightly. Obviously, after leaving the small sealed world and setting foot here, her strength had improved significantly. Inya and Shueji were the same. Master Li, Yang Kai called out from beside her. Shouldn't we spread out a little? There were too many people trying to break through, and the power of heaven and earth brought about by the gathering of all of them made even his heart palpitate. If he did not disperse them to break through, it was very likely that there would be some casualties. But at this moment, with strong enemies coveting them, it was not a wise choice to disperse. No need. Li Rong slowly shook her head. Master, have you forgotten what is the greatest asset of my people? Han Fei and Hua Mo have already left. As long as the power of heaven and earth when they break through doesn't affect our clansmen, they will be fine. Hearing her say this, Yang Kai suddenly remembered that the ancient demon clan's greatest asset was their extremely strong physique. Among cultivator of the same realm, the ancient demon clan's physique was much stronger than any other. What's more, they could use their demon crests. This allowed their bodies to become much tougher. Withstanding the baptism of world energy required a tyrannical physique. Li Rong didn't seem worried at all, so Yang Kai naturally relaxed. And the biggest problem right now is not our clansman's breakthrough. Master, that woman is the current demon general, right? Li Rong looked towards Xue Li and asked. And a third-order saint. Not bad. Li Rong chuckled as she evaluated Xue Li. At least my demon race hasn't declined too much. At the same time, Umo also frowned and asked Xue Li. Master, what should we do now? Looking at the appearance of these people, it seems that many of them are about to break through. Should we? Li slowly shook her head. They are all members of my demon race. Although I don't know why they are with that human brat, if we act at this time, it may arouse their hatred. Let's wait for them to finish and ask them, and if possible, bring them back to Sand City. 4 first-order saints and 1 second-order saint, a very powerful force. If we can subdue them, the strength of my Sand City will rise above the other 3. What Master says is right. Umo nodded, no longer saying anything. The number of people from the demon race who had suddenly appeared was not small, and there were many masters as well. If they could really subdue them, they would definitely become a great help. At that time, the strength of the other 3 demon generals' subordinates would no longer be comparable to Master Li's. They don't seem to intend to stop my race. Li Rong looked at Li and smiled. Yang Kai coldly snorted. That woman probably thinks you aren't her opponent, so she doesn't mind letting you break through. Then she may be in for a shock, Li Rong said meaningfully. Yang Kai glanced at her in surprise, but seeing the confident look in her beautiful eyes, he couldn't help thinking about it. He had never seen Li Rong take action before and only knew that Li Rong's cultivation was probably at the second-order saint realm, 1 realm lower than Li. But from the tone of her voice at the moment, it seemed she didn't put Li in her eyes at all. Yang Kai grinned, silently and mysteriously, secretly looking forward to what would happen next. He really wanted to know what kind of scene it would be if these 2 women fought. On one side, hundreds of his clansmen were breaking through, while on the other side, he was quietly observing the situation. The atmosphere in the Snow Mountain Range was strange and dignified. Hong Long Long, Kacha, the terrifying power of heaven and earth suddenly descended from the sky, like snakes with sharp fangs, ruthlessly smashing into the crowd. Muffled groans rang out as many of the ancient demon race cultivators who were breaking through were injured in the first round, blood seeping from the corners of their mouths. If it was just one person breaking through, with their physique, they wouldn't have to worry about being injured by the world energy. But with so many people gathered together, even the world energy was becoming more and more terrifying. Even with several people sharing the burden, there were some who showed signs of being unable to bear it. However, the injured ancient demon race cultivators didn't panic in the slightest. Instead, all of them laughed loudly, their expressions filled with arrogance as they stared towards the sky, waiting for the second round of world energy to descend, their eyes filled with expectation, as if they couldn't wait for the more intense the world energy was. The wizard Tribulation had already hidden himself far away, afraid that he would be implicated. At this moment, Yang Kai also flew to his side, quietly watching. Lunatics! The wizard Tribulation's mouth twitched. These people are simply lunatics. How can they bear the world energy baptism like this? They are simply looking for death. That's not necessarily true. Yang Kai laughed, and shook his head. Holy Master, do you think they can bear it? Someone was injured in the first round of baptism, wizard, I can't imagine that they can hold on until the end. At this time, it's obvious that they should all disperse and break through on their own. Why are they gathered together? Wizard, I really don't understand. Ordinary people from the demon race probably can hold on, but they are not ordinary people from the demon race. Yang Kai laughed. The wizard Tribulation frowned and looked at him, feeling even more confused. People from the demon race were people from the demon race. How could there be a difference between ordinary and extraordinary? Hong Long Long. The world energy continued to descend, bombarding the heads of the people from the ancient demon race like a calamity, causing them to constantly bleed and be injured. However, this group of people seemed to have really gone mad. The more they bled, the more excited they became. Under the night sky, everyone's eyes glowed with a fierce light, like a pack of wild wolves, a terrifying sight to behold. In Shattering Mystical Palace, the disciples of War Spirit Temple all stared at this scene in horror. Even Zhang Ao and Chao Guan felt their hearts tremble. The scene of hundreds of people breaking through together was extremely spectacular. In the distance, there were 2 other earth-shattering movements. These were caused by the 2 great commanders, Han Fei and Hua Mo, when they broke through, either of which was weaker than this one. Li's beautiful eyes flashed with surprise, feeling more and more that she should bring this group of people from the demon race under her command. Everyone here, regardless of their cultivation, age, or rank, exuded the purest aura of the demon race, violent, bloody, and cruel. Xueli quite admired this. Secretly, Xueli felt that this was the real demon race. Unable to suppress the excitement in her heart, Xueli called out, "Hey woman, what's your name? Where did you come from?" Li Rong smiled gently and asked, "Are you talking to me?" "Yes." Xueli nodded firmly. "This queen is one of the 4 demon generals. Xueli, tell me your name and where you came from." Xueli was also a member of the demon race, and her cultivation was higher than the other parties, so it was natural for her to speak in such a tone. "Since you are a demon general, can't you see the origins of my race?" Li Rong waved her sleeves and turned to face Xueli in a dignified manner. Xueli couldn't help frowning and asked unhappily, "Should this queen know?" Li Rong chuckled. This queen, a mere demon general dares to call himself this queen in front of me? Has the current demon race really forgotten its ancient history?" Hearing her say this, everyone's expression became strange. Xueli glared towards Li Rong with a sneer, her face filled with hostility. She was obviously enraged. The reason why she hadn't taken action to stop this group of demon race cultivators from breaking through was entirely because they were all from the same race and she intended to subdue them. But she hadn't expected this woman, who seemed to be the leader of this group, to speak so arrogantly. In this world, only the demon commander dared to speak to Xueli in such a manner. Sometimes, even the demon commander's words didn't have much effect in front of Xueli. "Don't take this queen's love for talent for cowardice," Xueli snorted coldly. "If you weren't also members of the demon race, this queen would have already taken action. How could she have allowed you to so leisurely break through? A trivial second-order saint dares act presumptuously in front of this queen? You should be taught a lesson. Indeed, it's time to teach you a lesson." Li Rong's pretty face also became cold. "My race hasn't appeared for thousands of years, but I didn't expect that even members of the demon race would forget about you. Today, my race has returned to this world, so I'll use you as a sacrifice to teach you a lesson." Xueli's eyes narrowed as she shouted, "Who are you?" Chapter 865. Atop the endless snow mountain range, 2 powerful and beautiful women were facing off against each other, seemingly on the verge of breaking out into a fight. What's more, both of them were extremely beautiful women. Everyone couldn't help but look forward to it. They wanted to know what the result would be if the 2 of them really fought. What was strange was that the slightly weaker beautiful woman had a leisurely and calm demeanor, while Demon General Xueli, whose strength was slightly higher, wore a dignified expression, as if she was somewhat afraid of this woman. This caused many people to be puzzled. Li Rong glanced over at her clansmen who were in the midst of breaking through and felt that they had all reached the final juncture, so no longer remaining polite, she coldly asked, "Coffin Slave Senior, was it you who killed him? You mean that coffin-carrying man?" Xueli's expression became gloomy. "So what? As a member of my demon race, he actually dared to attack this queen. His death is not enough to be regretted." "Good. It's good that you admit it." Li Rong took a deep breath, her full breasts heaving up and down exaggeratedly, a trace of sadness appearing on her face as she whispered, "Coffin Slave Senior sacrificed countless years for my clan, but I never expected that at this critical juncture, I would not be able to see him. Demon General Xueli, you will pay the price for this." Saying so, the demonic chi in her body suddenly surged and transformed into a black fog that rushed straight towards Xueli. "Your courage is commendable," Xueli sneered. Seeing Li Rong actually take the initiative to attack her, she didn't hesitate, her tender body flickering as she met Li Rong head-on. The 2 beautiful and voluptuous figures collided in an instant, and a violent shockwave burst out, instantly creating an earth-shattering battle between 2 Saint Realm masters. Everyone's attention was drawn to this scene as they all looked up towards the sky. "Holy Master, this demon race group you found is a bit abnormal." Wizard Tribulation's face twitched as he whispered to Yang Kai. Ordinary clansmen gathering together to break through was one thing, but that beautiful woman, who was their leader, actually took the initiative to challenge Xue Li, obviously trying to smash a rock with an egg. Although the difference between the Second-Order Saint Realm and the Third-Order Saint Realm was only a single minor realm, the difference in their true combat power was like the difference between heaven and earth. Tribulation, the wizard felt that Li Rong would soon be defeated. He had his eyes and ears on all sides, and was ready to slip away when Shirley was not looking at him. "It's not normal," Yang Kai chuckled. "It's probably because I've been locked up for too long." That being said, Yang Kai could understand Li Rong's feelings. Coffin's slave had been beaten to a pulp by Xue Li, his flesh and blood scattered throughout the world. How could she not be angry? At first, he didn't rush to take revenge on Xue Li because he wanted to protect his people. Now that her clansman's advancement was almost complete, she naturally couldn't wait to make a move. In the sky, the two beautiful women were locked in a deadly battle as if they were mortal enemies. Circles of pitch-black demonic yuan spread out in all directions. As they collided, waves of exquisite energy fluctuations were transmitted, causing everyone present to narrow their eyes and tremble in fear. A battle between a Second-Order Saint Realm Master and a Third-Order Saint Realm Master was extremely rare. Yang Kai, who had been paying close attention to this battle, couldn't tell which of these two women was stronger. However, judging from the degree of fluctuations in their auras, it should be Li Rong who was being suppressed. The pitch-black demonic chi spread out like a poisonous snake, instantly transforming into a giant python that opened its maw and bit towards one of the two figures. At the same time, Xue Li's soul aura gradually grew stronger and shot towards a certain spot in the void. At that spot, Li Rong, who had just appeared, paused, seemingly affected by Xue Li's divine sense attack. Before she could react, the giant black python swallowed her whole. Exclamations rang out as Zhang Ao, Chao Guan, and the others who were watching the battle were all shocked by Xue Li's methods. A Second-Order Saint had only lasted half a stick of incense worth of time before being defeated. Zhang Ao estimated that if he were to face Xue Li, he would likely be able to last even longer. This beautiful woman who had appeared out of nowhere was already quite impressive. Asterisk chi chi chi, asterisk just as everyone was calling out in alarm, a burst of crackling sounds came from the bodies of the giant pythons, and in the next moment, with a burst of light, the giant pythons shattered and Li Rong broke free, a trace of blood trickling from the corner of her mouth. It seemed that she had suffered a loss in that confrontation. Xue Li looked at her calmly and sneered contemptuously. "You dare act presumptuously in front of this queen with such meager skill? Obediently submit to me and I can spare your life." Li Rong reached out and wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth as she stared back at her indifferently, not saying a word. After a moment, she slowly closed her beautiful eyes and her aura underwent an earth-shattering change. From her tender body, a black demonic chi visible to the naked eye gushed out. This demonic chi danced like a snake, gradually climbing up Li Rong's tender body and disappearing into her clothes. On her gorgeous face, strange black lines began to appear. A wild sense of beauty radiated from her. Demon-god transformation. Li Rong cultivated the most orthodox demon-god transformation, and although it couldn't be compared to Yang Kai's, it was still able to greatly enhance her combat power and vitality. She was already a Second-Order Saint, so after activating her demon crests, the wild and violent aura she exuded was not much different from Xue Li's. Seemingly attracted by her demon-god transformation, the ancient demon race cultivators who were in the final stages of their breakthroughs also began to roar like trapped beasts. Demonic chi began to leak out, covering everyone's cheeks and exposed skin with demon crests of varying degrees. High up in the sky, when the final wave of world energy descended, the ancient demon race cultivators roared towards the heavens, not condensing any of their saint chi at all, simply using their physical bodies to withstand the destructive force of this attack. Cracking sounds rang out from their flesh and bones as an invisible shockwave spread out from under their feet. In an instant, the several hundred cultivators all rose a minor realm. Xue Li's beautiful eyes trembled violently while Yu Mo's expression also became dignified at this moment, his hands and feet trembling. The moment the two of them saw these demon crests, they both remembered an ancient legend. "You are!" Shueli screamed like a madwoman, seemingly having recognized the origins of Li Rong and the others but not daring to say the taboo words. "What race are you from?" According to legend, in the era when the great demon god was in the limelight, there was a small branch of the demon race that specialized in serving the great demon god. They were personally cultivated by the great demon god and possessed the noblest bloodline in the entire demon race besides the great demon god. In front of this clan, the demon general's name was nothing. Any member of the demon race who saw them had to treat them with respect. They were the servants of the great demon god and were the glory of the entire demon race. In that era, anyone who joined the demon race had the highest pursuit of joining this branch. However, they never accepted outsiders and only reproduced on their own. Although their numbers were small, they possessed incredible strength. Almost every member of this clan was capable of fighting above their realm. The most outstanding among them could even fight opponents several minor realms above their own without falling into a disadvantage. At that time, this small branch of the demon race followed the great demon god in his campaigns, making great contributions and representing the great demon god and ruling this part of the world. They were the great demon god's trusted aides, a symbol of invincibility. According to legend, when they fought with all their strength, their bodies would be covered in something called demon crests. These demon crests contained the power of the great demon god, and with these demon crests, few in the world could match them. However, after the fall of the great demon god, this branch of the demon race disappeared. This branch was called the Ancient Demon Clan. After so many years, no one knew whether this legend was true or not. Many people even thought that this legendary branch of the demon race was nothing more than a fabrication to increase the prestige of the great demon god. But now, this legendary scene had appeared in front of Shueli's eyes. The magewells that covered the outside of his body were a good indication of that. Shueli felt an incredible power from these demon crests. "You recognize it?" Li Rong looked at her sarcastically, nodding lightly. "At least you have some eyesight." "Impossible!" Shueli screamed, her demon general's demeanor long ago disappearing. "You should have died long ago. According to historical records, it was the master himself who buried you all because you offended a power that should not be offended." As a demon general, Shueli naturally knew some secrets that others did not. She had also heard many things about the ancient demon clan. It was said that for some special reason, before the great demon god fell, he deliberately destroyed the ancient demon clan. So Shueli had always believed that this branch of the ancient demon clan had long since disappeared from this world. "If you don't believe me, you can verify it yourself. Use your body!" Li Rong coldly snorted, taking the initiative to attack for the second time. While Shueli was in a daze, Li Rong had already rushed in front of her and pointed her finger towards her, sending out a burst of light that seemed to possess a kind of soul-stealing power, causing Shueli to involuntarily fall into a daze. "Master!" Umo exclaimed, but just as he was about to rush up to help, Inya and Shuiji, the two new great commanders of the ancient demon clan who had not yet moved, suddenly moved. Grinning wickedly, they attacked Umo from both sides, causing him to be caught off guard. With a pitiful scream, Shueli was sent flying backwards like a paper kite, a bloody hole deep enough to see bone appearing on her delicate shoulder, and blood shrouded in a faint golden glow oozing out. "You think you're worthy of the great demon god's golden blood?" Seeing this golden light, Li Rong's expression suddenly became cold, her eyes filled with boundless murderous intent as she glared at Shueli. Shueli quickly stabilized her state of mind. In her shock just now, she had accidentally allowed Li Rong to succeed, but now that she was facing a master from the ancient demon clan, she didn't dare act carelessly. This was a clan that was filled with legends. Only now did Shueli realize that the other party really had the capital and strength to fight her, even if her cultivation was a minor realm lower. "What are you still standing around for?" Umo, who was being attacked by Inya and Shuiji, roared. "If you want to live, come up and help, otherwise you'll all die." These words were directed at the dumbfounded Zhang Ao, Chao Guan, and the others. Hearing this, Zhang Ao, Chao Guan, and the others glanced at each other with complicated expressions, grit their teeth, summoned their artifacts, and rushed up to help Umo. Chapter 866. The battle between Xueli and Li Rong was basically one of the greatest showdowns in this world. With the strength of Zhang Ao and Chao Guan, they didn't dare intervene at will. As such, they immediately rushed up to help Umo. Shattering Mystical Palace and War Spirit Temple had a total of 4 saints, one of whom was Zhang Ao, a second-order saint, so his strength was quite good. After he joined the battle, he immediately suppressed the 2 new great commanders, Yinya and Xueji. 5 against 2, even if Yinya and Xueji displayed their demon god transformations, they were still in a dangerous situation. Holy Master, should we help? Wizard Tribulation's eyes twitched as he saw this and couldn't help asking. No need. Yang Kai shook his head. In a battle of this scale, Wizard Tribulation wouldn't be able to provide much help. Yang Kai originally intended to intervene, but after probing for a while, he discovered that it was no longer necessary. From the left and right, 2 figures were rapidly approaching. These 2 were naturally Han Fei and Huaimo, who had successfully broken through. The former's aura was cold while the latter's was vigorous. Before they had even arrived, the pressure they exuded had already descended, causing Yinya and Xueji, who had been struggling to cope with this situation, to rejoice and their attacks to become even fiercer. The White Snow Mountain Range was almost completely shrouded in black demonic chi, making it seem as if the entire world was shrouded in darkness. Asterisk whoosh whoosh whoosh. Asterisk icicles containing destructive power shot out from all directions, heading straight for Zhang Ao, Chao Guan, and the others. With the arrival of a crisis, Zhang Ao, Chao Guan, and the others felt a chill run down their spines as they hurriedly tried to dodge, but from the depths of the Snow Mountain Range, countless strange black hands stretched out and grabbed towards them. At the same time, Huaimo shot up from below like a ghost. Exquisite energy fluctuations emanated from his hands and fiercely slammed into the enemy's position. Facing this sudden attack, Zhang Ao, Chao Guan, and the other Saint Realm Masters were in an extremely difficult situation. Besides Zhang Ao, who was slightly stronger, who managed to escape unscathed, all the other Saint Realm Masters were forced to retreat while coughing up blood, nearly dying on the spot. They're finished! Yang Kai snorted coldly, and no longer paid attention to the battle. Instead, he turned his gaze to the sky. Over there, the battle between Li Rong and Xueli had reached its climax. The latter had suffered a small loss due to her fear, but after stabilizing her mind, she was still able to hold her own. The 2 beautiful women seemed to be on par with each other, and were evenly matched. Strange rings of energy and divine soul energy rippled out from the other side. Those ripples were so exquisite that wherever they passed, the entire world seemed to be affected. Under those fluctuations, Yang Kai felt that the whole world was about to collapse. His heart was filled with shock. He knew that this was the effect brought about by the battle between top-notch experts. He became more and more attentive as he watched, trying to learn something useful from it. But to his disappointment, Xueli didn't seem to be as domineering as before. When facing Li Rong, she always seemed to be restrained. When she noticed that Han Fei and Huaimo had arrived, she lost all will to fight. Under the bright moon, the 2 figures separated as soon as they touched. Separated by 1,000 meters, the 2 beautiful women stared at each other solemnly. Li Rong's beautiful eyes flashed with infinite murderous intent and hatred, while Xueli's eyes were filled with hesitation and dread. The ancient demon clan was a legend of the entire demon race. Li Rong was only a second-order saint, yet she was able to compete with the demon general. If she was allowed to grow to the 3rd order, it was likely that even the current demon commander would not be her opponent. Realizing this, Xueli's heart wavered, wondering if she should continue to be enemies with the leader of this legendary clan, secretly regretting that she had carelessly killed the coffin-carrying man before. If not for this, they could have sat down and talked things over. After all, they were all members of the demon race. There was no need for them to kill each other in front of these humans and become a laughingstock. But as soon as she saw the look in Li Rong's eyes, Xue Li knew that this hatred could no longer be resolved. It had already reached a point of no return. Gritting her teeth, Xue Li shouted, "Ancient Demon Clan, this queen has seen it all today. Demon Commander's master will come looking for you. I hope you can still act as arrogant when that time comes." Saying so, her tender body wriggled like a snake. The sound of bones dislocating rang out as a strange bloody aura suddenly escaped from Xue Li's body. Li Rong's beautiful face paled, but by the time she realized what Xue Li was about to do, it was already too late to stop her. Pun. With a muffled bang, Demon General Xue Li burst into a bloody mist mid-air, clearly having reached a point where not even her bones remained. Yang Kai and Wizard Tribulation, who had been watching the battle from below, were dumbfounded. Neither of them had expected Xue Li to be so resolute, nor had she reached the point of no return. However, faintly, Yang Kai still felt a sense of disharmony in his heart, secretly feeling that Xue Li couldn't just die like this. Blood escape? Li Rong grit her teeth and shouted, her eyes staring towards the bloody mist that had burst into the air. Waving her hand, she sent out a powerful wave of her Saint Qi, but the bloody mist quickly dissipated, causing her to miss. At the same time, beside Umo, who had been forced into a corner by Han Fei and had suffered heavy injuries, a drop of golden blood suddenly appeared. This mass of blood quickly wrapped up Umo and transformed into a streak of crimson light that shot off into the distance. Li Rong turned around and stared in that direction with a gloomy expression, grinding her teeth as her heart filled with hatred, but there was nothing she could do. She hadn't expected that Xue Li would use such a move. Although this move consumed a lot of Yuan Qi, it was perfect for escaping. Once it was used, even Li Rong wouldn't be able to stop it. Because this was a divine technique belonging to Great Demon God. It seemed that when she was refining the Demon God golden blood she had inadvertently obtained, her luck had been quite good, and she had comprehended some of Great Demon God's mysteries. However, just as everyone thought that Xue Li had successfully escaped, a few dozen kilometers away, a golden light suddenly bloomed. High up in the sky, a golden chain was being swung by an invisible hand, sending out a clattering sound. This golden chain was incredibly long, like a golden river that cut through the heavens, exuding the purest yang attribute aura. When this aura reached this place, all the ancient demon race cultivators frowned, showing uncomfortable expressions. "Demon sealing chain?" Yang Kai exclaimed. He recognized this chain-like artifact at a glance. It was the one he had obtained from High Heaven Pavilion's coiling dragon stream. Using this demon sealing chain, Yang Kai had killed Demon General Meng Ji's soul clone and killed the Ash-Gray Cloud Evil Land's Demon Lord Yang Bai. After arriving in Tong Xian Realm and entering Soaring Heaven Sect, Yang Kai had returned this demon sealing chain to its original owner. Now, it should be in Chu Lingzhao's hands. "Which, do you think my human race has no one? Do you think this is a place where you can come and go as you please?" A deep voice, like the ringing of a great bell, suddenly resounded throughout the world. This voice seemed to contain an infinite amount of demonic power, causing everyone who heard it to feel uneasy. Everyone who heard this voice felt their blood boil and their faces flush red. At the same time that this voice sounded, the demon sealing chain lashed out like a whip towards a certain spot in the air. A moment later, Xue Li's scream rang out in everyone's ears. A blood-red light flashed, and within this blood-red light, Xue Li's distressed figure could be vaguely seen fleeing at an even faster speed. Yang Kai's expression became strange. He felt that the owner of this voice was Soaring Heaven Sect's ancestral founder, Chu Lingxiao. "Master!" Li Rong came to Yang Kai's side, her pretty face dignified as she quickly said, "That person is very strong, and that artifact of his seems to be able to restrain my demon race. If something happens and Master wants to cut off all ties with my race, I will lead my people to this snow mountain range and hide for a while." Yang Kai glanced at her and laughed dumbly. "No need, I'll handle this." Li Rong stared at him blankly for a moment before nodding obediently, not saying anything more. "Did Xue Li notice that person's aura and suddenly leave?" Yang Kai asked thoughtfully. That should be the case. Li Rong nodded. If it was just me alone, she wouldn't be able to win. If there was another, she wouldn't be able to escape even if she wanted to. No wonder. Yang Kai felt relieved. No wonder when she and Li Rong were evenly matched in their battle, she had suddenly used that strange divine ability and quickly left. It turned out that she had sensed something was amiss. This woman's sense of smell was quite keen. Right, I just heard you say something about blood escape. Do you recognize that technique she used? Yang Kai frowned and asked. If I'm not mistaken, it should be the great demon god's divine technique. Li Rong gently nodded. Master doesn't need to be jealous. When the demon god golden blood in your body reaches a certain level of richness, you will naturally comprehend it. I'm not jealous, I was just asking casually. Yang Kai chuckled. The demon god's divine technique. Yang Kai had refined a drop of demon god golden blood and obtained the soul clone divine technique. That soul clone was still being nurtured, waiting for a day when it would be able to play its role. Unexpectedly, Xueli had also comprehended the great demon god's divine technique. After Xueli fled, Zhang Ao, Chao Guan, and the others no longer dared to resist, all of them gathering together and staring towards Han Fei's group with complicated expressions. They had followed Xueli to this endless snow mountain range this time thinking they had found a great backer, and would no longer need to fear Nine Heavens Holy Land's retaliation, but now things had developed to this point. Last time, when they had joined forces to attack Nine Heavens Holy Land, Yang Kai had found a monster race great senior to help him, and had beaten them to a pulp. This time, this guy had gone even further. They didn't know where he had found these people from the demon race, but even the demon general had been forced to flee. Each one of them was like a madman, completely impossible to reason with. At this moment, Zhang Ao, Chao Guan, and the others couldn't help admiring Wizard Tribulation. To a certain extent, Wizard Tribulation really had great foresight, something they couldn't compare with. Although his heart was filled with fear, Zhang Ao's expression remained unchanged as he shouted, My human race's masters will soon arrive here. If you demon race people don't run away, what are you waiting for? Chapter 867. The golden light that had just injured Xueli and the majestic roar gave Zhang Ao and the others hope, secretly feeling that as long as this master arrived, they would be safe. That's right! Chao Guan also echoed. Everyone, we don't want to be enemies with you, but we were deceived by that cheap slut Xueli. How about we part ways here and never see each other again in the future? It's better to squash enmity than keep it alive. The ancient demon clan's people didn't answer, instead casting inquisitive glances towards Yang Kai. Zhang Ao and the others suddenly realized that he was the one who could decide whether they lived or died. Thinking back to how they had made things difficult for Nine Heavens Holy Land 2 or 3 years ago, and then hunted down Yang Kai for so long, their hearts couldn't help pounding, secretly condensing their strength as they stared at Yang Kai vigilantly. They were all afraid that this little brat would say the word kill. Fortunately, the human race master who had just injured Xueli a few dozen kilometers away quickly rushed over. After realizing the number of people who had arrived, Zhang Ao and the others smiled happily, their originally somewhat worried expressions suddenly becoming unbridled. Because they discovered that there wasn't just one person who had arrived, but 5. A third-order saint and 4 first-order saints appeared not far from the group in a flash, frowning as they stared towards them. The one leading this group was a white-haired old man with a transcendent aura. Although they didn't know his name, at a glance it was obvious he was one of the strongest masters in the world. The auras of the other 4 were also not weak, obviously having broken through to the Saint Realm many years ago. The 5 Saint Realm masters who had arrived, 4 men and 1 woman, only glanced around the scene before casting their eyes towards Yang Kai, all of them showing puzzled looks. The woman even quietly glared at Yang Kai, biting her teeth as her mouth squirmed a few times, but it was impossible to tell what she was trying to say. However, from the shape of her mouth, it seemed she was cursing. The arrival of these 5 people increased Zhang Ao's confidence, and he quickly cupped his fist towards them and asked, May I ask your names and which force you belong to? The old man leading this group glanced over at him and frowned. Soaring Heaven Sect. Chu Ling Xiao. Chu Ling Xiao? Hearing this name, Zhang Ao's face filled with joy as he shouted. So it is Brother Chu. I apologize for my rudeness. I have long heard of Brother Chu's name, and seeing you in person today, you truly live up to your reputation. Even that evil demon General Shui Li fled. Who are you? Chu Ling Xiao glanced over at the ancient demon clan, then back at Zhang Ao, asking solemnly, seemingly not interested in this compliment. Zhang Ao and Chao Guan hurriedly reported their names. Shattering Mystical Palace? Chu Ling Xiao hesitated for a moment before asking curiously. What are the two of you doing here hundreds of thousands of kilometers away? What's more, they've mobilized so many people. Seeing Yang Kai, Zhang Ao couldn't help feeling a chill, but this time, they had come to the snow ice yang they. Because there were no masters in these two forces, Zhang Ao and Chao Guan weren't worried about them stirring up any trouble. Immediately explaining, Zhang Ao said, We were following the clues of the coffin-carrying man and came here, but we didn't expect that many people from the demon race would suddenly appear here. It seems that the demon General Shui Li was doing something shameful here, and we inadvertently stumbled upon her. If Brother Chu hadn't arrived in time, I'm afraid we wouldn't have been able to escape. Zhang Ao said this with a look of lingering fear, as if he was telling the truth. Chao Guan also hurriedly echoed. Li Rong sneered softly, her beautiful eyes filled with malice. Reversing black and white, these people are truly fierce. Master, should we make them shut up forever? Yang Kai slowly shook his head. These words were not spoken in a low voice, so when they reached Zhang Ao's ears, he couldn't help paling and shouting. Which, in front of my human race's top masters, you dare act so presumptuously? Obediently surrender, and we'll spare your life. At this moment, Zhang Ao was like a completely different person from before. Before Chu Ling Xiao had arrived, he and Chao Guan had both lowered their heads, repeatedly saying that it was better to squash enmity rather than keep it alive. But as soon as Chu Ling Xiao arrived, they immediately changed their attitude. This caused Li Rong to look at them with contempt. Brother Chu. Zhang Ao then turned to Chu Ling Xiao. This group of demon race thieves must have been planted by Shui Li in our human territory. Brother Chu doesn't need to waste words with them, just kill them all. As for these two human traitors, they must be with them. As he spoke, he pointed to Yang Kai and Wizard Tribulation. Is that so? Chu Ling Xiao glanced at him faintly before turning his eyes back to Yang Kai and sighing slightly. He didn't know why this grand disciple of his had become involved in such a troublesome matter, and from the looks of it, he seemed to have a close relationship with the demon race. This little brat, Chu Ling Xiao secretly shook his head, his mood somewhat complicated. Master, if this old man really attacks, you and Han Fei should retreat first, she will ensure your safety. Li Rong whispered in Yang Kai's ear, secretly remaining vigilant. Chu Ling Xiao gave her a lot of pressure. As a third-order saint, he was indeed one of the strongest existences in this world. What Li Rong feared the most though was the chain-like artifact that had just injured Shui Li. This pure yang attribute aura was the bane of the demon race's demonic qi, especially when it was used by a master like Yang Kai. Its power could not be underestimated. After suffering such a heavy blow, Li Rong estimated that it would take Shui Li at least 1 to 2 months to fully recover. Old man? Yang Kai raised his brow and laughed, not responding to Li Rong and instead cupping his fist towards Chu Ling Xiao. Disciple greets ancestral founder. Ancestral founder? Li Rong couldn't help covering her mouth in shock, her beautiful eyes trembling slightly, seemingly unable to believe that Yang Kai had such a relationship with this human race master. Zhang Ao and Chao Guan were also stunned. Only then did they suddenly realize that they had indeed inquired about this before. Yang Kai was from Soaring Heaven Sect? But because they had been too excited just now, they had forgotten. Smelly brat, get over here. Fei Yu, who had been standing behind Chu Ling Xiao, shouted. I'm coming. Yang Kai wore a helpless expression and quickly walked over. When he arrived in front of these people, Yang Kai let out a hollow laugh, his expression somewhat embarrassed. On the other side, the ancient demon clan, Zhang Ao, Chao Guan, and the others all stared towards them with strange expressions, all of them wanting to know what was going on. However, Chu Ling Xiao simply waved his hand and isolated everyone from the outside world, turning the surrounding area into an impregnable forbidden zone. Why did ancestral founder and martial uncles come here? Yang Kai's face twitched as he stared at the people in front of him with some unease. Seng Yan quickly explained. When that witch arrived here, ancestral founder sensed her presence, but he didn't know why she had come here, so he had been observing her in secret until today's battle. Taking advantage of the witch's desperate attempt to escape, he dealt her a heavy blow, but unfortunately she still managed to escape. So that's how it is. Yang Kai suddenly understood. Although Chu Ling Xiao spent most of his time in seclusion, if a master like Xue Li appeared within 1,000 kilometers of him, it would not be able to escape his perception. In an instant, Yang Kai had a clear and profound understanding of Chu Ling Xiao's tyrannical strength. Before, he had been trying to guess what kind of cultivation this ancestral founder possessed. Now, it seemed that he was indeed a third-order saint. After all, Yang Kai had killed the demon general in the past. Smelly brat, weren't you discussing the alchemic Tao with Old Man Du in Grand Boulder City? How did you end up here? Feiyu didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Last time, Mina had specifically gone to Soaring Heaven Sect to deliver a message to her from Yang Kai, saying that he would be staying in Grand Boulder City for a while and that her martial aunt didn't need to worry. Feiyu had believed her and hadn't gone to Grand Boulder City to look for him, but now she had met him here. It's a long story. Where should martial nephew begin? Yang Kai felt a headache coming on. Tell us what you can. If you can't, we won't force you. This old master is also very curious. Chu Ling Xiao looked at Yang Kai with a smile, not blaming Yang Kai for being too close to the ancient demon clan. Yang Kai glanced at him, then at his 4 martial uncles and martial aunt, and found that all of them were looking at him inquisitively. Nodding lightly, Yang Kai said, Then disciple will begin. Ancestral founder and martial aunt, please don't be too surprised. Humph, what could possibly surprise us? Feiyu spat disdainfully. Martial nephew's story begins shortly after he arrived on Tongxian realm. Yang Kai thought about it for a moment before recounting his encounter with the coffin-carrying man in Raging Flame City. When they heard that he had been captured by the coffin-carrying man and thrown into a mysterious small world, Chu Ling Xiao and his martial uncles all showed surprised expressions. Yang Kai, who possessed the demon god's unyielding golden skeleton, didn't dare say anything, only saying that he had used the rescue of the ancient demon clan as a condition to get them to submit to him. Although there were some loopholes in this story and many things were unclear, Chu Ling Xiao and his martial uncles didn't ask any questions and just listened quietly. After understanding why those from the demon race were so close to Yang Kai, Chu Ling Xiao asked thoughtfully, So, they are completely obedient to you? And will there be no resistance? No, Yang Kai quickly said. Chu Ling Xiao stared at him deeply, as if trying to peer into the depths of his soul, retracting his gaze after a long time and nodding lightly. That's good. Although you aren't very old, you are calm and steady, so you shouldn't do anything that would harm the human race. Since they are obedient to you, you can consider them as part of your strength, but remember, strength is a double-edged sword. If you don't use it well, you may end up hurting yourself. Yang Kai nodded thoughtfully. Disciple will remember. Also, you need to be mentally prepared to be targeted by countless people. If you don't have this kind of awareness, I advise you to give up on them. Once you accept them, your future path may be filled with thorns and you may be viewed as a life or death enemy by many people you know or don't know. Chu Ling Xiao warned solemnly. Disciple understands. Then this old master has nothing to say. Chu Ling Xiao smiled faintly. Chu Ling Xiao smiled lightly. But Soaring Heaven Sect can't accommodate them. Where are you going to put them? You can't take them to the demon land, right? Chapter 868. If these people from the ancient demon race were to be placed in Soaring Heaven Sect, not to mention what outsiders would think, Soaring Heaven Sect's disciples would likely end up in conflict with the ancient demon clan. On top of that, it would also affect Soaring Heaven Sect's reputation. Outsiders may think that Soaring Heaven sect was colluding with the demon race. Hearing Chu Lingzhao's question, Yang Kai didn't conceal anything and simply said, "Disciple already has a plan for where to place them." "Oh? Let's hear it. I want to take them to Nine Heaven's Holy Land. That place is at the very edge of human territory, bordering the monster race territory, so there shouldn't be any problems." "Nine Heaven's Holy Land?" Seng Yan frowned. "Are you familiar with that place? How could they agree to let you take these people from the demon race there? On top of that, I heard that something big happened to Nine Heaven's Holy Land and that it has now been occupied by a great senior of the monster race." Fei Yu also said with some concern, "If you go there now, even if you have some acquaintances, you won't be able to find them. The monster race great senior is a peak third-order saint, he won't be easy to deal with." Yang Kai scratched his head, carefully observing the situation while whispering, "Martial uncles, I won't hide it from you. Disciple is the new holy master of Nine Heaven's Holy Land." The four martial uncles were instantly dumbfounded as they all stared at Yang Kai dumbfoundedly. Even Chu Lingxiao was stunned for a moment. After a long time, Sun Yan looked at Yang Kai hesitantly and asked, "Little martial nephew, are you joking, or are you serious? Do I look like I'm joking?" Yang Kai shrugged his shoulders. "New holy master?" Rimara's mouth twitched, seemingly unable to react. Fei Jian nodded thoughtfully. "And I did hear that Nine Heaven's Holy Land has a new holy master, one who isn't very old." Saying so, he swept his eyes over Yang Kai, seemingly trying to find some clues. "Smelly brat." Fei Yu ground her teeth and cursed. "What else are you hiding from us? Tell us everything." "No more." Yang Kai shrunk his neck and said, "I was going to find a chance to tell my martial uncles, but I never found a good opportunity, so, hee. That monster race great senior, can you handle him?" Chu Lingxiao solemnly asked Yang Kai, faintly worried. "Martial ancestor may rest assured, I have an agreement with that monster race great senior. Nine Heaven's Holy Land will only allow them to guard it for a period of time." "Yes. You do indeed have such power in your hands." Chu Lingxiao glanced over at Li Rong and the others who were paying close attention to him, and smiled faintly. "Although this old master doesn't have a good impression of the people from the demon race, it looks like they really care about you. The one who fought with the witch earlier was that woman, right?" "Yes. Xueli killed the coffin-carrying man, so their enmity is irreconcilable." "That's good. This group of people from the demon race. I'll leave them to you. If the one standing in front of this old master was not you, this old master would never have let them go." "Many thanks, martial ancestor," Yang Kai said gratefully. The indulgence and protection Chu Lingxiao and his martial uncle showed him was something Yang Kai could clearly feel. As Chu Lingxiao said, if the one standing in front of him was not him, he would not have let this matter rest. "Martial ancestor, what about those people from Shattering Mystical Palace and War Spirit Temple?" Xingyan frowned slightly, a malicious light flashing across his eyes. "If we let them go, little martial nephew's matter will definitely spread far and wide." Chu Lingxiao's brow furrowed for a moment before he leisurely said, "This old master brought the four of you here today and only managed to intercept the demon General Xueli for a moment. As for the rest, I didn't see anything." Hearing this, Soaring Heaven Sect's four martial uncles were stunned for a moment before all of them stared at Yang Kai meaningfully, chuckling meaningfully. Sun Yan patted Yang Kai on the shoulder and said, "Little martial nephew, take care of yourself. If there is anything you don't want to do in the future, feel free to come back to the sect. Soaring Heaven Sect will always be your home. I'll keep the serene resplendent peak for you. Remember to come back often," Fei Yu said with a smile. "Perhaps we'll also go to Nine Heaven's Holy Land and experience the prestige of the Holy Master. I've heard that there are several saintesses there, each one of them is quite beautiful," Rimara said with a smirk. Fei Jian remained silent and simply nodded lightly to Yang Kai. "Martial uncles." Yang Kai's lower lip squirmed, not knowing what to say, only feeling a warm feeling in his heart. "Let's go, let's see if we can catch up with that demon woman. After taking a hit from the demon sealing chain, she's probably suffered some serious injuries." Chu Ling Zhao's eyes suddenly became deep as he stared off into the distance. Yuan Qi wrapped up the four martial uncles and transformed into a streak of light, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Brother Chu, Brother Chu. Seeing this scene, Zhang Ao turned pale with fright and hurriedly shouted. He had not expected that Chu Ling Xiao would just pat his butt and leave, not even bothering to rescue them. Brother Zhang, it looks like we've been abandoned. That Chu Ling Xiao and that little brat are clearly in cahoots. Chao Guan's expression became extremely cold. Realizing this, everyone felt uneasy. All around them, thousands of ancient demon race masters were glaring at them. The faces of the 5 Saint Realm masters were covered in strange and wild demon crests, and their auras were fluctuating wildly. Zhang Ao and Chao Guan couldn't help retreating a few steps, secretly condensing their strength as they gulped, staring towards Li Rong and the others in horror. Master, how should we deal with these people? Li Rong asked softly. Yang Kai grinned silently. Seemingly aware of his murderous intent, Zhang Ao anxiously called out. Yang Xingzhu, there's no need to kill them all, right? This time we were in the wrong, but leave some leeway so we can meet again in the future. This Zhang promises to never speak of what happened today. Leave some leeway? Yang Kai laughed. Is that necessary? I don't think we'll meet again in the future. Saying so, his expression became cold and solemn as he shouted. Kill! Since the beginning of the crisis in Nine Heaven's Holy Land, this group of people had been opposing him at every turn. Just now, they had even tried to distort black and white, confusing right and wrong. If such people were allowed to live, they would definitely become a scourge in the future. Yang Kai wasn't a magnanimous person, on the contrary, he would seek revenge for the smallest grievance. With his personality, how could he allow Zhang Ao and Chao Guan to continue living? As soon as Yang Kai gave the order, the thousands of ancient demon clansmen roared excitedly as they grabbed all kinds of strange artifacts and rushed towards the people from Shattering Mystical Palace and War Spirit Temple like they had been injected with chicken blood. The ancient demon clan had been sealed away for far too long. They were the elites of the demon race, bloodthirsty, cruel, and evil. The violence hidden in their bones had been suppressed for thousands of years, but now they finally had a chance to release it. Each of them used their full strength in an instant, and like a tsunami, they swept across the Shattering Mystical Palace and War Spirit Temple's forces, scattering them in all directions. The 4 Saint Realm Masters from these two forces were also targeted by Han Fei and the others. Han Fei and Hua Mo, who had just broken through to the Second Order Saint Realm, were in urgent need of a bloody battle to improve their understanding of their current realm, so naturally they didn't hold back. Although Zhang Ao was a Second Order Saint, in front of the ancient demon masters who had used their demon god transformation, he was still powerless to fight back. Li Rong didn't even need to take action, yet the 4 Saint Realm Masters on the opposite side had already lost all ability to resist. Blood splattered everywhere, and miserable cries resounded throughout the world. The pure white snow mountain was dyed red, and it was extremely dazzling. Corpses fell one after another, each of them seemingly witnessing a terrifying scene before their deaths, their eyes bulging. The cruelty of the ancient demon clan not only frightened their enemies, but even Wizard Tribulation, who was watching from the sidelines, couldn't help but feel his eyes twitch. Their battle was simply inhumane. Even if they killed their opponents, they would tear them to shreds. Not a single one of those who were killed was left with a complete corpse, all of them torn to shreds. In the midst of this fierce battle, the ancient demon race masters subconsciously licked their lips and glared fiercely at their opponents, seemingly enjoying this kind of slaughter. Even the usually mischievous Guan seemed to transform into a completely different person during battle, her tender body exuding a towering malevolent aura, her pretty face ferocious, and coupled with the demon crest covering her body, she often caused her enemies to lose all will to fight as soon as they approached. "Leave no one alive!" Li Rong ordered faintly, waving her hand and sending out several streaks of blood-red light. These streaks of blood-red light pierced through the crowd, filling the air with the stench of blood. One by one, the Shattering Mystical Palace and War Spirit Temple cultivator were enveloped by this blood-red light, struggling to break free, unable to release any of them, all of them screaming like ghosts as they died in the blink of an eye. Her tender body flickered as she charged towards Zhang Ao. Wizard Tribulation's lips were dry, his body trembling as he watched this hell-like scene in front of him, terrified. The ancient demon race masters were like wolves and tigers, cruelly laughing madly as they shuttled through the sea of blood, killing their enemies one by one, all of them looking extremely excited. They seemed to enjoy this kind of slaughter very much. There was no mercy, and only enjoyment in the slaughter to their heart's content. Wizard Tribulation finally realized the horror of this group of people and felt a chill in his heart. Compared with the demon race masters, this group of people in front of him were the real demons. The madness and violence in front of him even indirectly affected his state of mind, causing his blood to boil. Gradually, his eyes turned red and his hands and feet no longer trembled. Deep in his heart, a kind of desire to be baptized in blood emerged, making him wish he could rush over and kill them himself. He enjoyed the throbbing of his heart. Wizard Tribulation! Suddenly, Yang Kai's shout rang in his ears. When this voice reached his ears, Wizard Tribulation's body shook, his crimson eyes suddenly regaining their clarity and the bloodthirst in his heart suddenly calmed down. Recovering, Wizard Tribulation broke out in a cold sweat, quickly calming his mind and protecting his mind, lest he be affected by the ancient demon clan again. Many thanks, Holy Master, Master! Wizard Tribulation thanked, his admiration for Yang Kai growing. This young man's cultivation was lower than his own, but he was able to remain calm in this place, unaffected in the slightest. Obviously, this young man's cultivation was higher than his own. Perceiving this, Wizard Tribulation was shocked. Chapter 869. Every time the ancient demon race cultivators attacked, an enemy's head or body would be cut off and sent flying into the air. All kinds of black demonic chi surged out like trapped beasts from their cages and rampaged through the crowd, destroying the will and resistance of the shattering mystical palace and war spirit temple disciples. They screamed, begged, and died in despair. The pure and flawless snow mountain range was transformed into an azure purgatory, blood flowing like a trickling stream as severed limbs and corpses flew everywhere. In just a short time, the disciples of these two forces had been killed or injured more than 1,000. Zhang Ao, Chao Guan, and the others' eyes were bloodshot as they roared madly, trying to resist, but in front of Li Rong and the others, they were powerless and could only allow themselves to be slaughtered. The Transcendents had all been killed. The four saints were also gradually unable to resist. Zhang Ao's methods were extraordinary, the aftermath of his attacks even killing a few of the weaker ancient demon race cultivators, causing Li Rong to become more and more ruthless. Yang Kai watched all this indifferently, deeply understanding what it meant to be the strong preying on the weak. As time passed, the battle gradually subsided. The ground was littered with corpses and the ancient demon race cultivators were covered in blood, howling towards the sky, seemingly unable to conceal the murderous intent in their hearts, a towering malevolent aura gathering in one place, making the surrounding area seem quite oppressive. Shattering Mystical Palace and War Spirit Temple had a total of 4 saints, but 3 of them had been killed on the spot. Only Zhang Ao had been captured alive. A thick blood-red light had wrapped around him like a rope, making it impossible for him to move. Li Rong brought him in front of Yang Kai, waiting for Yang Kai to deal with him. Standing in the center of this azure purgatory, Yang Kai closed his eyes and released the demon eye of annihilation into his knowledge sea, absorbing all the spiritual energy scattered around him. Zhang Ao waited in fear, not knowing what kind of fate awaited him, cold sweat dripping down his originally high-spirited face as he stared towards Yang Kai in horror. After a while, Yang Kai slowly opened his eyes and looked down at Zhang Ao in front of him. Without waiting for Yang Kai to speak, Zhang Ao hastily declared his position, fearing that Yang Kai would immediately kill him. Yang Xingzhu, this Zhang can be considered a powerful expert. This time, your master is magnanimous and spared my life. This Zhang will definitely pledge his allegiance to you and listen to your orders in the future. Seeing him so cowardly, Li Rong and the others couldn't help but reveal a look of disdain. A powerhouse. Not bad indeed. He chased me for a few months. Yang Kai nodded gently. But I'm sorry to say, I have no interest in you. The strength I've gathered is already enough, so it doesn't matter if I add or lose you. Keeping you around seems to be harming me without any benefit. No, Yang Xingzhu, I'll do whatever you want. Sensing Yang Kai's murderous intent, Zhang Ao panicked and turned his eyes to Wizard Tribulation, shouting in a low voice. Sect Master Wizard, for the sake of our many years of friendship, please help me say something. Wizard Tribulation sighed deeply. Brother Zhang. Heaven's sins can be forgiven, but self-inflicted sins can't be saved. This wizard advised you 2 years ago to quit while you were ahead, but you insisted on killing me. Now that the situation is reversed, what do you want this wizard to say? On top of that, this wizard is only able to survive because of Holy Master's protection, so how could he have any say in this situation? Seeing Wizard Tribulation refuse his request, Zhang Ao couldn't help feeling a little disheartened and hurriedly said, Yang Xuzhu, I still have a secret. As long as you promise not to kill me, I can tell you everything. Secret? Yang Kai chuckled. Who doesn't have a secret? What value does your secret have to me? This secret may be related to the mysteries of the legendary star field. I think Yang Xingzhu should be interested. You are the Holy Master of 9 Heavens' Holy Land. Sooner or later you will break through to the peak of the Third Order Saint Realm. Such a master must pursue the path to the star field. Zhang Ao whispered. Yang Kai raised his brow and couldn't help becoming interested, leaning over to stare at him and asking, Why is it related to the mysteries of the star field? Because this Zhang personally experienced it once. It was as if he was standing in the middle of an endless star field, surrounded by countless stars. It was a very strange sight. Master, this guy may be stalling for time, or maybe he's just spouting nonsense. Han Fei said coldly. Yang Kai raised his hand and motioned to Zhang Ao. Continue. Seeing that he seemed to be really interested, Zhang Ao's spirit suddenly rose and he quickly continued. Moreover, there was a very strange force that was constantly surging. Even though this Zhang is a second-order saint, he couldn't bear it, as if his entire body was being crushed to pieces. I think only a third-order saint would be able to withstand such a terrifying amount of energy with their physical body. Yang Kai frowned. What Zhang Ao said was very similar to what he had experienced in the star field, so he couldn't help feeling that what Zhang Ao said might be true and not some random fabrication. Those who had never been to the star field would find it difficult to accurately describe all this. After pondering for a moment, Yang Kai grinned and asked, What you're saying is quite plausible, but what does that have to do with the star field? How do you know that it was the star field? To tell you the truth, Yang Xingzhu, at first, this Zhang didn't pay much attention to it, but one day, I suddenly picked up a very strange stone in the sect. That stone didn't seem to belong to this world. Over the next few years, this Zhang often found some strange scattered stones in that place, until one day, this Zhang obtained something special. What was it? Yang Kai asked in a deep voice. That thing is in this Zhang's universe bag, you can check it yourself. After you see it, you'll know whether this Zhang is lying or not, Zhang Ao said. Yang Kai glanced at his universe bag and reached out to take it, but just as he was about to open it, Li Rong quickly stepped forward and said, Master, allow me. She clearly didn't trust Zhang Ao and was afraid that he had tampered with his universe bag. Hearing this, Yang Kai nodded gently and handed the universe bag to Li Rong. Li Rong took it and opened the universe bag, but before she could carefully examine its contents, a strange force suddenly flew out from the bag and entered Li Rong's beautiful eyes before disappearing. Li Rong's movements suddenly stiffened, and her tender body trembled slightly, as if she was suffering great pain. Sure enough, there's something strange here. Han Fei's expression became cold as she sent out a palm towards Zhang Ao, shattering half of his bones before he could even get up. Don't kill him! Yang Kai hurriedly stopped her, his expression becoming gloomy as he hurried forward to examine Li Rong's injuries. If Li Rong hadn't taken the initiative to suggest it just now, it was likely he would have been the one to suffer. I'm fine, it was just a wisp of divine sense attack. Li Rong rubbed her forehead and said softly, There was a bewitching controlling power, but it has been resolved. Both of them were second-order saints, so the means Zhang Ao had secretly arranged were naturally useless against Li Rong. Zhang Ao's eyes dimmed as a look of unwillingness appeared on his face. What he didn't know was that even if this wisp of divine sense had attacked Yang Kai, it wouldn't have had any effect. He had tried his best to lure Yang Kai into his universe bag in order to control him in one fell swoop, but unfortunately, he had failed. After suffering a blow from Han Fei, Zhang Ao lay on the ground, gasping in pain as he stared towards the crowd with a complicated expression. Yang Kai chuckled a few times before walking over to Zhang Ao and nodding lightly. Your courage isn't small. Tell me, how do you want to die? Zhang Ao's eyes were filled with resentment and helplessness as he remained silent, obviously knowing that he had no hope of escaping this time. After staring at him for a while, Yang Kai impatiently waved his hand. Kill him! Zhang Ao shouted angrily. Kill me and you'll never know that secret! He still wanted to make a final effort. But what answered him was Han Fei's fatal blow. Without anyone noticing, Zhang Ao's spiritual energy escaped from his knowledge sea and was absorbed by Yang Kai. His soul avatar entered his knowledge sea and Yang Kai carefully placed Zhang Ao's spiritual energy in a corner so that when he had some free time in the future, he could examine it carefully. Yang Kai was quite interested in the secret Zhang Ao had told him before he died. Shattering Mystical Palace, War Spirit Temple, and all the people from Shattering Mystical Palace had died. Wizard Tribulation, who was standing nearby, couldn't help feeling a bit sad but also secretly rejoiced. Fortunately, he had specifically sought out Yang Kai 2 or 3 years ago, otherwise, his netherworld sex fate would have been the same as these people. Wizard Tribulation, none of your netherworld sex people died, right? Yang Kai turned his head and glanced at him. Wizard Tribulation slowly shook his head. When I was escaping, I sent a message to Vice Sect Master and told him to take his people away. Zhang Ao was in a hurry to catch up with you, so he probably didn't have time to care about these things. Only the people from Shattering Mystical Palace and War Spirit Temple died here, even those from Ancient Moon Cave Heaven and Luo Xing Sect seem to have been abandoned. That's for the best. Yang Kai nodded gently. My people don't seem to have gone far. Wizard Tribulation probed slightly. Holy Master, can I call them over? Yang Kai nodded, not stopping him. Senior Li. The two newly promoted commanders, Yinya and Shui Ji, rushed over at this time, holding a universe bag in their hands as they reported. All the bones of Coffin Slave Senior that can be found have been collected here. Li Rong's expression became gloomy as she reached out and accepted the bag. Yang Kai glanced at her and whispered, My condolences, Coffin Slave Senior's wish has been fulfilled. As Master says, we'll rest here for the night while you adapt to the outside world. Prepare to tidy up, we'll leave early tomorrow morning. Yes. Li Rong nodded and hurried off with Han Fei and the others. It wasn't until this time that the demon crests covering the ancient demon clan's bodies gradually dissipated and the thick evil chi also gradually disappeared, easing the oppressive atmosphere around them. Of the nearly 1,000 ancient demon race members, some had died in this battle, but the number was not large, only 20 to 30. Those who were still alive buried them on the spot and wept silently. They had longed for this mysterious small world for countless years, looking forward to it for countless years, but today, they had finally emerged from that mysterious small world, only to lose their lives before they even had the chance to see it. Their companions who were still alive naturally felt sorry for them. But soon, the ancient demon clan sorted out their emotions. The bright moon and looming stars in the sky were something they couldn't get tired of looking forward to tomorrow's rising sun, secretly imagining what kind of scene it would be like. Chapter 870. Late at night, the snow mountain range was abnormally cold. However, the ancient demon race was not affected in the slightest, many of them lying on the snowy ground topless, enjoying the chill of the snow. The snowflakes falling from the sky also surprised them, many of them holding on to the falling snowflakes as they cried out in amazement. Everything in the outside world was incomparably fresh to them. Yang Kai sat cross-legged in a corner, refining and absorbing the spiritual energy left behind by those who had died in this battle, assimilating their insights into the martial Tao and heavenly way into his own. Master! Li Rong walked over and called out softly. Yang Kai opened his eyes and looked up. What's wrong? I found something very strange. What is it? Li Rong hurriedly handed over the object in her hand. Yang Kai took it, and the moment it touched his hand, he felt something unusual, staring blankly at the fist-sized crimson stone in his hand. Yang Kai's current eyesight was quite good, and because he had studied alchemy, he had some understanding of this world's rare treasures and spirit grasses and spirit medicines. However, he still couldn't recognize what this stone was. It was crimson in color and was wet to the touch, as if it had just been fished out of water, but there was no liquid on his hand. What made Yang Kai feel the strangest was that there was actually a surge of blood force surging within this stone. If he listened carefully, he could even hear the sound of flowing water coming from inside it. A strong smell of blood permeated the tip of his nose. Where did you get this? Yang Kai asked suspiciously. It was in the universe bag that person gave me just now. She was referring to Zhang Ao. Yang Kai was shocked and hurriedly asked, You don't recognize what this is? Li Rong slowly shook her head and hesitated for a moment before saying, Perhaps Great Commander Hua Mo can recognize it, he is the oldest in my clan. Saying so, she released her divine sense. Hearing her call, several great commanders of the ancient demon clan gathered around. The crimson stone was turned around in their hands and they all shook their heads, indicating that they had never seen such a strange stone before. Like Yang Kai, they were also quite concerned about the thick smell of blood, as if this strange stone contained a lot of blood. Holy Master, Master! Can I have a look? Wizard Tribulation suddenly asked. Yang Kai tossed the strange stone over. Wu Jie took it and carefully examined it, immediately sending out a wisp of true qi from his fingertips that seemed to produce a strange suction force. Under the influence of this suction force, a stream of crimson blood was drawn out from the strange stone. Seeing this scene, the great commanders of the ancient demon clan couldn't help widening their eyes. Wizard Tribulation nodded lightly and handed the strange stone back, saying, If this wizard is not mistaken, this should be a blood essence stone. Blood essence stone? Yang Kai frowned. Li Rong and the others also looked like they had never heard of it before. So, what Zhang Ao said before he died may be true. Wizard Tribulation said thoughtfully. I thought he deliberately attracted Holy Master's attention and tried to do something secretly. You mean, what he said about the star field? Yes. Wizard Tribulation nodded seriously. Because this blood essence stone is not a product of Tongxian realm, but something from the star field. Yang Kai's eyes lit up. The star field was a legend on this continent, and no one had ever really been there. Yang Kai and Jia Yao had gone to the star field through the 1,000-year demon flower and spent a year there, but the star field was so vast that he hadn't been able to explore it much. After breaking through to the transcendent realm, Yang Kai had immediately rushed back. Does Holy Master know that there are some unique products from the star field that often appear in this continent? Naturally. Yang Kai nodded. I've seen them before. Back in Bright Thunder Spirit Religion, Duan had taken out a strange stone from the star field to resist the soul-blowing power of the Wind Eye. Unfortunately, after that incident, that strange stone had shattered. Most of these unique products are strange stones. Perhaps when they were drifting through the star field, they inadvertently fell into our hands. Some have no use and are just ordinary stones, but some are extremely valuable. This blood essence stone is one such example. How do you know about these things? Yang Kai asked curiously. Wizard Tribulation shrugged his shoulders. I used to know someone who owned this stone, but the one he owned was smaller than this one. What is it used for? Holy Master, Holy Master might as well pour some yuan qi into it. You'll know its specific purpose when you try it. Wizard Tribulation smiled mysteriously. Yang Kai didn't ask any more questions, simply holding the blood essence stone and pouring his yuan qi madly into it. In an instant, a blood-red light burst forth and a heart-palpitating red light enveloped the surrounding heavens and earth. A strange power suddenly emerged from the blood essence stone, and under the influence of this strange power, the surrounding blood that had been swallowed up by the snow seemed to come to life and began to dance about like snakes. Visible to the naked eye, a series of subtle gullies appeared in the snow. Shio shio shio. Tens of thousands of tiny streams of blood shot out from a radius of more than a dozen kilometers and drilled into the blood essence stone. The great commanders of the ancient demon clan all stared at this bloody and soul-stirring scene in amazement. The tiny streams of blood that shot out were clearly the blood of those who had died in battle, but at this moment, they were all being swallowed up by the blood essence stone. It was like a bottomless pit, and no matter how much blood it contained, it would never be full. With the influx of blood, the crimson light on the blood essence stone became more and more intense, and an even stronger smell of blood filled the air. After a while, the bloody light gradually weakened and no more blood rushed in. The snow mountain that had been stained red with blood once again became white and flawless, as if it had never been contaminated. Yang Kai watched in amazement. The blood essence stone in his hand seemed to have come to life at this moment, exuding a vigorous vitality. With a thought, Yang Kai pulled out a strand of energy from the blood essence stone. This strand of energy appeared to be pink and was sucked into Yang Kai's nose like smoke. Yang Kai felt that his vitality had suddenly improved greatly. His physique and all the cells in his body were filled with explosive power. This thing. Yang Kai's eyes filled with joy as he turned to Li Rong and asked, "Is there anyone who is seriously injured? Bring one over." Li Rong gently nodded and quickly left. A moment later she returned, bringing back a clansman with a severed arm. Even though his arm had been cut off during the battle, this ancient demon race clansman still wore a leisurely expression, not even uttering a single sound. Blood was still gushing out from his severed arm, making him look extremely miserable. "Greetings, master!" The ancient demon race clansman quickly knelt down. The relationship between Yang Kai's identity and the ancient demon clan was something that Li Rong and the others had carefully explained to their clansmen, and all of them were able to accept. "Stand up, where is your severed arm?" Yang Kai asked. "I threw it away," the clansman replied simply, as if he had thrown away something worthless, at the same time looking at Yang Kai suspiciously, not knowing why he was asking this. "Where did you throw it?" Yang Kai's face went black. "Go find it." The clansman was straightforward and didn't ask any questions, simply walking off in a certain direction, seemingly wanting to find his severed arm. Han Fei's brow furrowed slightly as she asked suspiciously, "Master, you aren't thinking of reconnecting his severed arm, are you?" "I'll give it a try." Yang Kai chuckled. "This thing contains a very powerful vitality. Perhaps it can reconnect a severed arm." Saying so, he turned to Wizard Tribulation and asked, "Does the blood essence stone have such a function?" Wizard Tribulation laughed dryly. "I only know that it has a very powerful healing effect, and it also has a great supporting effect on those who cultivate blood attribute secret arts and martial skills. As for whether it can reconnect a severed arm, this wizard doesn't know. Not only does it have a supporting effect on those who cultivate blood attribute secret arts and martial skills, anyone can use it." Yang Kai gently nodded as he examined the blood essence stone in his hand. "A product of the star field is truly amazing. Just that wisp of blood she was able to make me feel like my strength had increased a little. If I use it in battle, perhaps I can catch my opponent off guard and turn defeat into victory." Hearing him say this, everyone showed an interested look towards the blood essence stone. After waiting for a while, the ancient demon race clansman finally found his severed arm. However, too much time had passed, so the severed arm had become cold and stiff, like a ghost's hand. The cut was smooth and should have been made by a sharp weapon, making it easier to connect. Yang Kai instructed the clansman to connect the severed arm himself before drawing out the rich blood chi from the blood essence stone to cover the severed arm. The pink blood chi wriggled like an earthworm and continuously poured into the wound. The group of people watched intently, and although they couldn't quite believe what they were seeing, they were also looking forward to it. The ancient demon race clansman didn't seem to care at first. Regenerating a severed arm was something even a peak third-order saint couldn't accomplish. He was only an immortal ascension boundary 9th stage cultivator, so although his physique was strong enough, a severed arm was still a severed arm. How could it be reconnected? As such, he didn't have much hope, but because of Yang Kai's identity and orders, he couldn't refuse. However, with the influx of the blood qi, the nonchalant expression on the clansman's face gradually disappeared, replaced by surprise, and then ecstasy. His eyes widened with anticipation, and his body trembled slightly, as if he could not suppress the excitement in his heart. The already cold and stiff severed arm, under the influence of the blood qi, became warm and numb, as if ants were gnawing on it. The clansman could even feel his fingers. Trying to move them, the clansman's middle finger really did move slightly. Seeing this scene, everyone's eyes lit up as they became more and more expectant. Time passed slowly as Yang Kai continued to draw out the blood qi from the blood essence stone and pour it into the ancient demon race clansman's severed arm. Gradually, the wound on the severed arm began to heal at a speed visible to the naked eye. After half an hour, only a small scar remained, making it impossible to tell that the arm had been severed. Chapter 871. Another half an hour later, Yang Kai put away the blood essence stone and said to the ancient demon race member, "Try moving around." The man quickly clenched his fists and a series of crackling sounds came out. His eyebrows flashed with surprise as he said, "It's really reattached." Li Rong and the others were shocked, they couldn't believe it. Reattaching a severed arm, something that should have been impossible, had happened right under their noses. This made them realize how extraordinary the blood essence stone was. "The flesh has been reattached, but the bones haven't completely healed yet. Don't use too much force and remember to rest more," Yang Kai reminded. The ancient demon race member nodded repeatedly, his face filled with gratitude. "Many thanks, Master, many thanks." Although he didn't seem to care about losing his arm, now that his body was whole again, he was naturally very happy. "Go!" Yang Kai smiled faintly. The man respectfully bowed and ran back excitedly. Yang Kai played with the blood essence stone in his hand and keenly noticed that a lot of blood essence had been consumed. This was an interesting thing. It seemed to be able to transform ordinary blood into a mysterious power that had the effect of recovery and enhancement. A product of the star field was indeed extraordinary. After looking at it for a while, Yang Kai casually tossed the blood essence stone to Li Rong and said, "See if there are any other members of our race that need to be treated. There's still a lot of blood essence stored inside, so don't be stingy and use it as much as you want." "Yes," Li Rong quickly replied and went to work with the other commanders. There were only about 1,000 members of the ancient demon race, so Li Rong and the others attached great importance to every member of their race. After they left, the wizard Tribulation slowly came over and stared at the ancient demon race member and sighed. "They are a very powerful race." Yang Kai glanced at him and nodded. "Holy Master, are you really going to take them with you?" "Yes." The wizard Tribulation couldn't help but frown. "So, Master, Holy Master, you don't want to give up this power?" "Why give up? Staying with them will bring a lot of trouble, unless the Holy Master brings them to the demon land or a neutral territory." Yang Kai shook his head and said bluntly, "I want to take them back to Nine Heaven's Holy Land." Wizard Tribulation was taken aback, as if he could already see the scene of the people from Nine Heaven's Holy Land fighting these people from the demon race. Moreover, if they really went to Nine Heaven's Holy Land, they would be neighbors with Netherworld sect. "To be honest, Wizard, I don't really want to have anything to do with the Holy Master now." Tribulation looked solemn and smiled bitterly. Yang Kai glanced at him and said leisurely, "I won't force anyone. Since you were willing to reconcile with me before, you still have the right to choose. Of course, I won't settle accounts with you later, you can go wherever you want, and this time your Netherworld sect won't have any losses." Wizard Tribulation nodded, suddenly chuckling meaningfully and whispering, "Wizard, this one really should stay away from you. Holy Master doesn't seem to be a peaceful person." "But Wizard's instincts tell me that Master Holy Master is a person who can achieve great things. I'd like to see how far you can grow in the future, or if you'll be destroyed along the way. Yang Kai's eyes narrowed. If I'm destroyed, you won't be able to escape death either, but if I can grow, Sect Wizard will also gain many benefits. Wizard, this one only wishes for the sect to last. I promise. The two looked at each other and smiled knowingly. Holy Master should rest. We'll have to depart after dawn. 9 Heavens Holy Land is quite a distance from here. There may be many troubles along the way. Wu Jie nodded before bowing respectfully and retreating. 10,000 meters up in the sky, a black cloud was rapidly gathering. Inside this black cloud, there were many figures, no less than 1,000. These were all people from the ancient demon race. Leaving the snow mountain range and rushing towards 9 Heavens Holy Land, they had to pass through the territories of many human forces. With such a large group of people from the demon race moving together, it would definitely attract the attention of others. Yang Kai didn't want to have any conflicts with others, and neither did Li Rong and the others, so they could only fly high up in the sky and avoid the eyes of outsiders as much as possible. In front of the black cloud, Wizard Tribulation led the Netherworld Sect disciples to explore a desolate place. Soaring Heaven Sect, atop serene resplendent peak, Tseng Yen and the others stood at the top of the peak, looking up at the rolling black cloud that swaggered past Soaring Heaven Sect, all of them laughing involuntarily. This little brat. Tseng Yen slowly shook his head. I hope he'll have a safe journey, Fei Yu muttered with some worry. That group of people from the demon race have countless masters. How could anything happen to them? Rimara laughed. I think we should be more worried about those who seek them out. Little Marshal Nephew's temper isn't very good. If he gets into a conflict with someone, he'll definitely kill them. Once he killed someone, Yang Kai's position would become even more difficult. Worrying is useless, since little Marshal Nephew has made such a choice. Naturally, he has his own plans. Interesting. As the Holy Master of 9 Heavens Holy Land, he can actually command so many people from the demon race. What is little Marshal Nephew doing? None of them could guess what Yang Kai was thinking, all of them shaking their heads as they watched the black cloud quickly depart. Inside the black cloud, after learning the destination of this trip, Li Rong muttered in amazement. So we're going to 9 Heavens Holy Land. Master is actually the Holy Master of 9 Heavens Holy Land. That's amazing. What's wrong? You've heard of 9 Heavens Holy Land in that mysterious small world? Yang Kai glanced at her. I read about it in the ancient records. Li Rong smiled. It's said to be a very powerful sect. When Great Demon God was still alive, 9 Heavens Holy Land was one of the top forces among the human race. At that time, their Holy Master seemed to have fought Great Demon God once, but in the end, he was defeated. However, Great Demon God also suffered some injuries as a result, one of the few times Great Demon God's master was injured. Yang Kai's expression changed as he nodded secretly. Li Rong had read about this from the ancient records, but Yang Kai had witnessed some fragments of it when he was refining the drop of Demon God golden blood in the Holy Tomb, so he knew just how earth-shattering that battle was. The nearly 1,000-year-old demon race participants were all in high spirits. Although they didn't know the destination of this trip, for them, being able to leave that mysterious small world and enter the vast world outside was the best gift they could hope for. As such, each of them seemed to be very active, constantly glancing around. The rest of the way was silent, and the next 10 days passed uneventfully. With Wizard Tribulation leading the way, Yang Kai was saved a lot of trouble. 10 days later, as they were hurrying along, Li Rong suddenly frowned and stared towards a certain place below. At the same time, Yang Kai also noticed. Probably because their group had passed by, the masters below had been alerted and several Transcendent Realm masters were tailing them, intending to investigate carefully. Master, should we send someone to send them away? Li Rong asked. Yang Kai hesitated for a moment before nodding slightly. Don't kill them, just make sure they don't follow us. Got it, Inya! Li Rong shouted. Inya, who was in the middle of the group, immediately flew down. A moment later, a brief battle fluctuation came from below. After a while, Inya caught up and reported. They won't be able to move for 3 to 5 days, So we didn't injure them. Li Rong nodded approvingly. Good, well done. My race has only just reappeared in this world, so it's best not to provoke them if possible. The group continued to move forward. But as time passed and the distance they traveled increased, the auras of the ancient demon race still alarmed more and more human masters. Every time, Inya or Shuiji would go down to deal with them, trapping those who chased after them in place so they couldn't pursue. Although they showed mercy and didn't hurt anyone, news that a large number of demon race masters had passed through human territory still spread like wildfire. As a result, Yang Kai's group now had people waiting for them on the road ahead of them. Most of these people were transcendent realm masters, most of whom were quite tactful. When they noticed that there were masters guarding the ancient demon clan, none of them dared to intrude, instead choosing to follow them from a distance in an attempt to obtain some information. Occasionally, there would be a few arrogant fellows who would try to intercept them from the front and speak rudely, but they would all be taught a lesson by the masters of the ancient demon clan. These people were like maggots in one's tarsal bone, one batch after another would come. Yang Kai was annoyed, but there was nothing he could do about it. The enmity between the human and demon clans was not something that could be resolved overnight, so it was inevitable that the ancient demon clan would be targeted. Yang Kai couldn't start a massacre over such a trivial matter, otherwise, he would become the enemy of the entire world. 2 months later, the group finally arrived near Nine Heaven's Holy Land. Behind them, there were over 100 pursuers, all of whom were transcendent realm masters with more than a dozen saint realm masters among them. Such a force was something Yang Kai couldn't help but pay attention to. It was time to have a good talk with them. Yang Kai didn't rush the ancient demon clan into Nine Heaven's Holy Land and instead had them stay in the mountain range for the time being. Taking only Li Rong with him, Yang Kai walked towards the place where the pursuers were gathering. A dozen kilometers away, after noticing that the ancient demon clan had stopped, the group of people also stopped and sent out their divine senses to spy on the situation. The faces of each of the human race masters were extremely dignified. Old Shu, there seems to be some people coming over, one of them suddenly exclaimed. Everyone else nodded, indicating that they had sensed the auras of Yang Kai and Li Rong. A third-order transcendent and a second-order saint, either of them are hiding anything. It seems they want to talk to us, someone guessed. If that wasn't the case, how could there only be 2 people here? Demon race bastards, what's there to talk about? When they come over, we'll just kill them all. An old man with a ruddy face shouted, a look of hatred towards the demon race. And we'll take this opportunity to ambush them. Chapter 872. These 100 human race masters were from 20 to 30 different forces, and although most of them had never met before, as long as they reported their names, they would at least have heard of them. In particular, there were several second-order saints who were famous throughout the world. Old Shu was one of them. Ignoring the clamoring of his companions who were hostile to the demons, the man called Old Shu pondered for a moment before nodding slightly. If they are willing, we can negotiate. This old master would also like to know what they want to do and where they are heading. This direction is not towards the demon land but towards the monster race's territory. As he spoke, a look of doubt appeared on his face. We can negotiate. They haven't killed anyone along the way. It seems they don't want to create too much hatred. Another scholarly-looking man nodded lightly. This man appeared to be middle-aged, but in fact, he was older than 90% of the people present, and was one of the few second-order saints present. With these 2 speaking together, the others didn't dare to say anything and simply followed their lead. The 100 or so human race masters all waited solemnly. After an incense stick worth of time, 2 figures leisurely appeared and strode over. After seeing the appearance of these people, everyone couldn't help feeling surprised. Because the one leading them was actually a young man with a heroic physique, wearing a set of black robes that could be seen anywhere, and his gait was steady. Behind this young man was a dignified, mature, and beautiful woman. This beautiful woman's cultivation was clearly at the second-order saint realm, and even before she had arrived, the 100 or so human race masters felt an inexplicable pressure, making them all pay attention to her. However, Old Chu and the others were surprised to find that even though this beautiful woman made them feel vigilant, the seemingly ordinary young man gave off a temperament that was impossible to ignore. Even the brilliance of this beautiful woman was faintly suppressed by this young man. The beautiful woman followed behind him like a guard, always maintaining a distance of half a meter between them, never once crossing the line. This was clearly the action of a retainer following their master out. Old Chu and the other top masters all glanced at each other and saw the doubts in each other's hearts. There was no way for them to infer what the relationship between these two was. Not long after, the young man and the beautiful woman arrived in front of the crowd and stood still. Observing this young man up close, Old Chu and the others were surprised to find that even though he was facing more than 100 human race masters, this young man's expression remained calm, without the slightest hint of fear. Instead, his eyes swept over the crowd as if he was examining the cultivations of these people. The beautiful woman also stood behind him, motionless. Her body emitted surging waves of energy. Elder Chu and the others secretly took a deep breath as their expressions turned solemn. As soon as Yang Kai stood still, he felt countless divine senses sweep towards him, and scrupulously probing his cultivation. Li Rong frowned and her pretty face became cold, but just as she was about to shout, Yang Kai waved his hand to stop her. Grinning, Yang Kai cupped his fists and said, "You've all traveled thousands of kilometers to follow me. It's really been hard on you. This junior has something to say to all of you. I wonder if it would be convenient for you to do so?" Old Chu and the others frowned and turned their eyes to Yang Kai. Only now did they confirm that the beautiful woman really followed this young man's lead. Otherwise, at such an important occasion, he wouldn't have had the chance to speak. "Of course." The man called Old Chu calmed his thoughts and smiled lightly. This old master and the others also had the same intention. Saying so, he stepped forward with the scholarly middle-aged man and the red-faced old man who had clamored to ambush Yang Kai. Yang Kai nodded secretly, knowing that these three people in front of him were the most powerful among them, all of them second-order saints. The three of them came from different forces. Together, they could represent everyone. Old Chu introduced himself. "This old master is Chu Yi of Shrouded Heaven Mansion." Saying so, he pointed to the middle-aged scholar and introduced him. "This is Fan Yu Bai of Smoke Lock Tower." Then, he pointed to the ruddy old man with a hostile expression. "This is Wu Jing of the Free and Unfettered Sect." Yang Kai nodded to each of them, greeting them warmly. "How should I address little brother?" Chu stared at Yang Kai with burning eyes and asked. "Some of you know my identity. Senior Chu might as well ask. I think it'll be easy to get an answer." Yang Kai smiled but didn't answer directly, instead turning his eyes to a certain spot in the crowd. There were a few familiar faces there, all of whom Yang Kai had met when Zhang Ao and Chao Guan attacked Nine Heaven's Holy Land last time. However, Yang Kai didn't know their names. Since Yang Kai appeared, these people showed a look of dread, seemingly recalling the scene 2 or 3 years ago when Yang Kai slaughtered his way through the 9 peaks. "Trying to act mysterious. Who do you think you are? Old Chu asked you a question, just answer." The red-faced old man, Wu Jing, coldly snorted, seemingly disliking Yang Kai, his eyes filled with disgust and contempt. Yang Kai was quite puzzled, wondering when he had offended this old man. "It's fine." Chu chuckled, turning around and asking, "Do any of you know the identity of this little brother?" Several people immediately walked out of the crowd, came over to Chu and whispered a few words to him. A moment later, Chu showed a look of surprise as he swept his eyes over Yang Kai, exclaiming, "So little brother is the new holy master of Nine Heaven's Holy Land? Forgive my disrespect." Fan Yu Bai and Wu Jing glanced at each other, obviously also taken aback. "Senior is too polite." Yang Kai smiled lightly. Chu Yi's expression suddenly became serious as he narrowed his eyes, quickly asking, "Since you are the new holy master of Nine Heaven's Holy Land, you should be a member of the human race, right?" "Naturally. But why is Yang Xingzhu traveling with so many people from the demon race? On top of that, this old master can see that your relationship with this lady is not simple." "How is it not simple?" Yang Kai chuckled. It's more like a subordinate relationship, and you are the master while she is the servant. Chui frowned, boldly speculating. Unexpectedly, Yang Kai simply nodded. Senior Chu's vision is sharp, this junior admires it. These people from the demon race are indeed my people and now obey my orders. Chui froze for a moment, a look of disbelief filling his face. Fan Yubai and Wu Jing also stared with wide eyes, directing inquisitive looks towards Li Rong, seemingly wanting to see some clues from her. But what shocked them even more was that not only did Li Rong not refute this, she even wore a look of honor on her face. This made everyone who saw this scene somewhat unable to accept. Although a second-order saint had not yet reached the peak of this world, it was still one of the few masters in this world who had achieved such a feat. If this beautiful woman wanted to, she could even establish her own sect. She was fully qualified to do so. But such a master was actually the servant of the new Holy Master of Nine Heavens Holy Land? What kind of heaven-defying methods did this Yang Kai possess that allowed him to subdue a second-order Saint Realm Master and make her willingly serve him? For a time, many people's gazes towards Yang Kai and Li Rong became ambiguous, faintly feeling that the reason Yang Kai was able to subdue Li Rong was because he had some kind of amazing ability. Many of them were filled with admiration and envy. Perceiving everyone's strange gazes, Li Rong's expression became cold as she released her powerful divine sense, instantly causing everyone to go silent out of fear. Ahem ahem. Chui dryly coughed twice, his old face somewhat uncomfortable. Just now, he had also misunderstood. However, he quickly denied this ridiculous speculation in his heart. It was impossible for such an outstanding woman to be subdued in such a manner. What's more, there were nearly 1,000 people from the demon race on the other side, as well as several Saint Realm Masters. It was impossible for all of them to have such a relationship with Yang Kai. Fan Yubai suddenly laughed. Although Yang Xingzhu's words are hard to believe, since this lady isn't refuting them, we'll take them seriously. However, Yang Xingzhu and his servant coming here alone and acting so leisurely, don't you think they don't put us in their eyes? These words were spoken in such a cunning manner that it immediately aroused the hatred of many people present, all of them glaring at Yang Kai, as if they wanted to immediately launch an attack to prove that their means were not to be underestimated. Yang Kai smiled lightly, his expression still indifferent as he stared at Fan Yubai and said, "It's not that I don't put you in my eyes, on the contrary, this is the only way to show this junior's sincerity in wanting to talk with you. If I had really brought a large number of people here, I would indeed have given you enough attention, but I'm afraid we wouldn't have been able to talk much before fighting." Fan Yubai gawked for a moment before bursting into laughter. Yang Xingzhu really is extraordinary. No wonder he was able to take over as Nine Heavens Holy Land's Holy Master. Can we talk now? Yang Kai smiled and nodded, looking at the three people in front of him. Fan Yubai nodded firmly. Chui and Wu Jing also had no objections. Only then did Yang Kai continue. All of you have been following us tirelessly because you sensed the aura of a large number of demon race activities. Because you were not at ease and did not know our intentions, you decided to follow us to take a look, right? Indeed. The three nodded. So many demons appearing in my human territory, and all of them possessing extraordinary strength, it's difficult not to make the connection. The friends gathered here are all here because of this. Then you can rest assured, because our destination is about to be reached, and we won't do anything to harm the human race. We're about to arrive at our destination? Chui frowned as he gazed forward, his expression changing slightly. Yang Xingzhu wants to take those demons to Nine Heavens Holy Land? Since they are my people, naturally I will arrange for them to stay in Nine Heavens Holy Land. Is there a problem? Of course there is a problem. Wu Jing snorted. Although you are now the new Holy Master of Nine Heavens Holy Land, Nine Heavens Holy Land is also my human race's territory. Now you want to settle so many people from the demon race, is that proper? That's my business, there's no need for Senior Wu to worry about it. Yang Kai looked at him indifferently. Senior Wu wouldn't meddle in the affairs of other sects, right? You're committing a grave offense, sooner or later you'll bring about your own destruction. Wu Jing sneered. Chapter 873. If such a day really comes, this junior will only have himself to blame. Yang Kai stared at Wu Jing faintly, somewhat impatiently. This guy seemed to be specifically targeting him, which naturally made Yang Kai a little unhappy. On top of that, the other party was being too nosy. Chui hesitated for a moment before saying, Yan Xingzhu, your 9 heavens holy land is a golden signboard of my human race, standing for thousands of years and still thriving. This old master has heard that when we fought against the demon race, 9 heavens holy land also made great contributions. This old master has also heard of great Elder Su Hui's fame, but now that the holy land is under your control, this old master would like to ask, as the sect master of your holy land, why are you willing to associate yourself with the demon race? Since ancient times, humans and demons have never coexisted. Yang Xingzhu understands this, yes? Of course I understand. Yang Kai nodded gently. However, my subordinates from the demon race have been sealed in a mysterious small world for thousands of years. It wasn't until I accidentally entered that mysterious small world a few days ago that I discovered them and brought them out. After not having contact with the outside world for so long, their hatred for the human race and demon race has long since been forgotten. Seniors can rest assured, this junior can guarantee that they will not do anything to harm the human race. A mysterious small world? Sealed for thousands of years? Is that true? A burst of exclamations came from the crowd, many of them staring at Yang Kai enviously, wondering why they hadn't discovered that mysterious small world. If they had discovered it, perhaps they too would have been able to subdue so many powerful subordinates. Yang Kai turned his eyes to Li Rong and the latter quickly said, Yes, our race has indeed been sealed for thousands of years and only saw the light of day 2 months ago. On top of that, we also swore an oath in the name of Great Demon God that we would only be loyal to Master for the rest of our lives. The hatred between your human race and the demon race is of no concern to us. All we ask for now is a place to live. Chu Yi's expression changed slightly as he stared deeply at Li Rong. He was fully aware of the great demonic god's position in the hearts of the demon race. No one from the demon race dared to swear in the name of the great demonic god. Li Rong's serious tone made Chu Yi believe her a little. There is also a place for you to live in the demon land. There is no need for you to stay in 9 heavens holy land, right? Fan Yubai frowned. Since you are members of the demon race, you should return to the demon land. That is your homeland. We can't go back. Yang Kai chuckled. Why? Because a few days ago, they had a fight with Demon General Shueli, injuring her and forcing her to flee. If they really returned to the demon land, wouldn't they be throwing themselves into a trap? Demon General Shirley? She's injured? When did this happen? Who injured her? Another burst of exclamations rang out as many people were shocked, some unable to believe what they were hearing. Yang Kai shrugged his shoulders. They have a grudge with Shirley, so it is impossible for them to return to the demon land. In other words, they were able to attack a demon general, so although the blood of the demon race flows in their veins, they are also enemies of the demon race. The enemy of my enemy is my friend, isn't that right? Fan Yubai and Chu Yi exchanged a glance before gently nodding. The latter nodded. If what you say is true, then it is reasonable. Although this old master wants to believe Yang Xingzhu's words, the details will need to be investigated first. If Senior Chu wants to inquire, I suggest you take a trip to Soaring Heaven Sect. That night, when you fought with Shirley, Soaring Heaven Sect's ancestral founder Chu Ling Xiao was also present. Shirley's injury was also thanks to him. So it was Soaring Heaven Sect's ancestral founder. Chu Yi's eyes lit up as he suddenly understood, nodding firmly. Soaring Heaven Sect, this old master will go. Yang Kai chuckled. In short, although I have gathered a lot of people from the demon race, I will not do anything to harm the human race. But if anyone tries to cause trouble, don't blame this holy master for being impolite. Wu Jing coldly snorted, his expression displeased, secretly feeling that Yang Kai's tone was too arrogant, not putting anyone in his eyes at all. So, are you satisfied? If you are, please disperse. I'm sorry to trouble you all to chase after me for so long. And perhaps you can come to my 9 Heavens Holy Land for a few days. We've already arrived at our doorstep. Hearing this, Chewie shook his head with a wry smile. No need. I heard that your 9 Heavens Holy Land is now occupied by a monster race great senior. Yang Xingzhu should think carefully about how to solve this current problem. However, Yang Xingzhu, this old master has one more thing to say. Please speak, Senior Chu. Restrain your subordinates from the demon race. They may not be as obedient as you think they are. If one day they do something evil, it will affect the reputation of your 9 Heavens Holy Land. Many thanks for the reminder. I will keep an eye on them. Chewie gently nodded, glancing over at Yang Kai with a complicated expression before turning to Li Rong and then turning to leave. Fan Yubai pondered for a while before nodding to Yang Kai and following. As soon as the two of them left, more than half of the 100 human race masters scattered. Only the ruddy-faced Wu Jing stared coldly at Yang Kai and Li Rong, his expression filled with resentment, not moving. Most of the human clan experts who stayed behind to watch wore fearful expressions. Yang Kai knew that people like Chewie and Fan Yubai were relatively easy to talk to, so after everyone had talked for a while, they also left. However, Wu Jing and the others who remained behind seemed to be very hostile to the other races and were not comfortable with allowing the demon race masters to remain in human territory. This was despite the fact that 9 Heavens Holy Land had nothing to do with them. To put it nicely, they had the world in their hearts and cared about the common people. To put it bluntly, they had nothing better to do. Little brat, I hope you can really restrain them, otherwise the consequences will be very serious. Wu Jing spat out some harsh words before leaving angrily. As the large group of people gradually walked away, Yang Kai waved his hand and smiled lightly. Let's go back. Li Rong followed closely behind. Not far away, the human race masters seemed to be somewhat unwilling, one of them turning to Wu Jing and asking, Senior Wu, are we really just going to let those people from the demon race remain in 9 Heavens Holy Land? They are a group of scourges. Sooner or later something will happen. What can we do? The Holy Master of 9 Heavens Holy Land has already accepted them. What can we outsiders say? At most, we can only cut off all contact with 9 Heavens Holy Land in the future and isolate them. Wu Jing snorted. Although most of the people here had never had any contact with 9 Heavens Holy Land, he still grit his teeth and said, Chewie and Fan Yubai don't want to intervene, can't you see that? It's understandable that Senior Chu and Senior Fan want to protect themselves. However, Senior Wu is obviously different from them. If you really want to deal with those people from the demon race, this one has a good plan that may have some effect. Someone smiled slyly. Oh? Wu Jing raised his brow. Let's hear it. The reason Senior Chu and Senior Fan don't want to intervene is because they haven't caused any trouble yet. However, with the temperament of the people from the demon race, sooner or later they will cause trouble. Instead of waiting, we might as well help them. As long as they dare to kill and injure people, I believe the masters of the human race won't just sit back and watch, right? At that time, not only will Senior Chu and Senior Fan have to step in to deal with them, but they will also attract more powerful masters. Wu Zheng's eyes lit up, secretly feeling that what this man said made sense, urging him. Elaborate. The man said happily. There are many people in this world who hate the demon race. As long as we spread the news that there are people from the demon race here, how could we be afraid that no one will come to cause trouble for them? Once or twice they may be able to endure. That little brat surnamed Yan will also be able to restrain himself, but if it happens too many times, they will definitely become violent. Once they do, Someone else interjected. Right, 9 Heavens Holy Land still has many rare monster beasts. Their fur, blood, monster core, teeth, and claws are all good artifact refining materials. I think there will be people interested in them. Wu Jing raised his brow and squinted towards the two people who had just spoken, grinning wickedly. Treacherous! Senior Wu's praise is too high. The two men smiled awkwardly. In that case, hurry up and spread the news. There is no need to exaggerate. Just report it as it is. However, you just have to hide the cultivation bases and number of experts there. Don't scare them away from coming over. Wu Zheng sneered. Senior Wu is wise. Returning to the place where the ancient demon clan was temporarily staying, Han Fei, Hua Mo, and the others immediately gathered around to inquire about the situation. A bunch of bored people, there's no need to pay attention to them, Li Rong said indifferently before turning to Yang Kai and asking. But Master, that monster race great senior seems to still be there. How do you plan to deal with him? Every great senior of the monster race is not to be trifled with. Good, you continue to wait here. I have to go over there and talk with great senior. Yang Kai frowned. It was easier to invite a god than to send him away. Last time, he had been forced to provoke that monster race great senior, so this time, he didn't know if he would be able to smoothly drive him away. If things didn't go well, there was a chance he would become hostile. Although Yang Kai wasn't afraid of the monster race with the strength he currently possessed, if a conflict really arose, it would be difficult to resolve. After all, they would still be neighbors in the future, and the Beast Sea jungle was nearby. After resting for a while, Yang Kai continued leading Li Rong towards Nine Heavens' Holy Land. Half a day later, inside a palace in Nine Heavens' Holy Land, the monster race great senior, who had been meditating with the heavenly way, suddenly opened his eyes and stared towards a certain direction. His eyes, which were as deep as the stars in the sky, seemed to be able to penetrate all the obstacles in front of him, and immediately saw Yang Kai and Li Rong. Yang Kai, who had been walking, suddenly stopped and grinned as he stared towards a certain spot in the void. Li Rong's pretty face also became dignified as she stared towards a certain spot in the void, her demonic chi surging slightly. After a while, the great senior sitting in the main hall took back his divine sense and slowly shook his head. Great senior, what happened? Kai Dai asked curiously from the side of the hall. That smelly brat is back. Great senior laughed. It seems he wants to take back Nine Heavens' Holy Land. Kai Dai's brow furrowed slightly. You mean Yang Kai? Who else could it be besides him? Great senior nodded gently. Chapter 874. You're back so soon? It's only been 3 years. Kai Dai frowned. The world energy here is much richer than in the BC jungle. There are spirit pills and crystal stones. We've grown a lot in these past few years, Great Senior. I don't want to give up on this place. Great Senior glanced over at her with a smile. Then what do you want? This king made an agreement with him before that he would only take care of Nine Heavens' Holy Land, not occupy it. Now that he has returned, naturally this place should be returned to its rightful owner. My monster race also owes him a debt of gratitude. Without him, the problem of the beast transformation pond would not have been solved. Is there no other way? You can act shamelessly. Great Senior chuckled, seemingly joking, waving his hand. Go greet them. Kai Dai bowed her head in response and disappeared in a flash. On the outskirts of one of the 9 peaks, Yang Kai and Li Rong had just arrived when a burly figure descended from the sky, causing the ground to tremble as he shouted. Who dares come to my monster race's territory? If you know what's good for you, scram quickly, otherwise don't blame grandfather for being impolite. Saying so, this monster race master shook his head and glared towards Yang Kai and Li Rong, but in the next moment, this monster race master's expression changed to one of surprise. Monster race's territory? Yang Kai also smiled. Brother Kwang, that's not right. This is my Nine Heavens' Holy Land. When did it become your monster race's territory? Yang Kai? Kwang sure shouted as he rushed over. Li Rong's expression tightened, but after seeing that Yang Kai didn't give her any instructions, she simply stared vigilantly at this wild man in front of her, not in a hurry to act. Rushing over, Kwang sure laughed. Ha ha ha, I was wondering which idiot it was, so it was you. Why didn't you say hello in advance? Didn't I come to say hello? After not seeing you for a few years, Brother Kwang seems to have grown a lot. Thank you, thank you. Wild Lion's face was filled with joy. It's all thanks to the crystal stones you mined and the pills refined by those alchemists. Otherwise, I wouldn't have made such great progress. But compared to you, it doesn't seem like much. How come you're on the same level as me? The last time Yang Kai saw Yang Kai, he had been slightly weaker than himself, but now, both of them were third-order transcendents. Wild Lion originally thought that his improvement was already fast enough, but now that he compared himself to Yang Kai, he couldn't help but feel envious. "I say, brother, you came back so quickly. Don't tell me you want this place back?" Mad Lion asked with a bitter expression. "That's right. I've let you use it for 2 to 3 years. That's long enough. You should have mined a lot of crystals by now. It's only been 2 to 3 years. Wild Lion seemed very dissatisfied. "Forget it, it's not my place to worry about this anyway. You're going to see Great Senior, right? Great Senior should be in the palace in the middle mountain peak right now, so I won't accompany you. Kai Dai, Master sent me here to guard the sect, heh. There's no need for you to accompany me, someone has already come to greet me." Yang Kai chuckled as he stared towards the 7-colored mist that was rapidly approaching from the distance. A moment later, Kai Dai flapped her wings and appeared in front of Yang Kai. Glancing over at Yang Kai faintly, Kai Dai then cast her gaze towards Li Rong. Both of them were second-order saints, but Kai Dai felt a sense of pressure from Li Rong. This feeling was quite inexplicable, and she couldn't help but have a desire to compete with the other party. "Sister Kai Dai!" Yang Kai smiled and cupped his fists. Kai Dai retracted her gaze and turned to Yang Kai. "What are you doing here?" Yang Kai was stunned for a moment before smiling lightly. "Naturally, I'm here to see Great Senior and have him fulfill the previous agreement." Kai Dai's brow furrowed as she quickly said, "If it's about these 9 peaks, how about letting my clan use them for a few more years?" "That's not good, is it?" Yang Kai said helplessly, shaking his head gently. "My people are still waiting to live here. Just a few years. After a few years, we'll definitely withdraw from here." Yang Kai was slightly displeased and frowned. "Is this Great Senior's idea or your own?" "Great Senior is not a man who goes back on his word. This is my idea. If you agree, I can give you some benefits. And if I don't agree, I'll make you agree." Kai Dai stared at Yang Kai stubbornly. Yang Kai sighed and said impatiently, "I'm too lazy to argue with you. Li Rong, help me stop her." "Yes." Li Rong responded casually, her tender body flickering as she appeared directly in front of Kai Dai. Kai Dai, however, ignored her and waved her hand, sending out a 7-colored light towards Yang Kai. This light contained an incredible power that instantly wrapped around Yang Kai, as if it was trying to bind him. But in the next moment, Kai Dai's beautiful eyes filled with astonishment, because at that moment, she actually lost track of Yang Kai. Inside the 7-colored light, a strange energy fluctuation appeared and Yang Kai disappeared like a ghost. When she sensed him again, his aura had reappeared on a mountain peak more than 10 kilometers away. Kai Dai was stunned, but before she could think about what method Yang Kai had used to escape from the shackles of her second-order saint, Li Rong's attack had already arrived and she had no choice but to resist. In front of the hall, Yang Kai leisurely appeared and walked straight forward. Stepping into the hall, Yang Kai saw the monster race Great Senior looking at him with a smile on his face. "Great Senior, long time no see," Yang Kai greeted as he walked towards him. Great Senior shook his head and said, "It hasn't been that long. It feels like we just met yesterday." Great Senior's words are too irresponsible. In the blink of an eye, it's been nearly 3 years. "I've come to take back my territory," Yang Kai retorted. "Don't worry, I won't leave." Great Senior laughed. "Kai Dai acted on her own accord, so I will reprimand her. But who did you bring with you? Why do I feel like her aura is a bit strange?" "How is it strange?" "Just like you, her cultivation can be seen through at a glance, but when it comes to real combat, it's as if she can fight above her own realm," Great Senior quickly said. "Haha, Great Senior thinks too much." Yang Kai shook his head, not continuing to discuss this topic. "Good, give me half a month, I'll have my people evacuate from here." Great Senior's expression became serious. "I hope that after this incident, we can still be on good terms. Of course, I'm hoping to get a lot of rare medicinal herbs from you guys. Just like when the old Holy Master was alive, we can each take what we need." That would be for the best. Great Senior nodded with satisfaction. Yang Kai was also very satisfied. He had thought that this trip would be somewhat troublesome, but he hadn't expected Great Senior to be so easy to talk to. It seemed he really was a man of his word. Dealing with such a person, Yang Kai felt more assured. After talking for a while, Great Senior suddenly said, "But boy, there is one thing I don't quite understand. Can you explain it to me in detail? What is it? Why do I feel demonic chi from you? Even though it's very faint and weak, there are indeed traces of demonic aura. Furthermore, this demonic aura doesn't seem ordinary. It belongs to a demonic aura with an extremely noble bloodline, and it's slightly similar to my own aura." Yang Kai's expression changed, knowing that what Great Senior felt was the aura of the Dragon Emperor. Great Senior's original form was a scarlet flame thunder dragon, so he was indeed somewhat related to a true dragon. Worthy of being a monster beast, his sense of smell was quite keen. "The last time I saw you, you didn't have this kind of aura. What have you encountered these past few years?" Great Senior stared at Yang Kai and asked seriously. "I haven't encountered anything. I've just been walking around casually." Yang Kai laughed lightly. Knowing that Yang Kai didn't want to say much, Great Senior didn't force him. After making an appointment with Great Senior, Yang Kai left, planning to wait half a month before returning to take over Nine Heaven's Holy Land. Outside the Nine Peaks, Li Rong and Kai Dai were still fighting in the sky. Although it wasn't a battle to the death, the two masters with similar cultivation were still fighting an earth-shattering battle. The shockwaves from the battle had attracted many monster race experts to watch from below. Quang Shi was even more so, watching with great interest. "Who's stronger?" Yang Kai leaned over and looked up towards the sky. "The woman you brought with you is stronger. She doesn't seem to be using her full strength yet." Kai Dai Master is already being forced into a corner. Quang Shi excitedly commented, grinning meaningfully. "Beautiful women fighting, it's really interesting. Kai Dai Master's clothes are torn, it's really enjoyable to watch. Be careful, if Kai Dai hears you, she'll pull out your tongue." Yang Kai threatened. "That won't happen, right?" Quang Shi was startled and hurriedly said, "I spoke very quietly, she can't hear me. The walls have ears." Yang Kai smiled and glanced to the side. Following his gaze, Quang Shi turned his head and saw Mao Nyang's ears perked up, seemingly eavesdropping on their conversation. After noticing that she had been discovered, Mao Nyang grinned and stretched out her hand to Quang Shi. "If you don't want me to tell Kai Dai Master, give me all your crystal stones." "Little lady, I only have 10 crystal stones left." Quang Shi wore a bitter expression and pleaded, "Master, please be magnanimous and pretend you didn't hear me. This Quang Shi will remember this kindness for the rest of his life." "I don't care, just give me all your crystal stones." Yang Kai smiled and shook his head, not paying any attention to them, instead calling out to the sky, "Li Rong, let's go." Hearing Yang Kai's call, Li Rong immediately withdrew, her beautiful eyes glancing over at Kai Dai before flying down to Yang Kai's side and following him. Standing mid-air, Kai Dai gasped for breath, her chest heaving up and down as her heart filled with lingering fear. She hadn't expected that even though they were both second-order saints, the other party would be so much stronger than her. After fighting for so long, she had been completely suppressed and had never been able to seize the initiative. On the other hand, the other party seemed completely relaxed. "This woman, she's amazing!" Kai Dai was filled with both admiration and unwillingness. However, she didn't pursue and simply watched Yang Kai and the woman leave before hesitating for a moment before flying off towards the main hall. Looking at Yang Kai's appearance, it seemed that he had reached an agreement with Great Senior. Although Kai Dai was unwilling to give up on Nine Heaven's Holy Land, she didn't dare disrespect Great Senior. If Great Senior gave the order, she would comply. Chapter 875. "Master, have you reached an agreement?" On the way back, Li Rong asked softly. Great Senior was quite agreeable and was willing to fulfill the previous agreement. Yang Kai nodded. "That's good." Li Rong also breathed a sigh of relief as she followed behind Yang Kai, pursing her red lips as if she wanted to say something but hesitated. Perceiving her strangeness, Yang Kai smiled. If you have anything you want to ask, feel free to ask, there's no need to be restrained. Since leaving the mysterious small world, Yang Kai had noticed that the attitude of the ancient demon clan towards him had changed, becoming more respectful, obedient than before. Their attitude had imperceptibly raised Yang Kai's status in the ancient demon clan. This made Yang Kai somewhat uncomfortable. I was just wondering if my clan has brought a lot of trouble to Master. Li Rong smiled apologetically. The hatred between the human and demon clans is too deep. If we follow you, we will definitely cause some unnecessary trouble. Those human race masters who have followed us all the way here are the best proof of this. If we really fought with them today, regardless of whether we won or lost, Master would definitely be condemned by everyone. This is the price I must pay to control your strength. You don't need to think too much about it. Yang Kai shook his head. Moreover, I don't care what others think of me. Those who are useful to me are my friends, and those who dare to harm me are my enemies. Simple and clear, the hatred between the human and demon clans has nothing to do with me. Li Rong's beautiful eyes flashed, secretly surprised that Yang Kai's thinking was so open-minded. Even if it was their ancient demon clan, after being sealed in the mysterious small world for thousands of years, they still had a deeply ingrained sense of rejection. Those who were not of their own race were bound to have different hearts, so the way they looked at their own race and foreign races was naturally different. But Yang Kai did not have much of a concept of race. He had accepted the ancient demon clan and even had dealings with the monster race great senior, even calling him a brother. It was as if he had no scruples whatsoever, causing Li Rong to be amazed. Master, please rest assured, after everything is settled, I and the other great commanders will restrain our clansmen and not let them have any conflicts with the original residents of Nine Heaven's Holy Land. We won't do anything to embarrass Master, Li Rong assured him. You don't need to act so deliberately. For me, you are my people, and so are those from Nine Heaven's Holy Land. I'll handle this bowl of water fairly. Many thanks, Master, Li Rong said gratefully. Yang Kai didn't have any prejudice against them just because they were from the human race, causing Li Rong to secretly feel that the ancient demon clan had chosen a good master. Once again returning to the ancient demon clan's temporary residence, Yang Kai informed the several great commanders that he would only be able to take over Nine Heaven's Holy Land after half a month, instructing them to arrange for their clansmen to stay here for half a month before preparing to enter the Nine Peaks. The great commanders nodded and went to make arrangements. Living here for half a month was not a problem. The ancient demon clan had just reappeared not long ago, so every place was new and interesting to them. They could also take this opportunity to explore and familiarize themselves with the surrounding environment. After all, they may have to live in the Nine Peaks for a long time in the future. The ancient demon race members were sent out in groups of 3 to 5 to explore the surrounding situation. The people who stayed behind began to make simple living quarters and search for ingredients. They were very busy. Everything was flourishing. Suddenly, the sound of light footsteps came from the side. Yang Kai, who was sitting in the shade of a tree, looked towards the source of the sound and saw the wizard, Tribulation, wrapped in a black robe, walking towards him. When he arrived, the wizard Tribulation nodded lightly. Holy Master, Master! Where are your Netherworld sect disciples? Yang Kai asked. He didn't seem to have seen anyone from Netherworld sect just now. I have asked Vice Sect Master to take them back first. And they will send some living supplies over in a while. Many thanks. Holy Master, Master is too polite. The wizard Tribulation smiled. From now on, we will all be neighbors. These trivial matters are not worth mentioning. After a pause, the wizard Tribulation asked again. Holy Master, how does Master plan to deal with Shattering Mystical Palace and War Spirit Temple? What do you think? Yang Kai asked back. The wizard Tribulation hesitated for a moment before saying seriously. Although Zhang Ao, Chao Guan, and the others died in the endless snow mountain range and the saint transcendence of these two forces have suffered heavy losses, they still have a number of disciples. Each of these sects has a large number of disciples, between 3,000 and 4,000. Of these 3,000 to 4,000, there aren't many masters, but they are the foundation of their respective sects. Kill them all. The wizard Tribulation was taken aback, his face going pale. Yang Kai smiled and said, "That's not realistic, and driving them away isn't a good idea. It's hard to guarantee they won't wander around here and cause trouble." "Holy Master, what Master says is correct." The wizard Tribulation nodded in agreement. "Moreover, they definitely don't know that Zhang Ao, Chao Guan, and the others have all died. Once they learn of this, there will definitely be internal turmoil, and when that time comes, it will become a mess that will be impossible to clean up. Tell me what you think." Yang Kai looked at him. "What I mean is to absorb them. Two sects, with so many disciples, there are bound to be some with outstanding aptitude who will become masters in the future. If they are properly trained, they can become mainstays of our sects. Absorb them, that's fine. I'll leave it to you to decide." Yang Kai waved his hand. The wizard Tribulation was stunned. "Holy Master, Master won't come forward? I'm not interested in those people, and I'm currently leading a group of people from the demon race, so it's not convenient for me to come forward." Yang Kai chuckled and said meaningfully, "Sect Master Wizard can take advantage of this opportunity to strengthen Netherworld sect's strength. Those who can absorb will be absorbed, those who can't, just drive them away. Shattering Mystical Palace and War Spirit Temple are both good forces, so they should have a lot of reserves." The wizard Tribulation's expression changed, but after thinking about it, he excitedly cupped his fists. "Many thanks, Holy Master, Master!" The three forces near Nine Heavens' Holy Land had always been dependent on Nine Heavens' Holy Land for survival. Among them, Shattering Mystical Palace was the strongest, with Zhang Ao being a second-order saint, followed by War Spirit Temple, and Netherworld sect was the weakest. Now that the wizard had obtained such a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, how could he not be excited? There was no master in these two sects who could compete with him. As the sect master, if he couldn't even handle this matter, then his cultivation of the saint realm would have been in vain. The wizard Tribulation seemed to be able to see the scene of his Netherworld sect absorbing the nutrients of the other two forces and growing stronger. While excited, he also felt a little emotional. If it weren't for Zhang Ao and Chao Guan, how could he, the wizard Tribulation, succeed? He secretly felt that following Yang Kai really gave him a bright future. It hadn't been that long, and he hadn't done much, yet such a great opportunity had already appeared in front of him. Excited, the wizard Tribulation immediately said that he would return to the sect immediately to deal with this matter, and also invited Yang Kai to accompany him to the Netherworld sect for a few days. In any case, he would have to wait here for half a month, so he naturally wanted to take this opportunity to build a good relationship with Yang Kai. Yang Kai politely declined his invitation. "Your Netherworld sect is only a few hundred kilometers away from here. Let's talk about it when I want to go there, but for now, forget it." Yang Kai looked around at the busy people of the ancient demon race and felt that leaving them now was not a good choice. The wizard Tribulation didn't insist, simply excusing himself and leaving. A day later, the disciples of the Netherworld sect returned with a large number of living materials, enough for thousands of people to live here for half a month. Li Rong and the others were very satisfied with the goodwill shown by the wizard Tribulation. Tents were set up in the forest, and the people of the ancient demon race lived in groups of 3 to 5, full of curiosity, busy every day. In the largest tent, Yang Kai sat cross-legged on a thick velvet blanket, his mind immersed in his knowledge sea, and began to purposefully refine the mass of spiritual energy that belonged to Zhang Ao. 2 months ago, after Zhang Ao's death, the demon eye of annihilation had drawn out his spiritual energy, and Yang Kai had arranged it in a special corner. Yang Kai mainly wanted to pry into his memories and see what he said about the secrets of the star field before his death. Not using the demon eye of annihilation to purify this mass of spiritual energy, Yang Kai just carefully guided it with his mind, examining it little by little. After a person died, the spiritual energy left behind contained the person's life experience, as well as all their emotions. If left alone, it would not take long for it to dissipate from this world. Of course, there were also masters whose souls were strong enough to persist for a long time, and when they found a suitable body, they would be able to seize it. This kind of spiritual energy was complex and dangerous. Even masters who specialized in spiritual energy did not dare to easily pry into the thoughts of others, because the slightest carelessness would affect their own nature and memories, and even their own thoughts would become chaotic. Yang Kai only dared to do this because he possessed a conflagrated knowledge. He had to be careful, and while prying, he did not let Zhang Ao's memories and thoughts affect him. Once he discovered such a sign, he would immediately kill it. Scenes flashed in front of Yang Kai's eyes, all of which were Zhang Ao's experiences during his lifetime. These scenes were intermittent and very incoherent, so Yang Kai simply looked at them and ignored them. His spiritual energy was being consumed very quickly, and almost every 2 hours, Yang Kai needed to rest for a while. Once he fully recovered, he continued to investigate. It was not until 5 days later that Yang Kai finally caught a glimpse of the secrets of the star field from Zhang Ao's scattered and useless memories. Vaguely, Yang Kai could see a rugged stone forest with stone pillars standing on the grassy ground. It was here that Zhang Ao had picked up a lot of strange stones. He had also found the blood essence stone in this place. In his field of vision, Zhang Ao seemed to have done something, and the entrance to a void corridor suddenly opened. After hesitating for a long time, Zhang Ao dove in. The next moment, Yang Kai found himself in the vast starry sky, surrounded by countless stars, and a terrifying void force enveloped his body, giving Yang Kai a profound feeling. When he wanted to take a closer look, this scene was inexplicably interrupted. His consciousness returning, Yang Kai sighed. Although he could not see where this stone forest was, it should be inside Shattering Mystical Palace, so as long as he inquired about it, he would be able to figure it out. Releasing his divine sense, Yang Kai opened his demon eye of annihilation and a golden light shot out, completely purifying Zhang Ao's soul. Chapter 876. After discovering Zhang Ao's memories about the secrets of the star field, Yang Kai directly refined his spiritual energy. Yang Kai obtained his own insights and understanding of the heavenly way and martial Tao. Yang Kai's own mental fortitude also improved slightly, but not significantly. As Yang Kai's strength improved, the benefits of refining a person's spiritual energy became less and less. However, with this method, Yang Kai would never have to worry about encountering bottlenecks in his cultivation. As long as he killed some high-level cultivator at the right time and absorbed their insights, Yang Kai would be able to cultivate smoothly, provided that his physical strength could keep up. With Yang Kai's current mental fortitude, there would be no hindrance before he reached the third-order saint realm. Calming his thoughts, Yang Kai slowly got up and was about to go out to take a look when suddenly Han Fei's voice called out, "Who goes there?" In the next moment, a cold chill filled the air and the sound of clothes fluttering could be heard. It seemed that Han Fei had chased after someone. Yang Kai frowned and walked out of his tent, only to see a large group of people from the ancient demon race gathered together, all of them pointing in a certain direction. "Master!" Li Rong hurried over. In order to ensure Yang Kai's safety, her tent was right next to Yang Kai's, no more than 5 meters away. "What happened?" Yang Kai asked, at the same time releasing his divine sense to investigate the situation. "It seems that someone has been spying on us these past few days, but we haven't been able to find out who it is. Commander Han Fei should have noticed something and chased after them." "Even you didn't notice?" Yang Kai was surprised. That person's ability to conceal their aura is quite amazing. It seems they can completely conceal themselves, as if they don't exist." Li Rong's brow furrowed deeply. "That's interesting." Yang Kai grinned. Although Li Rong was only a second-order saint, in a real battle, she was not inferior to the demon general. If even she couldn't detect this enemy, just who was it? The only one nearby who could do this was a monster race great senior. However, Yang Kai had already reached an agreement with him, so it was impossible for the great senior to go back on his word, let alone spy on the situation here. After waiting in place for a while, Han Fei flew back with a cold expression on her face. "Did you catch that person?" Li Rong asked. Han Fei shook her head. Speed was too fast, I couldn't catch up to them. Did you see what kind of people they were? Yang Kai asked. A woman. Han Fei frowned. Fei. Chi. Right, I didn't feel any vitality from her body. Right, I didn't feel any vitality. Chi. Death Chi? Li Rong was surprised. It was death Chi, the aura of a dead person. Han Fei nodded. Yang Kai's expression changed as his figure flickered, leaving behind a series of afterimages in his wake. After pausing for a moment, he asked, Was her movement skill like this? Han Fei nodded repeatedly. Yes, it was. Her movement skill was very strange. Then I know who she is. Yang Kai stared off into the distance and sighed. The several ancient demon race commanders glanced at each other, none of them understanding why Yang Kai showed such a sad look. Master, is that woman an old acquaintance of yours? Li Rong asked carefully. Yang Kai shook his head. I don't know her, but she is somewhat related to me. She was the previous generation's saintess of Nine Heavens' Holy Land. Immediately explaining the matter of Saintess Nan, the ancient demon clan members were all amazed. Not killing a single person while alive, but slaughtering 1,000,000 corpses after death. Li Rong mused. It's somewhat similar to Coffin Slave Sr., but also the complete opposite. Coffin Slave Sr. and Saintess Nan were both living corpses. However, one was a living corpse while the other had never killed a single person. Both of them had obsessions in their hearts, so even after death, their bodies continued to act according to their will. Because they were living corpses, they didn't leak any aura, so Li Rong and the others were unable to detect them. If one wanted to deal with such a person, they had to either directly destroy them or shatter their will. Once their will was shattered, their dead body would naturally cease to function. It's time to deal with her, Yang Kai said leisurely. Saintess Nan was still a member of the Holy Land. If he left her alone, it would only lead to trouble like the one he had faced a few years ago. On top of that, it would also be detrimental to the stability of Nine Heavens' Holy Land. This time, she had appeared here in order to keep an eye on him, so as long as he acted as bait, Saintess Nan would definitely appear again. After explaining his thoughts to the several great commanders, Li Rong and the others didn't refute. For safety's sake, Yang Kai took Li Rong and Han Fei with him and set off into the depths of the jungle. Saintess Nan was a second-order saint, after all, so she couldn't be underestimated. After traveling 100 kilometers, Yang Kai came to a stop in a mountain valley, looked around for a while, and nodded lightly. Li Rong and Han Fei immediately concealed themselves, restraining their auras as they made arrangements. Yang Kai walked around the mountain valley, looking for precious treasures along the way to see if he could find anything, but unfortunately, after searching for a long time, he only found a few heaven-grade and mysterious-grade herbs, not even a single spirit-grade herb. It wasn't until he had walked around the entire mountain valley that Yang Kai suddenly felt a sense of disharmony. Somewhere, he felt like there was a pair of eyes staring at him. Turning his head and looking in that direction, Yang Kai saw Saintess Nan wearing a white robe, her hair disheveled, looking like an evil ghost, staring at him faintly, motionless. Her white robes had been greatly damaged due to the many battles she had fought, and hadn't been washed, making her look even more gloomy and terrifying. Yang Kai didn't know when she had appeared, let alone how long she had been staring at him. All he knew was that when her eyes landed on the Holy Master Spirit ring on his hand, there was a trace of tenderness and nostalgia in them. The Holy Master Spirit ring was the symbol of the identity of every Holy Master of Nine Heavens' Holy Land. The old Holy Master also wore it when he was alive. Saintess Nan was the old Holy Master's woman, so when she saw this ring, it was natural for her to show an unusual look. But soon, the tenderness and nostalgia in her eyes were replaced by a ferocious look as she silently approached Yang Kai like a ghost. Before she even arrived, a huge pressure had already descended. Midair, a long sword suddenly appeared and slashed down towards Yang Kai. The profound heavenly sword. Yang Kai narrowed his eyes but didn't show any intention of dodging. World of ice and snow! A tender voice suddenly called out from the side. The temperature of the entire mountain valley plummeted in an instant. Accompanied by a crackling sound, a thin layer of ice covered the lush vegetation and a faint blue barrier appeared above the mountain valley. The dramatic change in climate even caused some snowflakes to fall from the sky. Each of these snowflakes contained a terrifying amount of power, and as they slowly fell, they released a burst of light that transformed into hundreds of millions of tiny and sharp attacks that shot towards Saintess Nan. The profound heavenly sword shattered. Saintess Nan, who was rushing towards Yang Kai, instinctively stopped and summoned her grand heavenly shield to protect her body. At the same time, a dazzling spear suddenly appeared in her hand and she threw it towards the place where Han Fei was hiding. Shio. The heaven-punishing spear seemed to break through space and arrived in front of Han Fei in the blink of an eye, magnifying in her eyes. A chill rose from the bottom of her heart, and Han Fei's pretty face immediately covered in demon crests. Stretching out her jade-white hand, she accurately grasped the tip of the spear. Drops of red blood dripped from her fingertips. At the same time, Li Rong quietly arrived behind Saintess Nan, a red light blossoming as a huge flower suddenly appeared at her feet. This flower bloomed beautifully, rotating like a lotus throne, sending out a strange wave of energy that seemed to have an infinite suction force that pulled Saintess Nan's body towards it. The surrounding petals gradually closed towards the center, trying to wrap around Saintess Nan. A hoarse roar rang out from Saintess Nan's mouth, leaving behind an afterimage as she reappeared a short distance away. A pair of turbid eyes gloomily stared towards Li Rong and Han Fei, like a trapped beast. Li Rong and Han Fei both gathered together, staring towards Saintess Nan with a mix of pity and dread, both of them realizing just how difficult this opponent was to deal with. "Don't hold back, bind her as much as possible. If you can't, just kill her," Yang Kai ordered faintly. "Yes." Li Rong and Han Fei responded at the same time, once again using their earth-shattering means. Chi chi chi. Ice shards shot out. Shio shio shio. Red petals fluttered in the air. The two great commanders of the ancient demon race teaming up to fight a mere second-order Saintess Nan was naturally easy. The mountain valley was surrounded by Han Fei's barrier, so Saintess Nan couldn't escape even if she wanted to. If it weren't for the fact that she was also a member of Nine Heaven's Holy Land, Li Rong and Han Fei would have already crushed her to pieces. Half an hour later, Saintess Nan was finally forced into a dead end and was wrapped up in one of Li Rong's flower petals. The red light was dazzling, and after the light faded, the flower petals seemed to have been imprinted on Saintess Nan's body, leaving behind a small flower mark on her face. The Yuan Qi in her body had been sealed, and so had her movements, making it impossible for Saintess Nan to move. Stepping forward, Yang Kai stared at this Saintess Nan who had been pestering him for several years, his mood somewhat complex. The person in front of him was definitely a beautiful woman when she was young. Even at the time of her death, her face hadn't aged at all. But at this moment, she was neither human nor ghost. If the old holy master was still alive, seeing this scene, Yang Kai didn't know what he would think. In all fairness, if either Su Yan or Xian Ning Chang were to end up like this, Yang Kai wouldn't be able to die in peace. Originally, Yang Kai wanted to directly destroy her, but now that things had come to this, he couldn't bring himself to do it, so after hesitating for a while, he ordered, "Take her back and watch over her." He decided to hand Saintess Nan over to Su Hui and the others. Li Rong and Han Fei glanced at each other and nodded gently, the former carrying Saintess Nan and following behind Yang Kai. Chapter 877. Time flew by and half a month later, the date agreed upon with the monster race Great Senior arrived. The ancient demon clan was ready to set out, all they needed to do was wait for Yang Kai's order to enter the Nine Peaks. Because of their relationship with Yang Kai, the ancient demon race had long regarded the Nine Peaks as their new home, so at this moment, they were naturally filled with anticipation, fantasizing about what kind of paradise it would be. Groups of people gathered together, pointing towards the Nine Peaks as they whispered amongst themselves. Yang Kai spread out his divine sense to investigate the situation on the Nine Peaks. Since last night, many of the monster beast and monster race masters had left the 9 peaks one after another. Now there weren't many signs of life left. Those who remained were the alchemists and artifact refiners who originally belonged to 9 Heavens' Holy Land. A few years ago, when Yang Kai made an agreement with the Great Senior, he had left behind these alchemists and artifact refiners to assist him in alchemy and artifact refining. Today, when the monster race left, the Great Senior kept his promise and didn't take these people away. Yang Kai nodded secretly, thinking that the Great Senior was a good man. A 7-colored light suddenly appeared in front of Yang Kai's eyes as Kai Dai flapped her wings and floated midair, her beautiful eyes sweeping around before finally settling on Yang Kai and coldly saying, "My clan has been evacuated, you can go back now. Great Senior asked me to pass on a message to you, thanking you for helping my clan develop well these past few years. In addition, he welcomes you to visit the Beast Sea Jungle as a guest at any time. Sister Kai Dai has worked hard. Please send my regards to Great Senior. When I have time, I will definitely visit." Yang Kai smiled and nodded. "I've passed on the message, goodbye." Kai Dai snorted, turned around, and flew off. "This little girl, her temper is quite bad," Enya muttered to himself, a look of dissatisfaction on his face. "She's very strong, a minor realm higher than you and me, and she's also very beautiful." Shueji grinned wickedly as he stared in the direction Kai Dai left. "You two don't speak nonsense. Remember that sometimes trouble comes from careless talk," Li Rong scolded. "My clan has just reappeared. Try not to provoke trouble." Enya and Shueji nodded quickly, indicating they understood. "Let's go!" Yang Kai waved his hand and led the way. Between the 9 peaks, it was lush and verdant, filled with the fragrance of flowers and the chirping of birds. The array formation of the 9 peaks was still operating, making the spiritual energy of heaven and earth here extremely dense. After the ancient demon clan entered this place, they immediately took a liking to it, many of the demon race looking around excitedly. The conditions and environment here were many times better than those in the demon god castle. Living here, even the body and mind were very comfortable. Many of the clansmen couldn't help feeling a sense of unreality. Even though it had been 2 or 3 months since they left that mysterious small world, sometimes they still thought they were still living in a world without a sun, moon, or stars. Only when he saw the splendid spectacle outside did he suddenly wake up with a start. On the central mountain peak, there were about 100 people waiting in front of the grand hall where the Great Senior had been. These 100 or so people were all alchemists and artifact refiners of various ages, both men and women, but their cultivations weren't very high, the most powerful among them only being a second-order transcendent. When Yang Kai led the thousands of ancient demon race members to this place, these 100 or so people quickly bowed and saluted. "Greetings, Holy Master. Holy Master has finally returned. You've all worked hard." Yang Kai gently nodded. "Forcing you to serve the monster race for nearly 3 years was a last resort. I hope you can forgive me." "Not at all." The leader of this group, an old man with the strongest strength, stepped forward. "The monster race didn't treat us harshly, on the contrary, they were quite polite. We've troubled Holy Master." Yang Kai gently nodded and declared, "Since I have returned today, the Holy Land will return to how it was before, and in the future, no one will dare to trample on the dignity of my Holy Land at will. Those who dare do so will be punished." The group of alchemists and artifact refiners were quite excited and began shouting vigorously. The old man glanced over at the people from the ancient demon race and frowned slightly. Although he didn't understand why Yang Kai had brought a group of demon race members with him, he didn't ask any questions and instead asked suspiciously, "Where are Great Elder Su Hui and the others? Why haven't they returned? They were originally inside the Holy Land." Yang Kai chuckled. "You wait here first, I'll go release Great Elder and the others." Turning back, Yang Kai said to Li Rong, "You also wait here." Li Rong and the others nodded gently. Yang Kai's figure flickered and after a few flashes, arrived in front of the holy tomb. He pressed the Holy Lord's spirit ring on his finger into a certain spot on the green rock and poured his quintessential essence into it. Immediately, The entrance to a void tunnel appeared on the green rock. Inside the holy tomb, the thousands of disciples of 9 Heavens' holy land waited silently. In this dark space, after years of waiting, everyone had gradually become accustomed to it. Although there were occasional moments when they became impatient, they were all comforted by the several elders and saints. The several elders and saints told them that one day, the Holy Master would return here and take them out again. For that time, everyone had to improve their strength as much as possible to avoid abandoning the Holy Land's foundation and dragging out an ignoble existence. Su Hui and the others regarded the evacuation a few years ago as the biggest stain on their lives. Over the past few years, they had spared no effort in their cultivation. The Holy Tomb was the place where each generation's Holy Master and Saintess entered retreat to cultivate. Although the environment here was terrible, the world energy here was quite rich. It was inexhaustible and inexhaustible. With such a great opportunity, any cultivator who wanted to improve their strength was not willing to miss it. Over the past 3 years, almost everyone had made great progress. With the exception of not being able to leave, everything was developing in a good direction. The thousands of people silently meditated as the world energy continuously flowed into the bodies of the Holy Land's disciples, creating a spectacular scene. Although there were many people present, they were all silent. Even if someone stood up and moved, they would do so quietly, lest they disturb others. In a corner, Unlinger, who was meditating with her eyes closed, suddenly sensed an unusual aura appear in the holy tomb and frowned suspiciously. In the next moment, she opened her eyes in pleasant surprise and shot to her feet, turning her head to look around. Because she had once instilled the 9 Heavens' divine skills into Yang Kai, Unlinger was more familiar with his aura than anyone else. Just now, she clearly noticed that Yang Kai had appeared nearby. "Linger, what's wrong?" Ewing also opened her eyes and asked softly. "He came in." Unlinger glanced around and replied in a trembling voice. "Who?" Ewing asked, suddenly realizing something and covering her mouth, exclaiming. "You mean?" Unlinger nodded firmly. The conversation between the two alarmed the other elders. Su Hui and the others also hurriedly opened their eyes and looked around. A moment later, everyone's eyes were fixed on a certain direction. In that direction, a figure was approaching them. The light was dim, and although they couldn't see the person's appearance clearly, every elder could feel traces of life from him that made them look forward to and excited. "Holy Master?" Su Hui trembled as he got up and called out. "Is the Holy Master really here?" Qing Yutong blinked her beautiful eyes as she stared towards the figure. A moment later, the figure arrived in front of everyone and smiled at them, the face they had been longing to see for several years. "It really is the Holy Master!" Su Hui shouted excitedly, quickly saluting along with the other elders. "Subordinate greets Holy Master!" "No need to be so polite." Yang Kai chuckled. "You've finally come!" And Linga looked at Yang Kai faintly. "We've been waiting here for several years." As she spoke, her eyes also became red. While waiting, many people inevitably thought they would be locked up here for the rest of their lives. If it weren't for Su Hui and the other elders comforting them in time, it was likely they would have been thrown into chaos. "I've come late and made everyone wait. I apologize." Yang Kai wore a serious expression as he sincerely apologized. "Holy Master is too serious." Su Hui wept, not knowing what else to say. The disciples who had been meditating were also awakened by the movement here, and after realizing that it was Yang Kai who had arrived, they burst into cheers, each wave louder than the last, causing the entire holy tomb to become somewhat turbulent. Su Hui quickly silenced them. However, everyone still looked over, wondering if Yang Kai would take them out this time. The several elders were also looking forward to it. Ewing asked, "Holy Master, since you've come in, does that mean everything outside has been dealt with?" "And everything has been taken care of. The monster race has also been evacuated. It's time for all of you to return home." Hearing him say this, everyone suddenly became excited and couldn't wait to leave this place and return to the 9 Peaks. "I'll open the exit, several elders can arrange it," Yang Kai said with a smile. "Good." Su Hui nodded quickly and went to arrange things with the others. While they were arranging things, Yang Kai opened the exit and left with Enlinger. Outside the holy tomb, one disciple after another walked out in an orderly manner, seeing the light of day again, many of them roaring to the heavens to vent their joy. Outside the holy tomb, Yang Kai watched these disciples emerge while thinking about how to explain the ancient demon clan to Su Hui and the others. Although he was now in charge of 9 Heavens' holy land, if he arranged for a group of people from the demon race here, he didn't know if Su Hui and the others would object. If they did, how should he deal with it? Your strength seems to have increased again, Enlinger suddenly said. What's your current cultivation? 3rd order transcendent realm, Yang Kai replied casually. Enling couldn't help covering her mouth, her beautiful eyes trembling as she stared at him. She still remembered that when she first met Yang Kai, he was only a 1st order transcendent, drifting across the sea. Now, in just 4 or 5 years, he had broken through to the 3rd order transcendent realm, crossing 2 minor realms, and was on his way to the Saint realm. For a moment, Enlinger suddenly believed Yang Kai's wild words. He had said a long time ago that even if he didn't enter 9 Heavens' holy land, within 30 years, he would definitely be able to stand on equal footing with the Holy Master of 9 Heavens' holy land. At that time, Enlinger didn't believe him, thinking his words were simply too arrogant, but now, Enlinger had no choice but to believe him. If he continued to develop like this, he really could do it. Perhaps, it wouldn't even take 30 years. Chapter 878. After half a day's work, the disciples inside the holy tomb all came out. Yang Kai once again closed the holy tomb and gathered the elders and Enlinger together. Seemingly aware that he had something to say, everyone stared at him silently, not saying a word. There's something I need to tell you. Yang Kai's brow furrowed slightly as he sorted out his words. If Holy Master has something to say, feel free to say it. Subordinates are all ears. Su Hui chuckled, not understanding why Yang Kai seemed so embarrassed. As long as you don't ask us to leave the Holy Land and give up the position of Holy Master, we'll agree to anything you say. Ewing interjected with a smile. And. All the elders nodded, fearing that Yang Kai would throw away his responsibilities at any moment like he did a few years ago. At that time, Yang Kai had been far too irresponsible, not at all behaving like a proper Holy Master. That won't be the case. Yang Kai laughed and pondered for a moment before quickly saying, Let me put it this way, before I met you, I met a group of people. That was when I was still very weak, and because of some special reasons, that group of people had been sealed in a mysterious small world. They begged me to find a way to rescue them and promised to serve me for the rest of their lives. Oh? Su Hui raised his brow. If they made such a promise when Holy Master was still very weak, then they must have seen through Holy Master's potential. Which one do they belong to? Su Hui seemed a little uneasy about what Yang Kai had just said about this group of people and couldn't help inquiring. They weren't speaking casually. While you were hiding in the holy tomb for several years, I rescued them a few months ago. They kept their promise and followed by my side, obeying my every word. That group of people is quite good. Qin Yutong pursed her lips and smiled. They keep their word and are trustworthy. Does Holy Master want to absorb them into the Holy Land? When Qin Yutong said this, the other elders also thought of this possibility and looked at Yang Kai curiously. They can't be absorbed into the Holy Land. I just want to find one of the 9 peaks for them to live in. What do you think, elders? Unable to absorb? Su Hui frowned, but soon relaxed. It doesn't matter if they can't absorb it. Since they belong to the Holy Master, it's only natural for them to live in the Holy Land. The Holy Land is so big, there's no need to worry about accommodating that group of people. And Luo Xing and Meng Tianfei also nodded, agreeing with Su Hui. Don't rush to agree. I haven't finished yet. You can decide after you hear me out. Yang Kai smiled and continued. There are about 1,000 people in this group. There are quite a few of them, but the Holy Land should be able to accommodate them. Su Hui nodded lightly before asking. What about their strength? What is the strength of their most powerful expert? 5 saints. What? All the elders' eyes bulged in an instant, and even Linger couldn't help covering her mouth, her beautiful eyes trembling. When Yang Kai was still weak, this group of people had already promised to serve him. Su Hui and the other elders had mistakenly thought that this group of people's strength wasn't anything special, otherwise, how could they have made such a promise so easily? Everyone had speculated that this group of people was probably a declining sect or small family, and that having a few transcendent realm cultivators among them would already be quite good. However, Yang Kai actually told them that there were 5 saints in this group. This number was only slightly lower than 9 heavens' holy lands. Holy Master, you're not joking, right? Su Hui couldn't believe it. Do I look like I'm joking? Yang Kai said solemnly. Of the other 5 saints, 3 are second order and 2 are first order. Everyone was dumbfounded on the spot. 3 second order and 2 first order masters. Although this group had 1 less saint realm master than 9 heavens' holy land, if a conflict really broke out, with their combat power, they could easily kill the masters from 9 heavens' holy land. Su Hui and the other elders suddenly understood why Yang Kai had come here to ask for their opinion. They couldn't determine what kind of mentality this group of people had, so if they really had a conflict with the Holy Land in the future, Su Hui and the other elders wouldn't be able to resist. The joy of leaving the holy tomb was suddenly replaced by a deep sense of worry. Moreover, they aren't ordinary people. As if thinking the elders hadn't been shocked enough, Yang Kai quickly added, "They are demons!" Demons? Ying couldn't help screaming. Qin Yutong's pretty face also went pale. Su Hui remained indifferent, but anyone could see the shock and hesitation in his heart. With Yang Kai saying so much, he didn't know how to respond. "Discuss it carefully. If you really can't accept them staying in 9 heavens' holy land, just tell me and I'll find another place to settle them," Yang Kai said faintly, not showing any intention of forcing them, simply waving his hand and saying, "Now you should first arrange the affairs of your disciples. I'm telling you this so you can mentally prepare yourselves." Everyone stared straight at Yang Kai, none of them moving. "There's no need to be so conflicted. Even if they don't stay in 9 heavens' holy land, I still have a place to settle them." Yang Kai grinned, seeing the embarrassment on everyone's faces. This was also within his expectations. Su Hui seemed to suddenly sober up, his expression dignified as he said, "Holy Master, I only want to ask one thing. Do those demons really obey your orders completely, or are they simply unruly, temporarily deceiving you in order to leave that mysterious small world so they can find a suitable opportunity in the future to break free from your control? You don't need to worry about that." Yang Kai smiled proudly. "My orders, they won't dare disobey." All the elders present wore shocked looks upon hearing this. Su Hui let out a long breath and nodded. "Then there's no problem. You are the Holy Master of the Holy Land. Whoever you want to settle here is up to you to decide. We elders are only here to assist you. We can only make suggestions. We have no decision-making power. The fact that the Holy Master consulted us is already giving us a lot of face." Yang Kai grinned as he swept his eyes over the others. Luo Xing, Shi Kun, Meng Tianfei, Ying, and Qin Yutong all had no objections. Although they were somewhat worried, all of them stared at Yang Kai with a look of trust. "Then I'll thank you on behalf of those demons." Yang Kai nodded. "Good, the Holy Land has 9 peaks, they only need 1. They will prepare their own living materials, there's no need for the Holy Land to worry about them. I will also make sure they restrain themselves and don't come into conflict with the Holy Land's disciples." "Has Holy Master chosen a peak yet?" Su Hui asked. "The peak where the reflecting moon pond is located. Due to the existence of the moon reflection lake, that mountain peak would be extremely cold every night. The people who originally lived on and below the mountain peak would all move away. It could be said that among the 9 peaks, it was the only mountain peak that no one cared about. However, the ancient demon clan was born with strong physiques, so living there shouldn't be a problem as long as it wasn't too close to the reflecting moon pond. On top of that, there were many ready-made houses there, saving them the trouble of building one. Won't they have any complaints? Should we choose a different peak?" Su Hui couldn't help feeling a little worried. It's fine, the environment in that mysterious small world is far worse than here. They'll be satisfied to be able to live there. Yang Kai chuckled. Is that so? Su Hui didn't say anything more. After learning that the group of demons had arrived in the Holy Land, Su Hui immediately expressed his desire to meet them. After all, everyone would be living on the 9 peaks in the future, and although they didn't belong to the same force, they would at least be able to get acquainted with one another. If any problems arose, it would be easier to discuss. In particular, whether it was 9 Heavens Holy Land or the group of demons, both of them belonged to Yang Kai. With such a commonality, Su Hui felt that as long as no major problems occurred, everything could be turned into small ones and small ones into nothing. Leaving behind Meng Tianfei and Shikun to arrange the affairs of the disciples, Su Hui and the others followed Yang Kai to the main hall again. The hundreds of alchemists and artifact refiners were still waiting quietly with the ancient demon clan. Although Yang Kai had been gone for half a day, the ancient demon race's members had remained well behaved, only glancing around and not causing any trouble. As the host, Su Hui immediately expressed his welcome to the arrival of Li Rong and the others. Li Rong and the others also smiled and returned the courtesy. After exchanging some pleasantries, each of them found that the other party wasn't as difficult to talk to as they had imagined. In particular, Su Hui felt that Li Rong was very considerate and didn't look at all like a demon, instead more like a young lady raised by a great family or sect. Seeing this, Su Hui's eyes couldn't help lighting up. Yuing and Qin Yutong also showed a strong interest in Han Fei. Although they were both beautiful women, Han Fei's cultivation was a minor realm higher than theirs and her temperament was cold, making them feel that there was a lot they could learn from her. Having found a common topic, the two sides began discussing happily. Yang Kai was pushed aside and seemed to have nothing to do. After talking for a while, Li Rong suddenly said, "Right, a few days ago, Master and I captured a person. It seems to be your 9 Heavens Holy Land's previous generation Saintess. Master calls her Saintess Nan." "Saintess Nan?" Su Hui exclaimed, hurriedly looking around. "Where is she?" Li Rong clapped her hands and immediately the ancient demon race's members brought the bound Saintess Nan over. Seeing the miserable appearance of the previous generation Saintess, Su Hui and the others couldn't help their eyes from becoming red as they felt sad. Unlinger burst into tears in an instant. She staggered over and leaned on Saintess Nan's body, crying bitterly. The previous generation's Saintess and the current generation's Saintess had a very close relationship. Saintess Nan had always treated Unlinger as her own daughter, but unfortunately after her death, she had personally killed the other 3 Saintesses. Even Unlinger had not been able to escape this fate. Seeing her again at this moment, how could Unlinger suppress the grief in her heart? Su Hui quietly wiped the corners of his eyes and turned his head away. Li Rong and the others also seemed to be affected and sighed slightly. After a while, Yang Kai stepped forward and patted Unlinger on the shoulder. "Saintess Nan, how you want to deal with her is up to you." Unlinger nodded repeatedly as she choked with sobs. She pulled the zombie-like Saintess Nan and slowly walked away. Chapter 879. Being bound by a master like Li Rong, even if Saintess Nan's strength reached the heavens, she wouldn't be able to display her full potential, so there was no need to worry about her harming Unlinger. As the sky gradually darkened, the entire 9 Heavens Holy Land was in full swing. The several thousand disciples of the Holy Land had just returned from the Holy Tomb, so there were many things to do. The ancient demon clan followed Yang Kai and Su Hui to the mountain peak and began to prepare for their future residence. Tonight was destined to be a sleepless night. After an entire month, the bustling Holy Land gradually calmed down. The mess left behind by the monster race's evacuation had been cleaned up, and 9 Heavens Holy Land once again entered a stable development trajectory. On the mountain peak where the ancient demon clan resided, houses of various sizes had been built everywhere, creating a picturesque scene. When the ancient demon clan was building their new home, Su Hui and the other elders provided them with a lot of help, causing Li Rong and the others to feel very grateful. After more than a month of getting along, Su Hui and the other elders couldn't help changing their views and instinctive aversion towards the demons. They found that this group of demons who followed Yang Kai were basically the same, except for their different races and the nature of the energy in their bodies. They also didn't run around randomly or cause any trouble, each demon acting in accordance with their role. Gradually, the Holy Land's disciples and demons began to peacefully coexist. Yang Kai was very satisfied with the current situation. This past month, he hadn't had a single moment of leisure, constantly dealing with 9 Heavens Holy Land's affairs and the ancient demon clan's affairs. After dealing with all these matters, he was so tired that he didn't even have time to communicate with the divine tree. Now that he finally had a stable foothold, Yang Kai wanted to take the divine tree out of the black book space. However, considering the difficulty of doing so and the ancient demon clan's physique, Yang Kai decided against it. The yang attribute energy released by the divine tree was too rich, even for the ancient demon clan. On top of that, with Yang Kai's current strength, if he wanted to take the divine tree out of the black book space, he would likely exhaust himself. Occasionally, when he had some free time, he would enter the black book space with his divine sense and talk to the divine tree to soothe its lonely mood. Yang Kai also learned from the divine tree that the 2 strange pitch-black round stones were still constantly absorbing the essence of the rare ores. The rare ores Yang Kai had placed in the black book space had basically all been consumed, all of them reduced to dust, their essence completely gone. After such a long time, the traces that resembled human meridians within the 2 pitch-black round stones became more and more obvious and connected. Yang Kai faintly felt that they were somewhat unusual, but he didn't know what the use of these 2 pitch-black round stones that could absorb the essence of ores was. On this day, Yang Kai was discussing some matters with Li Rong and Su Hui when suddenly a Holy Land disciple came to report. "Holy Master, someone outside the peak is requesting an audience." "Who?" Yang Kai frowned. "The leader of the Netherworld sect, Wizard Jie," the disciple reported. "Wizard Jie!" Su Hui slapped the table and shouted. "How bold! This old master hasn't even settled accounts with him yet. Today he dares to come to my Holy Land's 9 peaks. There is a path to heaven, but he refuses to take it. There is no gate to hell. How many people did he bring with him?" That disciple hurriedly said. "Only 1 person, but it seems that he also caught 2 guys of unknown origin, knocked them out and carried them in his hands." Su Hui coldly snorted. "Daring to come here alone, does he not put my Holy Land in his eyes? Holy Master, let this old master teach him a lesson." Yang Kai laughed and said, "No need, Wizard Jie is not an outsider." Su Hui was stunned, unable to comprehend why Yang Kai would say such a thing. That guy had followed Zhang Ao and Chao Guan to attack the Holy Land when it was down. Su Hui hated him to the bone and wished he could peel off his skin, eat his flesh, and drink his blood to vent the hatred in his heart. Yang Kai didn't rush to explain and instead said to the disciple, "Go invite him over." After the disciple accepted the order and left, Yang Kai slowly explained. After learning that Wizard Jie had been friendly with Yang Kai 2 or 3 years ago and had been following Yang Kai for some time, Su Hui wore a strange expression and muttered, "So that's how it is. I have long heard that Wizard Jie is an expert at managing interpersonal relationships and also knows how to judge the situation. It seems his reputation is well deserved. However, he was able to show goodwill to Master a few years ago, which also shows his vision is quite good." Li Rong pursed her lips and smiled. "Not everyone can see Master's potential. For example, Zhang Ao and Chao Guan have already suffered the consequences of their own actions and have not met a good end." "Zhang Ao and Chao Guan are dead?" Su Hui was extremely surprised. "I forgot to tell you about this." Yang Kai nodded lightly. "Shattering Mystical Palace's 2 great forces have all been wiped out and basically no longer have any influence. Wizard Jie coming here now probably means he has already dealt with these 2 forces. They only have themselves to blame." Su Hui seemed to be unable to vent his anger. This old master was still thinking about when to lead a group of people to settle accounts with them, but now it seems there is no need for that. They can only count themselves lucky. If they had fallen into this old master's hands, he would have made them suffer a fate worse than death. Su Hui ground his teeth and cursed, his resentment quite deep. Li Rong pursed her lips and stared at Yang Kai with a smile, unable to restrain herself. A short time later, Wizard Jia walked in from the outside, wearing a black robe, and just as the disciple had reported, he was carrying 2 unconscious cultivators in his hands. These 2 cultivators seemed to have been struck by some unknown trick, but there was not a single scar on their bodies, as if they were in a deep sleep, their breathing even and peaceful. After arriving, Wizard Jia threw the 2 cultivators to the ground and cupped his fists. Wizard greets Master, Holy Master, and Masterly. And greetings to Great Elder. Yang Kai and Li Rong smiled and nodded. Su Hui's face was gloomy as he coldly snorted, somewhat disliking Wizard Jia, secretly feeling that this person was an opportunist who swayed with the wind, a sinister and deceitful person. Deep down, Su Hui was ashamed to be associated with such a person. Wizard Jia didn't mind either. Sit down! Yang Kai motioned. Wizard Jia gently nodded and sat to the side. A pretty female disciple immediately served him tea. After drinking for a while, Yang Kai asked, Sect Master Wizard, did you come here this time to deal with the affairs of those 2 sects? Hearing this, Wu Jia's face lit up and he quickly nodded. This is all thanks to Sir Holy Master. Over the past month or so, this Wu has been busy taking in 2,000 new disciples. As for the rest of the disciples with mediocre aptitude, after giving them some cultivation resources, they have all been dismissed. Now, within a 1,000-kilometer radius, besides 9 heavens holy land, only my netherworld sect remains. Did you spend a lot of effort? Yang Kai chuckled. It wasn't much of a hassle. After killing a few stubborn leaders, everything became much easier. Wu Jia said casually. Good, congratulations, your noble sect's strength has increased greatly now. It all depends on when Sect Master Wizard breaks through to the Second Order Saint Realm. Hearing this, Wizard Jia's expression became gloomy as he smiled bitterly. Holy Master, please don't make fun of this wizard. This wizard's aptitude is something I am well aware of. If not for a great opportunity, I fear I would never have reached the Second Order Saint Realm. My current cultivation is my limit. At least you have some self-awareness. Su Hui coldly snorted, his eyes full of contempt. Wizard Jia laughed dryly, knowing that Su Hui had a lot of complaints about him, but he didn't dare say anything, simply saying, So, this hope will be pinned on the disciples below. In the future, Netherworld sect will only follow 9 heavens holy lands lead. I hope Holy Master and Great Elder will take good care of Netherworld sect. We're all family. There's no need to be so polite. Yang Kai nodded gently. Su Hui's expression softened slightly. For Wizard Jia, as the sect master of a holy land, to say such words, his resentment dissipated greatly. Right, these are all the cultivation materials collected from Shattering Mystical Palace and War Spirit Temple. Wizard took the liberty of leaving behind 30%, the remaining 70% are all here. I hope Holy Master can count them all. Wizard Jia said as he took out a number of universe bags and handed them over respectfully. Su Hui glanced over at Yang Kai inquiringly. Yang Kai nodded calmly. Yang Kai stood up and accepted the universe bags handed over by Wizard Jia, sweeping them with his divine sense, and couldn't help feeling overjoyed. The universe bags that Wu Jia had sent over were filled to the brim with excellent cultivation materials, and judging from the number of these universe bags, Wu Jia had only kept less than 30% of what he had. The Holy Land's warehouse was now empty and was in need of cultivation materials, so for Wizard Jia to deliver so many things at this time was undoubtedly like sending charcoal in snowy weather. Su Hui was very satisfied, his old face finally blooming with a smile. Sect Master Wizard is too polite. I hope our 2 sects can still maintain good relations in the future, and don't let the same thing happen again. I won't. Please rest assured, Great Elder. I won't be as heartless as Zhang Ao and Chao Duan. That would be for the best. Su Hui nodded with satisfaction, his attitude finally easing. Good, there's one more thing I need to report to Holy Master. Wizard Jia said seriously. Is it about these 2 people? Yang Kai asked. Wizard Jia nodded. When this wizard came to the Holy Land today, he inadvertently found these two wandering around the outskirts of the Holy Land, and in addition to them, there seemed to be many others. They seemed to be looking for something, so this wizard grabbed two of them and brought them here to ask them about the situation. Aren't they disciples of Shattering Mystical Palace and War Spirit Temple who were dismissed? Yang Kai asked suspiciously. No. Wizard Jia shook his head affirmatively. These two are both first-order transcendents. If they were from Shattering Mystical Palace or War Spirit Temple, I would definitely have an impression of them, but I've never seen them before. Wake them up and ask them what they came here for, Yang Kai said with some displeasure. Today was an eventful time, and there were so many foreign cultivators wandering around the 9 peaks. How could he not investigate? Yang Kai vaguely smelled the scent of a conspiracy, which made him very uncomfortable. Wizard Jia squatted down and gently snapped his fingers in the ears of the two men. In the next moment, the two who seemed to be sleeping suddenly woke up and immediately jumped up, their yuan qi surging as they stared vigilantly at Wizard Jia, Yang Kai, and the others. Chapter 880. The Wizard Tribulation grinned. He didn't move, but a huge pressure fell on the two people, making them pale in an instant. Realizing the gap in strength between them and the Wizard Tribulation, they didn't even have the intention to resist. Fear filled their eyes. One of them asked in a trembling voice, "Who are you? Why are you capturing us?" The Wizard Tribulation didn't answer. His pair of ghostly eyes looked at them with uncertainty, making the two people feel more and more uneasy. After a while, the Wizard Tribulation said coldly, "I have something to ask you. You can choose to answer or not, but if you can't satisfy me, I will strip your souls and search your memories. If you don't want to suffer the pain of having your soul devoured, you'd better cooperate." The pain of having one's soul devoured. The two transcendent cultivators trembled, and their faces turned pale with fear. Their strength wasn't low, so they naturally knew what kind of torture the soul devoured was. It was a pain that the soul couldn't bear. Generally, only the most evil cultivator would use such means to torture. The person in front of them had a green aura and ghostly eyes. At first glance, they knew he wasn't a good person. They nodded hurriedly. "Ask us, if there's anything we know, we'll answer." The Wizard Tribulation smiled, showing satisfaction. He then said calmly, "Do you know where this place is?" The two cultivators looked at each other and nodded at the same time. One of them said, "This should be 9 Heavens Holy Land, right?" "Yes, it is 9 Heavens Holy Land." "You have guts, you know it's 9 Heavens Holy Land and you still dare to wander outside?" The Wizard Tribulation raised his eyebrows. "Tell me, what are you doing here?" The person on the left quickly replied, "We are looking for an artifact." "Looking for an artifact?" The Wizard Tribulation smiled strangely. "Looking for one outside?" "Yes." "Who told you there was an artifact outside?" "Many people have been spreading such rumors." The man quickly explained. After listening to him, Yang Kai understood. He didn't know who had spread this rumor, but it was said that in a great war a few years ago, countless cultivators from 9 Heavens Holy Land had died. These dead cultivators had dropped many artifacts nearby, attracting many people to try their luck here to see if they could find 1 or 2 valuable treasures. "There are many people outside, all looking for artifacts?" The Wizard Tribulation asked with a frown. Some of them seem to be here to kill a monster beast. I heard that there are many 6th order and 7th order monster beasts here from the Beast Sea Jungle. Those monster beasts have good artifact refining materials." The other person also quickly said, "It seems that some of them are here to kill the Devil Dwellers. I heard that the new Holy Master of 9 Heavens Holy Land has accepted a group of demons here. They want to clean up these demons and restore order. With just a few of you." The Wizard Tribulation looked at them like they were fools and said contemptuously, "Since you've heard there are demons here, haven't you heard what kind of strength they have? The news said that there aren't many masters among those demons, only a few transcendent realm cultivators. Haha." The Wizard Tribulation laughed strangely and nodded. "Not many masters. And there really aren't many, only 5. But those were 5 Saint Realm masters, 3 of whom were second-order saints. The wizard Tribulation had witnessed the battle between Li Rong and Shui Li and knew that with the ancient demon clan's strength, it was not something 1 or 2 great sects could deal with. If they wanted to clean them up, they would need at least 3 or 4 great forces on the same level as Soaring Heaven sect, and they would also need to be prepared to suffer huge losses. If these clowns wanted to clear out the demons, they were simply courting death. After asking a few more questions and confirming that these two didn't have much information, the wizard Tribulation knocked them out again. Standing up and looking at Yang Kai, the wizard Tribulation frowned and said, "Holy Master, it seems that someone has deliberately spread some unfavorable news in order to guide these cultivators to 9 Heaven's holy land." Yang Kai nodded, not knowing why, but suddenly remembering the human race master named Wu Jing he had met before. If someone hadn't taken the lead in spreading such news, it would have been impossible to deceive so many people. On top of that, the person who spread such news had to have a certain level of prestige, otherwise, such obvious lies would have been easily exposed. Wu Jing obviously had such ability. What is this person trying to do? He knows that these people can't do anything to the Holy Land. Su Hui looked puzzled. Some people don't want Li Rong and the others to stay in 9 Heaven's holy land. Yang Kai snorted. They don't want to see us become close to the demon race. They think it's a disgrace to the human race. Wizard Tribulation's eyes narrowed, seemingly thinking of something, raising his brow and asking, "Holy Master, what Master means is that this person is inciting these cultivators to come to 9 Heaven's holy land in an attempt to lure you into taking action." "That should be the case." Yang Kai nodded. "Once they take action, no matter who it is, they can frame Li Rong and the others. At that time, that person can use this as an excuse to lead the world's masters to attack Li Rong and the others. If Li Rong and the others are attacked, I can't just sit back and watch. Once I intervene, the Holy Land will also be involved. When that time comes, the Holy Land will become an enemy of the entire world, making it difficult for the Holy Land to survive." "So insidious?" Su Hui's expression changed. "And it is indeed a bit despicable and vicious." Wizard Tribulation pondered. If it were any other great force, with so many cultivators wandering around their doorstep, they would definitely try to drive them out. Wizard believes that among those people, there must be some hidden pawns who are responsible for fanning the flames, waiting for you to make a move to drive them out. Yang Kai glanced over at him and chuckled. Wizard Tribulation's words had hit the nail on the head. "Holy Master, how should we deal with this matter?" Su Hui asked. Although the situation wasn't bad yet, if they continued to wait, it was likely more cultivators would be deceived into leaving the Holy Land. This situation needed to be nipped in the bud as soon as possible. However, 9 Heaven's Holy Land had just shown signs of stable development. If they really got into a conflict with too many great forces, it would definitely have an impact on its future. Especially now that Yang Kai hadn't fully matured yet. "What does Great Elder think?" Yang Kai looked at him, wanting to ask for his opinion. Su Hui respectfully said, "Subordinate thinks we should tell the truth of the matter to those cultivators who have been deceived here and have them withdraw on their own. The artifacts scattered outside the Holy Land aren't real. If there really was such a thing, wouldn't my Holy Land have picked them up? If they can't find them, they will gradually leave. On top of that, the monster race has already retreated to the Beast Sea jungle. If they really have the courage to hunt a monster beast, they can go to monster race territory on their own. There is no need for them to linger outside the Holy Land. As for those cultivators who came to clean up the demons, we can deny the existence of Master Li and the others. In any case, no one can enter the 9 Peaks to investigate. Master Li's people are all honest and won't go out. After this storm passes, everything should be fine." Su Hui didn't want to make a big fuss, something Yang Kai could see. After pondering for a while, Yang Kai nodded. "Then let's do as Great Elder says. You take some people to disperse those cultivators wandering outside the Holy Land. However, we can't be so easygoing. If we are too easygoing, they will think the Holy Land is too weak. And we need to let them know what the consequences of disobedience are. After all, If they trespass into my Holy Land's territory, we can kill them without question. What Holy Master says is right. Su Hui nodded. In the past, if these people dared to wander outside the Holy Land at will, Su Hui would have already sent them away. How could he waste his time talking nonsense with them? If they refused to comply, he would kill them directly. But now the Holy Land was no longer the same as before, so he had to act cautiously. Let's do this. Give them a 3-day deadline to withdraw from the Holy Land. If they dare to remain after the deadline, they must be trying to stir up trouble. For such people, kill them directly, Yang Kai ordered. Yes, subordinate will do so. Su Hui nodded and immediately withdrew, taking the 2 cultivator wizard tribulation with him. Li Rong's beautiful eyes flashed brilliantly as she stared at Yang Kai with a smile on her face. She suddenly found that after not seeing him for several years, Yang Kai was becoming more and more like a leader. When he was captured by Coffin's slave senior and brought to Demon God's citadel, he was just a cautious young man, but now he was able to make appropriate decisions based on the situation. This was something Li Rong very much hoped to see, secretly believing that the ancient demon clan would be able to obtain a bright future under his leadership. Holy Master, this wizard will take his leave. There are still many things to be dealt with in the sect. If Holy Master has time, you are welcome to visit my Netherworld sect at any time. The wizard bid farewell and turned to leave. Sect Master Wizard, there's no need to hurry. Yang Kai stood up. Is there something else, Holy Master? Wizard Tribulation asked curiously. I want to see Shattering Mystical Palace and War Spirit Temple. Please lead the way, Sect Master Wizard. I am willing to serve. Wizard Tribulation smiled lightly. Li Rong, come with me. Yang Kai turned around and beckoned. And Li Rong gently nodded and stepped forward. Walking out of the hall, the 3 turned into streaks of light and left 9 Heaven's Holy Land like lightning. There were originally 4 great forces in the vicinity, but now only 9 Heaven's Holy Land and Netherworld sect remained. These 4 great forces were not too far from each other, only 100 to 200 kilometers apart. For the current Yang Kai, such a distance would not take long to cross, not to mention Li Rong was currently using her Yuan Qi to carry him. In just a short while, the 3 of them arrived at the mountain range, above a group of buildings. This is War Spirit Temple. Among our 3 great forces, it is the closest to 9 Heaven's Holy Land and has benefited a lot from the 9 peaks. Unfortunately, Chao Guan was short-sighted and ruined such a great foundation. Wizard Tribulation pointed down and said. Yang Kai nodded and looked down. The buildings below were like chess pieces, arranged in a picturesque disarray. Many of them had collapsed, and in some places, red blood could be seen. It was likely that some time ago, Wizard Tribulation had gathered the disciples of War Spirit Temple and caused some trouble. Chapter 881. After looking around for a while, Yang Kai suddenly exclaimed, There's still people here? Among the buildings of War Spirit Temple, a small number of cultivators were walking around, looking around, seemingly looking for something. Oh, those are my Netherworld sect's disciples. They're here with the original disciples of War Spirit Temple to see if there's anything they can use. Wizard Tribulation explained with a smile. Yang Kai nodded and pointed down. I want this place. After Sect Master Wizard returns, make sure the disciples don't destroy it. Yes. Wizard Tribulation quickly responded. Although he didn't know what Yang Kai wanted to do with such an abandoned property, he didn't ask. Speaking less and doing more, this was why Wizard Tribulation was better at judging the situation than Zhang Ao and Chao Guan. Let's go take a look at Shattering Mystical Palace. There was nothing special down there, so Yang Kai immediately waved his hand. Wizard Tribulation once again led the way. A moment later, nearly 200 kilometers away, the trio arrived above Shattering Mystical Palace. This is Zhang Ao's territory. Wizard Tribulation pointed down. Compared to War Spirit Temple and my Netherworld sect, this place is much better. Yang Kai observed indifferently and found that this place was indeed good. Although it wasn't as good as the Holy Land's 9 peaks, it was still a rare place. Shattering Mystical Palace's establishment here was not without reason. Holy master, this one still has some matters to attend to, so I'll take my leave first. After waiting for a while, Wizard Tribulation suddenly said, Good, Sect Master Wizard, do as you please. Yang Kai nodded. After saying his goodbyes, Wizard Tribulation quickly left. Looking at his disappearing back, Li Rong pursed her lips and chuckled. Although this guy looks a bit gloomy and vicious, he's actually quite a good person. But why is he in such a hurry to leave? It's as if we're going to do something bad to him. Because he knows what I'm going to do next. Yang Kai chuckled. He doesn't want to see too many secrets, so naturally he wants to leave quickly. Li Rong was stunned. Let's go down and take a look. Yang Kai's figure flickered and flew straight down. Shattering Mystical Palace occupied a very large area, and behind this sect master, Yang Kai and Li Rong landed in a stone forest filled with stone pillars of varying heights, giving them a disorderly appearance. Li Rong, where is the blood essence stone? Yang Kai turned his head and asked. It's still with me, Li Rong replied, taking out the blood essence stone and handing it over. Last time, the blood essence stone had absorbed a lot of fresh blood and transformed it into blood chi, but after using it to heal the ancient demon clan clansmen, this blood chi had been completely exhausted. At this moment, there was no trace of energy fluctuations coming from the blood essence stone. Holding the blood essence stone, Yang Kai looked around. Master, what are you looking for? Li Rong observed for a while before asking thoughtfully. I'm looking for the entrance to Star Field, Yang Kai replied. The entrance to Star Field? Li Rong's expression became solemn as she suddenly recalled the words Zhang Ao had said before his death a few months ago, immediately understanding. Master means to say that the entrance to Star Field is hidden here? Yang Kai nodded. I was able to peer into some of Zhang Ao's memories. He really did pick up this blood essence stone in this stone forest, but I don't know the exact location. You should also help me look around and see if there is anything special about this place, especially if there are some strange ores here. Does Master really think that we can enter Star Field? After all, it's just a legend. What do you think? Yang Kai chuckled. I don't know. Li Rong slowly shook her head. Since I was born, I've been living in Demon God Citadel, never even seeing the sun, moon, or stars. It wasn't until a few months ago that I left that place, let alone a star field, but I always felt that it was unrealistic. Why? Yang Kai was surprised. Because even the most powerful masters can only fly 10,000 meters up in the sky, any higher and they are powerless. This continent seems to have some kind of invisible suction force that keeps people from leaving. No one has ever successfully left this place, so how could anyone possibly enter Starfield? All those things about Starfield should be just legends, right? Yang Kai didn't say much, simply grinning. Let's look around. If we can find it, I'll take you to see it. Li Rong's beautiful eyes lit up, feeling that Yang Kai didn't seem to be joking, immediately nodding. Good! The two of them immediately split up and searched carefully in the stone forest. This stone forest should be considered Shattering Mystical Palace's restricted area. Because Yang Kai sensed the fluctuations of many barriers here, all of which were connected to extremely insidious traps. Once triggered, it was very likely to cause a lot of trouble. These barriers should have been set up by Zhang Ao. However, under Yang Kai's powerful divine sense, these hidden barriers couldn't be hidden, so he didn't need to worry about touching them. After a stick of incense worth of time, Yang Kai, who hadn't found anything, frowned and looked around. Just as he was at a loss for what to do, Li Rong's voice suddenly called out. Startled, Yang Kai quickly flew over. A moment later, Yang Kai arrived in front of Li Rong. Master, there's something strange here. Li Rong pointed to a few stone pillars of different lengths in front of them and said, Also, I found these things nearby. Saying so, she handed over the stones in her hand. Yang Kai took them and carefully observed them, his eyes lighting up as he confidently said, It should be here. The stones Li Rong had picked up looked a bit like products from Starfield, and the shape and arrangement of these stone pillars were somewhat similar to the vague memory he had of Zhang Ao. But there's nothing special about this place. Li Rong was puzzled. If it was possible to see through them at a glance, Zhang Ao wouldn't have inadvertently discovered the mystery here, Yang Kai said as he stepped forward and patted the stone pillars. They didn't look any different from the nearby stone pillars, but compared to them, these stone pillars were quite hard. Yang Kai didn't know what kind of material they were made of, but it was definitely not ordinary stone. Carefully recalling the scenes he had seen in Zhang Ao's memory, Yang Kai stretched out his hand and flicked a few strands of pure yuan qi into the nearby stone pillars. His true essence disappeared as soon as it appeared, as if it had been swallowed up by these stone pillars. Yang Kai waited quietly for a moment, but there was still no reaction from the stone pillars. Just as he was getting impatient, a buzzing sound suddenly came. Yang Kai immediately jumped back and stood next to Li Rong, closely watching the front. Wing, wang. The stone pillars trembled as if there was a large, invisible hand holding them and shaking them, causing the ground to show signs of instability. Ripples visible to the naked eye radiated from the stone pillars and spread in all directions like shockwaves. Countless ripples collided in the middle of those stone pillars, and some unexpected changes took place. The space in the middle of the stone pillars seemed to have become a mirror, reflecting the fluctuations of the ripples. With a crash, when the ripples were concentrated to a certain extent, the mirror suddenly shattered, and a dark and deep hole suddenly appeared in front of Yang Kai and Li Rong, like a ferocious beast opening its mouth. Li Rong couldn't help but feel her scalp go numb. Yang Kai, on the other hand, was excited. He felt a special aura from this hole, the aura of Starfield. Let's go! Without hesitation, Yang Kai pulled Li Rong and dove in. In the next moment, a huge pressure surged towards Yang Kai from all directions like a tidal wave. Yang Kai's bones creaked and his physique tightened as he tried his best to resist this destructive force. Li Rong also cried out in surprise. The moment she felt the power, she immediately used the demon god transformation. Mysterious demon patterns climbed up her beautiful face, giving her a wild beauty. Don't be nervous! Yang Kai chuckled and comforted her. Li Rong's beautiful face reddened, and only then did she gradually relax. Her beautiful eyes looked around, and she couldn't help but cover her mouth. Surrounded by countless stars, it was a beautiful sight to behold. Floating in the void, there was no ground beneath her feet, so when she looked down, she couldn't see anything but the stars. It was as if she was no longer in Tongxian realm. Is this the star field? Li Rong asked in surprise. And isn't it wonderful? Yang Kai nodded lightly, bearing the huge force of Starfield, his expression relaxed. Looking at Master's appearance, it seems you've been to Starfield before? I've been here once. It was in the Starfield that I was able to break through to the Transcendent Realm. Li Rong's beautiful eyes couldn't help trembling. From Yang Kai's words, she caught a glimpse of something unusual. When her master first came here, he was only a peak immortal ascension boundary cultivator. How had he been able to withstand this terrifying force of Starfield? Li Rong thought that if she didn't use her demon god transformation, she would feel some pressure here. This kind of pressure was enough to shatter anyone's bones, not something a peak immortal ascension boundary cultivator could withstand. But the last time I came here, it doesn't seem to be this place. Yang Kai looked around and said with certainty. The last time he came here, he had been standing on a blue planet. According to Jia Yao, that was Tongxian realm. However, this place didn't have that kind of scenery, so he didn't know where he had been teleported to after passing through the stone forest. Looking back, behind him was the void corridor leading to the stone forest. Yang Kai didn't know how long it would last, but judging from the aura fluctuations inside, it should be able to last for a few days. Yang Kai's heart settled and he waved his hand. Come with me! Li Rong quickly followed, maintaining her demon god transformation as she looked around. The legendary Starfield was a place few people could set foot in, so Li Rong was naturally very curious about it. The two of them released their divine senses, covering a radius of 100 kilometers, investigating all movements within this area. What is Master looking for? After following Yang Kai aimlessly for a long time, Li Rong asked. I'm looking for some meteorites. Yang Kai explained. The meteorites in the star field seem to contain many rare minerals and strange stones. Since we've come here, let's see if there are any unexpected gains. Perhaps we can find something as precious as a blood essence stone. After knowing what they were looking for, Li Rong also began searching diligently. Chapter 882. In the star field, there were many meteorites shuttling back and forth, but no one knew where they came from, let alone where they would go. It seemed that since ancient times, they had been drifting through the star field, waiting to be discovered. Yang Kai even suspected that Tongxian realm itself was a huge meteorite. After searching the star field for 1 or 2 hours with Li Rong, Yang Kai found several meteorites of different sizes. Some were as small as washbasins while others were as big as mountains. After smashing these meteorites, Yang Kai really harvested some rare ores, but there weren't many of them and their grade wasn't too high. The main reason he came to the star field this time was to verify that the information in Zhang Ao's memory wasn't wrong. However, since he had already arrived here, he naturally couldn't return empty-handed. It just so happened that the ores in the black book space had been exhausted, so he could take this opportunity to collect some more. Yang Kai wanted to know what kind of changes would occur to the 2 pitch-black round stones after they absorbed enough mineral essence. Master, there seems to be a large meteorite flying over there. Li Rong's divine sense detected some movement and pointed to the distance. Let's go take a look. Yang Kai immediately flew over. Not long after, a meteorite the size of a house flew toward them. Its surface was full of bumps and hollows. It seemed that it had been eroded by the passage of time and could not bear the weight. Li Rong met it head-on, and before the meteorite could approach, she struck it with her palm. A shocking power burst forth from her jade-like hands, and the huge meteorite directly shattered into countless pieces, splattering in all directions. Yang Kai's eyes were sharp and his hands moved quickly, immediately focusing on one of the dark red stones and rushing over to stop it. After inspecting it, he was satisfied and put it into the black book space, placing it next to the 2 pitch-black round stones. Inside these meteorites, there were many rare ores, and these ores were hard and difficult to destroy. Therefore, breaking these meteorites was undoubtedly the most convenient and fastest way to find them. Li Rong also collected 1 to 2 and flew to Yang Kai and gave them to him. Is Master collecting these things to refine an artifact? Li Rong asked with a smile. Although he couldn't name most of the ores he collected in the star field, judging from their texture, they were at least spirit-grade ores, and many of them were even saint-grade materials. An artifact refined from such a material would naturally not be of poor quality. When Li Rong saw Yang Kai working so hard to collect them, she naturally thought he was going to refine an artifact. Sort of. Yang Kai didn't bother to explain. While he was observing, his expression suddenly changed and he looked to the side in surprise. Stars twinkled in the sky. A few dozen kilometers away from the 2 of them, there seemed to be a number of small black dots that were rapidly passing by. An asteroid sea? After looking around for a while, Yang Kai was overjoyed and called out to Li Rong before immediately flying over. Not long after, the scene of a large number of meteorites gathered together appeared before the 2 of them. These meteorites were like a great river, stretching for an unknown number of kilometers as they flowed through the vast star field. Inside this asteroid sea, there were countless meteorites of varying sizes, creating a spectacular scene. They sped through the starry sky without making a sound. It was extremely strange. So many meteorites? Li Rong also looked at this scene in surprise. Yang Kai laughed and said, "Now we don't need to look around." Saying so, he flew into the asteroid sea. Li Rong pursed her lips and smiled before hurriedly following. The 2 of them released the power in their bodies and wantonly destroyed the asteroid sea. Strangely enough, in the star field, it seemed that sound couldn't be transmitted and the 2 of them could only communicate with one another through their divine sense. Even when they destroyed the meteorites, they didn't make any sound. Pieces of ores of various sizes were collected by Yang Kai into the black book space. These ores were all extremely rare and precious on Tongxian realm. If any artifact refiner were to see this scene, they would likely go crazy. Outstanding artifact refiners, in order to find rare ores, would sometimes travel thousands of miles, but even so, it would be difficult to find the ores and materials they wanted. However, in this star field, there were countless ores that could be easily obtained. Such a shocking amount of wealth could only be obtained by Yang Kai. Li Rong also seemed to be infected by Yang Kai's joy, a smile constantly plastered on her pretty face as she busied herself. Most of these meteorites didn't have anything inside them, and after they were smashed apart, only a small amount of debris would fly out, but there were simply too many meteorites in this asteroid sea. Even if the probability was very low, after a few hours, Yang Kai and Li Rong's harvest was huge. Shuttling through the dense meteorites, Yang Kai and Li Rong leisurely strolled about. Gradually, the endless meteorite sea seemed to have come to an end, and was about to pass by in front of his eyes. "That should be enough," Yang Kai said, preparing to stop. In any case, the door to the star field was inside Shattering Mystical Palace, so if they wanted to come to the star field in the future, they could do so at any time. There was no need to constantly collect ores here. And Li Rong nodded, taking the last piece of ore in her hand and flying over to Yang Kai's side. At that moment, Yang Kai suddenly felt a subtle energy fluctuation coming from somewhere in the asteroid sea. This energy fluctuation didn't seem to be coming from a mineral and couldn't help attracting Yang Kai's attention. Gazing in that direction, a faint ray of light entered his eyes. Yang Kai's brow furrowed as his figure flickered and disappeared, reappearing near this light in the next moment. After seeing what was emitting this light, his expression couldn't help becoming strange. Reaching out and picking it up, Yang Kai returned to Li Rong's side. "What did Master find?" Li Rong asked curiously. "This." Yang Kai handed over the thing he found in the asteroid sea. Li Rong took it and carefully examined it, a look of surprise appearing on her face as she exclaimed, "This is an artifact?" The thing he found in the asteroid sea was about the size of a palm and had a sleek overall shape, like a long shuttle, with two sharp ends and a flat rounded middle, and a mysterious energy fluctuation pulsing from it. However, it seemed that because it had been here for so long, this energy fluctuation was somewhat faint, almost to the point of dissipating. "I also think it's an artifact." Yang Kai's expression became dignified as he stared at the asteroid sea that was gradually disappearing into the distance, his brow furrowed. "But how could there be an artifact here?" Li Rong felt this was inconceivable. Starfield was a legendary territory that no one had ever set foot in, let alone explored. This time, if not for the void corridor in Shattering Mystical Palace, she and Yang Kai would never have been able to reach this place. However, there was actually such an artifact in the Starfield's asteroid sea. The profound meaning behind it was truly intriguing. "If there is an artifact, it means there is a cultivator. Perhaps someone has already explored this star field before," Yang Kai quickly said. "That's impossible, right?" Li Rong covered her mouth and exclaimed. "Even Great Demon God only yearned for this place in the past, he never managed to explore it. What if there is someone even more powerful than Great Demon God?" Yang Kai said faintly. Li Rong's beautiful face went pale as she was shocked speechless. Great Demon God was known as the #1 master in this world since ancient times. No one had ever surpassed him. What kind of level would someone more powerful than Great Demon God possess? Li Rong couldn't even begin to imagine. Yang Kai took a deep breath and said, "I was just speaking casually, you don't need to think too much about it. However, judging from the energy fluctuations from this artifact, it is indeed quite old. Even if there was such a person, I'm afraid they are no longer in this world." And Li Rong relaxed a lot, letting out a sigh of relief before handing the long shuttle-shaped artifact back to Yang Kai. Yang Kai swept it with his divine sense but couldn't find any information about it, so he couldn't help asking, "Can you tell what grade it is?" Li Rong shook her head. "I can't tell, there is some kind of strange power hidden inside it. Although it is on the verge of dissipating, it is still resisting my probing. Master should take it back and study it carefully. It would be best if he could figure out what it is." And Yang Kai nodded and put away the long shuttle-shaped artifact, preparing to refine it once he returned. He only had one artifact on him right now, and that was the Silver Leaf artifact. This was something the previous Holy Master of Nine Heavens' Holy Land had owned, and was a Saint-grade high-rank artifact with infinite uses, both offensive and defensive. Refining this long shuttle-shaped artifact wasn't a big deal. An average cultivator would have at least 2 or 3 artifacts on them. Those with noble backgrounds would have even more. Speaking of artifacts, Yang Kai suddenly thought of something and asked, "You and Han Fei don't have any good artifacts, right?" Li Rong smiled. Originally, the ancient demon clan had some artifacts, and none of them were low grade, but they were all lost with the passing of our ancestors. On top of that, our ancient demon clan's greatest asset is our bodies, so when we fight, it doesn't matter if we don't have an artifact. That being said, having an artifact is still a good thing, at least it might be useful. Saying so, Yang Kai took out a number of different artifacts from the black book space and handed them to Li Rong. "Take these back and let Han Fei, Hua Mo, and the others choose the ones suitable for them to refine." "So many? And all of them Saint-grade?" Li Rong looked surprised. Saint-grade artifacts were rare, and each one of them was priceless. Every Saint Realm powerhouse in the continent wished to possess a Saint-grade artifact, but not everyone could obtain such a thing. Most Saint Realm experts still used Spirit-grade secret treasures. Saint-grade artifacts were the same as pills, the materials required to refine them were not easy to find. The most important thing was that there were not many artifact refiners who could refine Saint-grade artifacts. Even if they could, there was still a chance of failure. Although the famous Saint-grade artifact refiners of the continent were respected and revered, each one of them had a full schedule because there were many people begging them to refine Saint-grade artifacts. Why was the world's #1 alchemist, the Old Man of Heaven's Keep, so elusive? It was because there were too many people who wanted to ask him for alchemy. If he didn't hide his whereabouts, he would be annoyed to death by these people, so how could he have the time to teach his disciples? Chapter 883. However, Yang Kai had actually taken out several Saint-grade artifacts at once, completely shocking Li Rong to the point where she was rendered speechless. Li Rong couldn't help wondering if Yang Kai had plundered the treasuries of several great sects. Otherwise, how could he have collected so many Saint-grade artifacts? Shocked, Li Rong didn't hesitate to accept Yang Kai's gifts and put them away. She knew better than anyone that the more powerful the ancient demon clan was, the more it could help Yang Kai. These artifacts could greatly enhance her and Han Fei's combat strength. "Let's go back!" Yang Kai quickly identified the direction they had come from and returned. Although there was no reference point in Starfield, Yang Kai's divine sense was quite sharp, so he didn't lose his way. After an unknown amount of time, the pair once again arrived at the entrance to the void corridor. Stepping inside and reappearing, they were back in the stone forest of Shattering Mystical Palace. The surrounding stone pillars were still vibrating and ripples were spreading out from them. These ripples collided at the center of the void corridor and formed an entrance to Starfield. Reaching out and waving his hand, the stone pillars suddenly quieted down and the entrance to Starfield gradually disappeared. The world once again restored its tranquility. "Master, this place is so important, should we set up some kind of barrier? Otherwise, someone might accidentally break in and destroy it," Li Rong asked. "Do you know how to?" Yang Kai looked at her in surprise. Li Rong smiled lightly. "I know a bit, although it's not a good idea. It's probably better than the original barrier here." "Good." Yang Kai nodded. He had just been wondering whether or not to send someone to guard this place, so Li Rong's proposal was exactly what he had been hoping for. With Yang Kai's permission, Li Rong immediately began making arrangements. Speaking of which, Yang Kai had never studied things like restrictions and formations. He could destroy them, but he didn't know how to set them up. At this moment, seeing that Li Rong was going to use this kind of method, he naturally wanted to learn, so he followed her and watched. Li Rong didn't hide anything. She explained to Yang Kai while she was arranging, which benefited him a lot. A few hours later, a hidden spirit array was placed around the stone pillars, so that even if Yang Kai used his divine sense to probe them, he could not detect them all. "Awesome! If I have time, I'd like to learn more about this from you. Yang Kai gave him a thumbs up. After being praised, Li Rong's face seemed to glow. She pursed her lips and said, Master, you flatter me. It's just a small trick. Let's go back first. Yang Kai chuckled. He was very interested in this long shuttle artifact and wanted to refine it as much as possible to find out what it was used for. The two immediately flew off in the direction of the Holy Land. After returning to the 9 Peaks from Shattering Mystical Palace, before he even had time to enter the Holy Land, Yang Kai felt a large number of life auras converge in a certain location. Faintly, he also heard the sound of a noisy argument. Yang Kai frowned and walked over with Li Rong. As they got closer, the noise from the other side gradually became clearer. It seemed that many people were shouting, their voices filled with grievances and resentment. All of them were accusing 9 Heaven's Holy Land of taking advantage of its position to bully the weak. Occasionally, Holy Land Elder Shirkuan could be heard shouting. Kai Yang couldn't help but quicken his pace and soon arrived at the scene of the incident. Frowning, he asked, What happened? Hearing Yang Kai's voice, Shirkuan quickly turned his head and saw Yang Kai leading Li Rong over. Shocked, he cupped his fists and greeted, Greetings, Holy Master! Holy Master? The noisy cultivator also quieted down in an instant as they turned to look at Yang Kai, wanting to see what this new Holy Master of 9 Heaven's Holy Land looked like. However, in the next moment, everyone's eyes were attracted to Li Rong. Graceful, dignified, and elegant. At first glance, one could tell she was a beautiful woman with a slender figure and full breasts. Her skin was as white as jade and exuded a porcelain-like luster. When these people saw Li Rong, they couldn't help staring straight at her. None of them were in a hurry to make a fuss, all of them instead showing dazzling expressions. Li Rong's brow furrowed slightly as she swept her eyes around coldly, letting out a cold snort. An invisible shockwave spread out, causing everyone's face to go pale. In an instant, all of them fell into a daze, as if the beautiful woman in front of them had transformed into a ferocious beast, waving its claws and roaring. Involuntarily, all of them averted their eyes, trembling in fear. Yang Kai glanced over at Li Rong and couldn't help laughing. If she doesn't let others look at me like this in the future, I'm afraid I'll be annoyed. All living beings in this world, regardless of whether they were men or women, had no immunity to beauty. When they saw a beautiful woman, they would naturally take a few more glances at her. Li Rong had always lived in Demon God Citadel, so her clansmen were all extremely respectful to her, not daring to show any ill intentions towards her. Coming to the outside world, it was only natural that such a scene would often occur. You'll get used to it, Yang Kai quietly comforted. Li Rong's face blushed slightly as she realized she had gone too far and nodded gently. With her cultivation and identity, secretly using underhanded means to deal with such a motley crew was really inappropriate. What's the situation here? Yang Kai turned to Shirkuan and asked. Shirkuan quickly replied, Reporting to Holy Master, these people are the cultivators who have been wandering around my Holy Land's 9 Peaks during this time. I was ordered by the Great Elder to give them a 3-day deadline to evacuate. Seeing that the deadline was about to expire, these people refused to leave, insisting that we were taking advantage of our position to bully them. This subordinate had no choice but to argue with them. Yang Kai nodded and asked, What about Su Hui? Great Elder has other matters to attend to, so he left this matter to me. While the two were talking, the group of people also recovered from the panic of Li Rong, and a man in yellow robes shouted, Are you the new Holy Master of 9 Heaven's Holy Land? Following this man's voice, Yang Kai turned his head and nodded lightly. Yes, what advice do you have for me? I wouldn't dare give advice. The yellow-robed man smiled sarcastically. We are here to seek treasures and have not provoked your 9 Heaven's Holy Land, so why do you want to drive us away? Why? Yang Kai grinned. This is my Holy Land's 9 Peaks, tell me, why should I drive you away? We haven't even entered the 9 Peaks yet, so why are we obstructing you? Don't you think you're overstepping your bounds? The yellow-robed man sneered. Or do you think our cultivations aren't high enough so you can bully us at will? Let me tell you, although our cultivations aren't high, We aren't so easily bullied. Saying so, the yellow-robed man held his head high and puffed out his chest, as if saying he could be killed but not humiliated. His words aroused the anger of many people, and in an instant, many of them began pointing their spears at Nine Heaven's holy land. Shirkuin angrily shouted, "If you don't want to die, shut up! Who dares act presumptuously in front of my holy master?" These words completely poured oil on the fire, causing the yellow-robed man to shout, "Did you all hear that? An elder of Nine Heaven's holy land wants to kill you! Since ancient times, Nine Heaven's holy land has always been a golden signboard for the human race. Rumors have it that the people of Nine Heaven's holy land are gentle and loyal, but now it seems they aren't. Or is it that after the death of the previous generation's holy master, the current generation's holy master is evil? If the upper beam is not straight, the lower beam will be crooked. That's right. I also heard that this generation's holy master colluded with demon race, and even raised a group of demons in the Nine Peaks." These words caused an uproar as everyone began discussing amongst themselves, the look in their eyes suddenly changing as they stared at Yang Kai. The yellow-robed man stood in the crowd and stared at Yang Kai with a smug look on his face, saying, "What can you do about me?" Li Ron's pretty face filled with anger as she whispered, "Master, he seems to be bullying you because you are too young. Then he's miscalculated." Yang Kai sneered before turning to Shirkuin and asking, "How much longer until the deadline given to them by Great Elder arrives?" Shirkuin looked up at the sky and quickly said, "At most, no more than the time it would take to brew a cup of tea." Yang Kai nodded lightly before turning to the crowd and saying, "I won't waste any more time with you. If you don't withdraw after the time it takes to brew a cup of tea, prepare to die here." Seeing the smile on Yang Kai's face, it didn't seem like he was joking, causing many people to feel fear and involuntarily retreat a few steps. "What are you afraid of?" the yellow-robed man shouted again. "They won't dare kill us! We haven't done anything to harm Nine Heaven's holy land. Do you think we'll be killed just because we're nearby? If they really are so overbearing, someone will definitely avenge us. That's right, the world's actions are based on reason. Why would they dare kill us?" Someone echoed, "If we retreat now, we won't be able to obtain those treasures for the rest of our lives. They want to monopolize those treasures, that's why they're driving us away." Yang Kai didn't say anything, simply standing there with a smile on his face, letting these people clamor. The cultivator who had originally intended to leave also stopped, preparing to observe for a while before deciding what to do next. Subconsciously, they still didn't believe that a great force like Nine Heaven's holy land would kill people without reason, especially when their new holy master was here. "Holy master, time's up!" Shirkuin suddenly said. Yang Kai nodded, staring at the yellow-robed man from across the crowd, his eyes filled with ridicule. Being stared at like this, the yellow-robed man couldn't help feeling his hair stand on end, as if he was being stared at by a poisonous snake. Feeling a chill in his heart, he put on a strong front and shouted, "What are you looking at, boy? Don't think just because you're the new holy master of Nine Heaven's holy land you can do whatever you want. You're just lucky. If Father here was chosen by that saintess, he would definitely be better than you. Is that so?" Yang Kai's mouth curled into a strange smile, silently and mysteriously, tilting his head as he stared at the yellow-robed man. "You seem to think I wouldn't dare kill you. Who gave you so much confidence to make you think this way?" The yellow-robed man's face changed as he shouted, "If you kill someone here, what difference is there between you and a monster demon? In the future there will be no place for your Nine Heaven's holy land in this world." Yang Kai slowly shook his head. "Is that what that person told you? Are you an idiot enough to believe it?" Saying so, Yang Kai suddenly showed an impatient expression, a cold light flashing across his eyes as he shouted, "A trivial first-order transcendent trash? If you die then die, do you think anyone will uphold justice for you?" You're tuning into the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.